Book 1, Chapter 1, Sections 1 to 6 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Eastman. Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. Book 1. Matching's Easy at Ease. Chapter the First. Mr. Durrock Visits Mr. Britling. 1. It was the 6th day of Mr. Durrock's first visit to England, and he was at his acutest perception of differences. He found England in every way gratifying and satisfactory, and more of a contrast with things American than he had ever dared to hope. He had promised himself this visit for many years, but being of a sunny rather than energetic temperament, though he firmly believed himself to be a reservoir of clear-sighted American energy, he had allowed all sorts of things, and more particularly the uncertainties of Miss Mamie Nelson, to keep him back. But now there were no more uncertainties about Miss Mamie Nelson, and Mr. Durrock had come over to England just to convince himself, and everybody else, that there were other interests in life for him than Mamie. And also he wanted to see the old country from which his maternal grandmother had sprung. Wasn't there even now, in his bedroom in New York, a watercolor of Market Saffron Church, where the dear old lady had been confirmed? And generally he wanted to see Europe. As an interesting sideshow to the excursion, he hoped, in his capacity of the rather underworked and rather over-salaried secretary of the Massachusetts Society for the Study of Contemporary Thought, to discuss certain agreeable possibilities with Mr. Britling, who lived at Matching's Easy. Mr. Durrock was a type of man not uncommon in America. He was very much after the fashion of that clean and pleasant-looking person one sees in the advertisements in American magazines, that agreeable person who smiles and says, "Good, it's the Fitzgig brand," or "Yes, it's a Wilkins, and that's the best," or "My shirt front never rucks, it's a Chesson." But now he was saying, still with the same firm smile, "Good, it's English." He was pleased by every unlikeness to things American, by every item he could hail as characteristic. In the train to London he had laughed aloud with pleasure at the checkerboard of little fields upon the hills of Cheshire. He had chuckled to find himself in a compartment without a corridor. He had tipped the polite yet kindly guard magnificently, after doubting for a moment whether he ought to tip him at all. And he had gone about his hotel in London saying, "Lordy, Lordy, my word," in a kind of ecstasy, verifying the delightful absence of telephone, of steam heat, of any dependent bathroom. At breakfast the waiter, out of Dickens it seemed, had refused to know what cereals were, and had given him his egg in a china egg cup, such as you see in the pictures in Punch. The Thames, when he had sallied out to see it, had been too good to be true, the smallest thing in rivers he had ever seen, and he had had to restrain himself from affecting a marked accent and accosting some passer-by with the question, "Say, but is this little wet ditch here the historical River Thames?" In America, it must be explained, Mr. Durrock spoke a very good and careful English indeed, but he now found the utmost difficulty in controlling his impulse to use a high-pitched nasal drone and indulge in dry Americanisms and poker metaphors upon all occasions. When people asked him questions, he wanted to say, "Yep," or "Sure," words he would no more have used in America than he could have used a bowie knife. But he had a sense of rôle. He wanted to be visibly and audibly America eye-witnessing. He wanted to be just exactly what he supposed an Englishman would expect him to be. At any rate, his clothes had been made by a strongly American New York tailor, and upon the strength of them a taxi-man had assumed politely but firmly that the shillings on his taximeter were dollars, an incident that helped greatly to sustain the effect of Mr. Durrock, in Mr. Durrock's mind, as something standing out with an almost representative clearness against the English scene. So much so that the taxi-man got the dollars. Because all the time he had been coming over, he had dreaded that it wasn't true, that England was a legend, that London would turn out to be just another thundering great New York, and the English exactly like New Englanders. 2. And now here he was, on the branch line of the little old Great Eastern Railway, on his way to Matching's Easy in Essex, and he was suddenly in the heart of Washington Irving's England. Washington Irving's England, indeed it was. He couldn't sit still and just peep at it. He had to stand up in the little compartment and stick his large, firm-featured, kindly countenance out of the window as if he greeted it. The country under the June sunshine was neat and bright as an old-world garden, with little fields of corn surrounded by dog-rose hedges, and woods and small rushy pastures of an infinite tidiness. He had seen a real deer-park. It had rather tumble-down iron gates between its shield-surmounted pillars, and in the distance, beyond all question, was Bracebridge Hall, nestled among great trees. He had seen thatched and timbered cottages, and half a dozen inns with creaking signs. He had seen a fat vicar driving himself along a grassy lane in a governess cart drawn by a fat grey pony. It wasn't like any reality he had ever known. It was like travelling in literature. Mr. Britling's address was the Dower House, and it was, Mr. Britling's note had explained, on the farther edge of the park at Claverings. Claverings, the very name for some stately home of England. And yet this was only 42 miles from London. Surely it brought things within the suburban range. If Matching's Easy were in America, commuters would live there. But in supposing that, Mr. Durrock displayed his ignorance of a fact of the greatest importance to all who would understand England. There is a gap in the suburbs of London. The suburbs of London stretch west and south, and even west by north. But to the northeastward there are no suburbs. Instead, there is Essex. Essex is not a suburban county. It is a characteristic and individualized county, which wins the heart. Between dear Essex and the centre of things lie two great barriers, the East End of London and Epping Forest. Before a train could get to any villadom with a cargo of season ticket holders, it would have to circle about this rescued woodland and travel for 20 unprofitable miles. And so, once you are away from the main Great Eastern lines, Essex still lives in the peace of the 18th century. And London, the modern Babylon, is, like the stars, just a light in the nocturnal sky. In Matching's Easy, as Mr. Britling presently explained to Mr. Durrock, there are half a dozen old people who have never set eyes on London in their lives, and do not want to.
"Aye, yah! Fussin' about there. Mr. Robinson, he went to Lon, he did. That's how he hurt his foot."
Mr. Durrock had learnt at the main line junction that he had to tell the guard to stop the train for Matching's Easy. It only stopped by request. The thing was getting better and better. And when Mr. Durrock seized his grip and got out of the train, there was just one little old Essex station-master and porter and signalman and everything, holding a red flag in his hand, and talking to Mr. Britling about the cultivation of the sweet peas which glorified the station. And there was the Mr. Britling, who was the only item of business, and the greatest expectation in Mr. Durrick's European journey, and he was quite unlike the portraits Mr. Durrick had seen, and quite unmistakably Mr. Britling all the same, since there was nobody else upon the platform, and he was advancing with a gesture of welcome. "Did you ever see such peas, Mr. Dick?" said Mr. Britling by way of introduction. "My word!" said Mr. Durrick, in a good old farmer hayseed kind of voice. "Ay-ya!" said the station-master, in singularly strident tones. "It be a rare year for sweet peas." And then he slammed the door of the carriage in a leisurely manner, and did dismissive things with his flag, while the two gentlemen took stock, as people say, of one another. 3. Except in the doubtful instance of Miss Mamie Nelson, Mr. Durrick's habit was good fortune. Pleasant things came to him. Such was his position as the salaried secretary of the Society of Thoughtful Massachusetts Businessmen to which allusion has been made. Its purpose was to bring itself expeditiously into touch with the best thought of the age. Too busily occupied with practical realities to follow the thought of the age through all its divagations and into all its recesses, these Massachusetts business men had had to consider methods of access more quintessential and nuclear. And they had decided not to hunt out the best thought in its merely germinating stages, but to wait until it had emerged and flowered to some trustworthy recognition, and then, rather than toil through recondite and possibly already reconsidered books and writings generally, to offer an impressive fee to the emerged new thinker, and to invite him to come to them, and to lecture to them, and to have a conference with them, and to tell them simply, competently, and completely at first hand just all that he was about. To come, in fact, and be himself, in a highly concentrated form. In this way, a number of interesting Europeans had been given very pleasant excursions to America, and the Society had been able to form very definite opinions upon their teaching. And Mr. Britling was one of the representative thinkers upon which the Society had decided to inform itself. It was to broach this invitation, and to offer him the impressive honorarium by which the Society honoured not only its guests but itself, that Mr. Durrick had now come to Matching Zizi. He had already sent Mr. Britling a letter of introduction, not indeed intimating his precise purpose, but mentioning merely a desire to know him, and the letter had been so happily phrased, and its writer had left such a memory of pleasant hospitality on Mr. Britling's mind during Mr. Britling's former visit to New York, that it had immediately produced for Mr. Durrick an invitation, not merely to come and see him, but to come and stay over the week-end. And here they were shaking hands. Mr. Britling did not look at all as Mr. Durrick had expected him to look. He had expected an Englishman in a country costume of golfing tweeds, like the Englishman in country costume one sees in American illustrated stories. Drooping out of the country costume of golfing tweeds, he had expected to see the mildly unhappy face, pensive even to its drooping moustache, with which Mr. Britling's publisher had for some faulty and unfortunate reason familiarized the American public. Instead of this, Mr. Britling was in a miscellaneous costume, and mildness was the last quality one could attribute to him. His moustache, his hair, his eyebrows bristled. His flaming freckled face seemed about to bristle too. His little hazel eyes came out with a ping and looked at Mr. Durrick. Mr. Britling was one of a large but still remarkable class of people who seem at the mere approach of photography to change their hair, their clothes, their moral natures. No photographer had ever caught a hint of his essential Britlingness and bristlingness. Only the camera could ever induce Mr. Britling to brush his hair, and for the camera alone did he reserve that expression of submissive martyrdom Mr. Durrock knew. And Mr. Durrock was altogether unprepared for a certain casualness of costume that sometimes overtook Mr. Britling. He was wearing now a very old blue flannel blazer, no hat, and a pair of knickerbockers, not tweed breeches, but tweed knickerbockers of a remarkable bagginess, and made of one of those virtuous socialistic homespun tweeds that drag out into woolly knots and strings wherever there is attrition. His stockings were worsted and wrinkled, and on his feet were those extraordinary slippers of bright-coloured bast-like interwoven material one buys in the north of France. These were purple with a touch of green. He had, in fact, thought of the necessity of meeting Mr. Durrock at the station at the very last moment, and had come away from his study in the clothes that had happened to him when he got up. His face wore the amiable expression of a wire-haired terrier disposed to be friendly, and it struck Mr. Durrock that for a man of his real intellectual distinction, Mr. Britling was unusually short. For there can be no denying that Mr. Britling was, in a sense, distinguished. The hero and subject of this novel was at its very beginning a distinguished man. He was in the who's who of 2 continents. In the last few years he had grown with some rapidity into a writer recognized and welcomed by the more cultivated sections of the American public, and even known to a select circle of British readers. To his American discoverers he had first appeared as an essayist, a serious essayist, who wrote about aesthetics and Oriental thought and national character and poets and painting. He had come through America some years ago as one of those Kahn scholars, those promising writers and intelligent men endowed by Auguste Kahn of Paris, who go about the world nowadays in comfort and consideration, as the travelling guests of that original philanthropist, to acquire the international spirit. Previously he had been a critic of art and literature, and a writer of thoughtful third leaders in the London Times. He had begun with the Pembroke Fellowship and a prize poem. He had returned from his world tour to his reflective yet original corner of the Times, and to the production of books about national relationships and social psychology that had brought him rapidly into prominence. His was a naturally irritable mind, which gave him point and passion. And moreover he had a certain obstinate originality and a generous disposition, so that he was always lively, sometimes spacious, and never vile. He loved to write and talk. He talked about everything. He had ideas about everything. He could no more help having ideas about everything than a dog can resist smelling at your heels. He sniffed at the heels of reality. Lots of people found him interesting and stimulating. A few found him seriously exasperating. He had ideas in the utmost profusion about races and empires and social order and political institutions and gardens and automobiles and the future of India and China and aesthetics and America and the education of mankind in general, and all that sort of thing. Mr. Durrock had read a very great deal of all this expressed opinionativeness of Mr. Britling. He found it entertaining and stimulating stuff, and it was with genuine enthusiasm that he had come over to encounter the man himself. On his way across the Atlantic and during the intervening days, he had rehearsed this meeting in varying keys, but always on the supposition that Mr. Britling was a large, quiet, thoughtful sort of man, a man who would, as it were, sit in attentive rows like a public meeting and listen. So Mr. Durrock had prepared quite a number of pleasant and attractive openings, and now he felt was the moment for some one of these various simple, memorable utterances. But in none of these forecasts had he reckoned with either the spontaneous activities of Mr. Britling or with the station-master of Matching's Easy. Oblivious of any conversational necessities between Mr. Durrock and Mr. Britling, this official now took charge of Mr. Durrock's gripsack, and falling into line with the two gentlemen as they walked towards the exit gate, resumed what was evidently an interrupted discourse upon sweet peas, originally addressed to Mr. Britling. He was a small elderly man with a determined-looking face and a sea voice, and it was clear he overestimated the distance of his hearers.
"Mr. Darling, what's head gardener up at Clavering's, he can't get sweet peas like that, try 'ow he will. Tried everything he 'as. Sand ballast he's tried. Seeds same as mine. He came along 'ere only the other day, he did, and he says to me, he says, 'Darned if I can see why a station-master should beat a professional gardener at his own game,' he says, 'but you do. And in your orf time, too, so's to speak,' he says. 'I've tried sile,' he says."
"Your first visit to England?" asked Mr. Britling of his guest.
"Absolutely," said Mr. Durrock. "I says to him, 'There's one thing you 'aven't tried,' I says,"
the station-master continued, raising his voice by a Herculean feat still higher. "I've got a little car outside here," said Mr. Britling. "I'm a couple of miles from the station."
"I says to him, I says, 'Have you tried the vibration of the trains?' I says. 'That's what you 'aven't tried, Mr. Darling. That's what you can't try,' I says. 'But you rest assured that that's the secret of my sweet peas,' I says. 'Nothing less and nothing more than the vibration of the trains.'"
Mr. Durrock's mind was a little confused by the double nature of the conversation, and by the fact that Mr. Britling spoke of a car when he meant an automobile. He handed his ticket mechanically to the station-master, who continued to repeat and endorse his anecdote at the top of his voice, as Mr. Britling disposed himself and his guest in the automobile.
"You know, you 'aven't 'urt that mudguard, sir, not the slightest bit that matters," shouted the station-master. "I've been looking at it. It's my fence that suffered most, and that's only strained the post a little bit. Shall I put your bag in behind, sir?"
Mr. Durrock assented, and then, after a momentary hesitation, rewarded the station-master's services. "Ready?" asked Mr. Britling.
"That's all right, sir,"
the station-master reverberated. With a rather wide curve, Mr. Britling steered his way out of the station into the high road. 4. And now it seemed was the time for Mr. Durrock to make his meditated speeches. But an unexpected complication was to defeat this intention. Mr. Durrock perceived almost at once that Mr. Britling was probably driving an automobile for the first or second, or at the extremest the third time in his life. The thing became evident when he struggled to get into the high gear, an attempt that stopped the engine, and it was even more startlingly so when Mr. Britling narrowly missed a collision with a baker's cart at a corner. "I pressed the accelerator," he explained afterwards, "instead of the brake. One does at first. I missed him by less than a foot." The estimate was a generous one. And after that Mr. Durrock became too anxious not to distract his host's thoughts to persist with his conversational openings. An attentive silence came upon both gentlemen, that was broken presently by a sudden outcry from Mr. Britling, and a great noise of tormented gears. "Damn!" cried Mr. Britling, and "How the devil—" Mr. Durrock perceived that his host was trying to turn the car into a very beautiful gateway, with gate-houses on either side. Then it was manifest that Mr. Britling had abandoned this idea, and then they came to a stop a dozen yards or so along the main road. "Missed it," said Mr. Britling, and took his hands off the steering wheel and blew stormily, and then whistled some bars of a fretful air, and became still. "Do we go through these ancient gates?" asked Mr. Durrock. Mr. Britling looked over his right shoulder and considered problems of curvature and distance. "I think," he said, "I will go round outside the park. It will take us a little longer, but it will be simpler than backing and maneuvering here now. These electric starters are remarkably convenient things. Otherwise, now I should have to get down and wind up the engine." After that came a corner, the rounding of which seemed to present few difficulties, until suddenly Mr. Britling cried out, "Eh! Oh, damn!" Then the two gentlemen were sitting side by side in a rather sloping car that had ascended the bank and buried its nose in a hedge of dog-rose and honeysuckle, from which two missel thrushes, a blackbird, and a number of sparrows had made a hurried escape. 5. "Perhaps," said Mr. Britling without assurance, and after a little peaceful pause, "I can reverse out of this." He seemed to feel some explanation was due to Mr. Durek. "You see, at first, it's perfectly simple. One steers round a corner, and then one doesn't put the wheel straight again, and so one keeps on going round, more than one meant to. It's the bicycle habit. The bicycle rights itself. One expects a car to do the same thing. It was my fault. The book explains all this question clearly, but just at the moment I forgot." He reflected and experimented in a way that made the engine scold and fuss. "You see, she won't budge for the reverse. She's embedded. Do you mind getting out and turning the wheel back? Then, if I reverse, perhaps we'll get a move on." Mr. Durek descended, and there were considerable efforts. "If you'd just grip the spokes. Yes, so. 1, 2, 3. No. Well, let's just sit here until somebody comes along to help us. Oh, somebody will come all right. Won't you get up again?" And after a reflective moment, Mr. Durek resumed his seat beside Mr. Britling. 6. The two gentlemen smiled at each other to dispel any suspicion of discontent. "My driving leaves something to be desired," said Mr. Britling with an air of frank impartiality, "but I have only just got this car for myself, after some years of hired cars, the sort of lazy arrangement where people supply car, driver, petrol, tires, insurance, and everything at so much a month. It bored me abominably. I can't imagine now how I stood it for so long. They sent me down a succession of compact, scornful boys, who used to go fast when I wanted to go slow, and slow when I wanted to go fast, and who used to take every corner on the wrong side at top speed, and charge dogs and hens for the sport of it, and all sorts of things like that. They would not even let me choose my roads. I should have got myself a car long ago and driven it, if it wasn't for that infernal business with the handle one had to do when the engine stopped. But here, you see, is a reasonably cheap car with an electric starter. American, I need scarcely say. And here I am, going at my own pace." Mr. Durek glanced for a moment at the petty disorder of the hedge in which they were embedded, and smiled, and admitted that it was certainly much more agreeable. Before he had finished saying as much, Mr. Britling was talking again. He had a quick and rather jerky way of speaking. He seemed to fire out a thought directly it came into his mind, and he seemed to have a loaded magazine of thoughts in his head. He spoke almost exactly twice as fast as Mr. Durek, clipping his words much more, using much compacter sentences, and generally cutting his corners, and this put Mr. Durek off his game. That rapid attack, while the transatlantic interlocutor is deploying, is indeed a not infrequent defect of conversations between Englishmen and Americans. It is a source of many misunderstandings. The two conceptions of conversation differ fundamentally. The English are much less disposed to listen than the American. They have not quite the same sense of conversational give and take, and at first they are apt to reduce their visitors to the role of auditors, wondering when their turn will begin. Their turn never does begin. Mr. Durrock sat deeply in his slanting seat, with a half-face to his celebrated host, and said, "Yep," and "Sure," and "That is so," in the dry, grave tones that he believed an Englishman would naturally expect him to use, realizing this only very gradually. Mr. Britling, from his praise of the enterprise that had at last brought a car he could drive within his reach, went on to that favourite topic of all intelligent Englishmen, the adverse criticism of things British. He pointed out that the central position of the brake and gear levers in his automobile made it extremely easy for the American manufacturer to turn it out either as a left-handed or a right-handed car, and so adapt it either to the continental or to the British rule of the road. No English cars were so adaptable. We British suffered much from our insular rule of the road, just as we suffered much from our insular weights and measures. But we took a perverse pride in such disadvantages. The eruption of American cars into England was a recent phenomenon. It was another triumph for the tremendous organizing ability of the American mind. They were doing with the automobile what they had done with clocks and watches and rifles. They had standardized and machined wholesale, while the British were still making the things one by one. It was an extraordinary thing that England, which was the originator of the industrial system, and the original developer of the division of labor, should have so fallen away from systematic manufacturing. He believed this was largely due to the influence of Oxford and the established church. At this point, Mr. Durrock was moved by an anecdote. "It will help to illustrate what you are saying, Mr. Britling, about systematic organization, if I tell you a little incident that happened to a friend of mine in Toledo, where they are setting up a big plant with a view to capturing the entire American and European market in the class of the $1,000 car." "There's no end of such little incidents," said Mr. Britling, cutting in without apparent effort. "You see, we get it on both sides. Our manufacturer class was, of course, originally an insurgent class. It was a class of distended craftsmen. It had the craftsman's natural enterprise and natural radicalism. As soon as it prospered and sent its boys to Oxford, it was lost. Our manufacturing class was assimilated in no time to the conservative classes, whose education has always had a Mandarin quality. Very, very little of it, and very cold and choice. In America you have so far had no real conservative class at all. Fortunate continent! You cast out your Tories, and you are left with nothing but Whigs and Radicals. But our peculiar bad luck has been to get a sort of revolutionary who is a Tory Mandarin too. Ruskin and Morris, for example, were as reactionary and anti-scientific as the dukes and the bishops. Machine haters, science haters, rule of thumbites to the bone. So are our current socialists. They've filled this country with the idea that the ideal automobile ought to be made entirely by the hand labor of traditional craftsmen, quite individually, out of beaten copper, wrought iron, and seasoned oak. All this electric starter business, and this electric lighting outfit I have here, is perfectly hateful to the English mind. It isn't that we are simply backward in these things. We are antagonistic. The British mind has never really tolerated electricity. At least, not that sort of electricity that runs through wires. Too slippery and glib for it. Associates it with Italians and fluency generally, with Volta, Galvani, Marconi, and so on. The proper British electricity is that high-grade useless long sparking stuff you get by turning round a glass machine. Stuff we used to call frictional electricity. Keep it in Leyden jars. At Clavering's here they still refuse to have electric bells. There was a row when the Solomonsons, who were tenants here for a time, tried to put them in." Mr. Durrock had followed this cascade of remarks with a patient smile and a slowly nodding head. "What you say," he said, "forms a very marked contrast indeed with the sort of thing that goes on in America. This friend of mine I was speaking of, the one who is connected with an automobile factory in Toledo." Of course, Mr. Britling burst out again, even conservatism isn't an ultimate thing. After all, we and your enterprising friend at Toledo are very much the same blood. The conservatism, I mean, isn't racial. And our earlier energy shows it isn't in the air or in the soil. England has become unenterprising and sluggish because England has been so prosperous and comfortable. Exactly, said Mr. Durrock. My friend of whom I was telling you was a man named Robinson, which indicates pretty clearly that he was of genuine English stock, and, if I may say so, quite of your build and complexion. Racially, I should say he was, well, very much what you are. End of Book 1, Chapter 1, Sections 1 to 6. Book 1, Chapter 1, Sections 7 to 12 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 7. This rally of Mr. Durrock's mind was suddenly interrupted. Mr. Britling stood up, and putting both hands to the sides of his mouth, shouted, "Yee-yaw! Ah-yah! There!" at unseen hearers. After shouting again several times, it became manifest that he had attracted the attention of two willing but deliberate laboring men. They emerged slowly, first as attentive heads, from the landscape. With their assistance, the car was restored to the road again. Mr. Durrock assisted manfully, and noted the respect that was given to Mr. Britling, and the shillings that fell to the men with an intelligent detachment. They touched their hats, they called Mr. Britling "Sir." They examined the car distantly but kindly. "Ain't hurty, not a bit he ain't, not really," said one encouragingly. And indeed, except for a slight crumpling of the mudguard and the detachment of the wire of one of the headlights, the automobile was uninjured. Mr. Britling resumed his seat. Mr. Durrock gravely and in silence got up beside him. They started with the usual convulsion, as though something had pricked the vehicle unexpectedly and shamefully behind. And from this point Mr. Britling, driving with meticulous care, got home without further mishap, excepting only that he scraped off some of the metal edge of his footboard against the gate-post of his very agreeable garden. His family welcomed his safe return, visitor and all, with undisguised relief and admiration. A small boy appeared at the corner of the house, and then disappeared hastily again. "Daddy's got back all right at last!" they heard him shouting to unseen hearers. 8. Mr. Durrock, though he was a little incommoded by the suppression of his story about Robinson, for when he had begun a thing he liked to finish it, found Mr. Britling's household at once thoroughly British, quite un-American, and a little difficult to follow. It had a quality that at first he could not define at all. Compared with anything he had ever seen in his life before, it struck him as being— he found the word at last— sketchy. For instance, he was introduced to nobody except his hostess, and she was indicated to him by a mere wave of Mr. Britling's hand. "That's Edith," he said, and returned at once to his car to put it away. Mrs. Britling was a tall, freckled woman, with pretty, bright brown hair and preoccupied brown eyes. She welcomed him with a handshake, and then a wonderful English parlour-maid. She, at least, was according to expectations, took his gripsack and guided him to his room. "Lunch, sir," she said, "is outside," and closed the door, and left him to that and a towel-covered can of hot water. It was a square-looking old red brick house he had come to, very handsome in a simple Georgian fashion, with a broad lawn before it and great blue cedar trees, and a drive that came frankly up to the front door, and then went off with Mr. Britling and the car round to unknown regions at the back. The centre of the house was a big airy hall, oak-panelled, warmed in winter only by one large fireplace, and abounding in doors, which he knew opened into the square separate rooms that England favours. Bookshelves and stuffed birds comforted the landing outside his bedroom. He descended to find the hall occupied by a small bright bristling boy in white flannel shirt and knickerbockers and bare legs and feet. He stood before the vacant open fireplace in an attitude that Mr. Durrock knew instantly was also Mr. Britling's. "Lunch is in the garden," the Britling scion proclaimed, "and I've got to fetch you. And, I say, is it true? Are you American?" "Why, surely," said Mr. Durrock. "Well, I know some American," said the boy. "I learned it." "Tell me some," said Mr. Durrock, smiling still more amiably. "Oh, well, God darn you! Ouch! Gee whiz! Soak him, Maud! It's up to you, Duke." "Now, where did you learn all that?" asked Mr. Durrock, recovering. "Out of the Sunday supplement," said the youthful Britling. "Why, then you know all about Buster Brown," said Mr. Durrock. "He's fine, eh?" The Britling child hated Buster Brown. He regarded Buster Brown as a totally unnecessary infant. He detested the way he wore his hair and the peculiar cut of his knickerbockers, and him. He thought Buster Brown the one drop of paraffin in the otherwise delicious feast of the Sunday supplement. But he was a diplomatic child. "I think I like Happy Hooligan better," he said, "and dat old Maud." He reflected with joyful eyes, Buster clean forgotten. "Every week," he said, "she kicks someone." It came to Mr. Durrock as a very pleasant discovery that a British infant could find a common ground with the small people at home in these characteristically American jests. He had never dreamt that the fine wine of Maud and Buster could travel. "Maud's a treat," said the youthful Britling, relapsing into his native tongue. Mr. Britling appeared, coming to meet them. He was now in a grey flannel suit. He must have jumped into it, and altogether very much tidier. 9. The long, narrow table under the big sycamores between the house and the adapted barn that Mr. Durrock learnt was used for dancing and all that sort of thing, was covered with a blue linen diaper cloth, and that too surprised him. This was his first meal in a private household in England, and for obscure reasons he had expected something very stiff and formal, with spotless napery. He had also expected a very stiff and capable service by implacable parlour-maids, and the whole thing indeed highly genteel. But 2 cheerful women-servants appeared from what was presumably the kitchen direction, wheeling a curious wicker erection, which his small guide informed him was called Aunt Clatter, manifestly deservedly, and which bore on its shelves the substance of the meal. And while the maids at this migratory sideboard carved and opened bottles and so forth, the small boy and a slightly larger brother, assisted a little by 2 young men of no very defined position and relationship, served the company. Mrs. Britling sat at the head of the table, and conversed with Mr. Durrock by means of hostess questions and imperfectly accepted answers, while she kept a watchful eye on the proceedings. The composition of the company was a matter for some perplexity to Mr. Durrock. Mr. and Mrs. Britling were at either end of the table, that was plain enough. It was also fairly plain that the 2 barefooted boys were little Britlings. But beyond this was a cloud of uncertainty. There was a youth of perhaps 17, much darker than Britling, but with nose and freckles rather like his, who might be an early son or a stepson. He was shock-headed, and with that look about his arms and legs that suggests overnight growth. And there was an unmistakable young German, very pink, with close-cropped fair hair, glasses, and a Panama hat, who was probably the tutor of the younger boys. Mr. Durek also was wearing his hat. His mind had been filled with an exaggerated idea of the treacheries of the English climate before he left New York. Everyone else was hatless. Finally, before one reached the limits of the explicable, there was a pleasant young man, with a lot of dark hair and very fine dark blue eyes, whom everybody called Teddy. For him Mr. Durek hazarded secretary. But in addition to these normal and understandable presences, there was an entirely mysterious pretty young woman in blue linen, who sat and smiled next to Mr. Britling, and there was a rather kindred-looking girl with darker hair on the right of Mr. Durek, who impressed him at the very outset as being still prettier, and he didn't quite place her at first, somehow familiar to him. There was a large, irrelevant, middle-aged lady in black, with a gold chain and a large nose, between Teddy and the tutor. There was a tall middle-aged man with an intelligent face, who might be a casual guest. There was an Indian young gentleman, faultlessly dressed up to his bronze soft linen collar and cuffs, and thereafter an uncontrolled outbreak of fine bronze modelling and abundantly fuzzy hair. And there was a very erect and attentive baby of a year or less, sitting up in a perambulator and gesticulating cheerfully to everybody. This baby it was that most troubled the orderly mind of Mr. Durek. The research for its paternity made his conversation with Mrs. Britling almost as disconnected and absent-minded as her conversation with him. It almost certainly wasn't Mrs. Britling's. The girl next to him, or the girl next to Mr. Britling, or the lady in black might any of them be married, but if so, where was the spouse? It seemed improbable that they would wheel out a foundling to lunch. Realizing at last that the problem of relationship must be left to solve itself, if he did not want to dissipate and consume his mind entirely, Mr. Durek turned to his hostess, who was enjoying a brief lull in her administrative duties, and told her what a memorable thing the meeting of Mr. Britling in his own home would be in his life, and how very highly America was coming to esteem Mr. Britling and his essays. He found that with a slight change of person, one of his premeditated openings was entirely serviceable here. And he went on to observe that it was novel and entertaining to find Mr. Britling driving his own automobile, and to note that it was an automobile of American manufacture. In America they had standardized and systematized the making of such things as automobiles to an extent that would, he thought, be almost startling to Europeans. It was certainly startling to the European manufacturers. In illustration of that, he might tell a little story of a friend of his called Robinson, a man who, curiously enough, in general build and appearance, was very reminiscent indeed of Mr. Britling. He had been telling Mr. Britling as much on his way here from the station. His friend was concerned with several others in one of the biggest attacks that had ever been made upon what one might describe in general terms as the $1,000 light automobile market. What they said practically was this: this market is a jigsaw puzzle waiting to be put together and made one. We are going to do it. But that was easier to figure out than to do. At the very outset of this attack, he and his associates found themselves up against an unexpected and very difficult proposition. At first Mrs. Britling had listened to Mr. Durek with an almost undivided attention, but as he had developed his opening, the feast upon the blue linen table had passed on to a fresh phase that demanded more and more of her directive intelligence. The two little boys appeared suddenly at her elbows. "Shall we take the plates and get the strawberries, Mummy?" they asked simultaneously. Then one of the neat maids in the background had to be called up and instructed in undertones, and Mr. Durrick saw that for the present Robinson's illuminating experience was not for her ears. A little baffled, but quite understanding how things were, he turned to his neighbor on his left. The girl really had an extraordinarily pretty smile, and there was something in her soft, bright brown eye, like the movement of some quick little bird. And she was like somebody he knew. Indeed she was. She was quite ready to be spoken to. "I was telling Mrs. Britling," said Mr. Durrick, "what a very great privilege I esteem it to meet Mr. Britling in this highly familiar way." "You've not met him before?" "I missed him by 24 hours when he came through Boston on the last occasion. Just 24 hours. It was a matter of very great regret to me." "I wish I'd been paid to travel round the world." "You must write things like Mr. Britling, and then Mr. Conn will send you." "Don't you think if I promised well?" "You'd have to write some promissory notes, I think, just to convince him it was all right." The young lady reflected on Mr. Britling's good fortune. "He saw India. He saw Japan. He had weeks in Egypt. And he went right across America." Mr. Durrick had already begun on the liner to adapt himself to the hopping inconsecutiveness of English conversation. He made now what he felt was quite a good hop, and he dropped his voice to a confidential undertone. It was probably Adam in his first conversation with Eve who discovered the pleasantness of dropping into a confidential undertone beside a pretty ear with a pretty wave of hair above it. "It was in India, I presume," murmured Mr. Durrick, "that Mr. Britling made the acquaintance of the coloured gentleman." "Coloured gentleman?" She gave a swift glance down the table, as though she expected to see something purple with yellow spots. "Oh, that is one of Mr. Lawrence Carmine's young men," she explained even more confidentially, and with an air of discussing the silver bowl of roses before him. "He's a great authority on Indian literature. He belongs to a society for making things pleasant for Indian students in London, and he has them down." "And Mr. Lawrence Carmine?" he pursued. Even more intimately and confidentially she indicated Mr. Carmine, as it seemed by a motion of her eyelash. Mr. Durrick prepared to be even more sotto voce, and to plumb a much profounder mystery. His eye rested on the perambulator. He leant a little nearer to the ear. But the strawberries interrupted him. "Strawberries," said the young lady, and directed his regard to his left shoulder by a little movement of her head. He found one of the boys with a high-piled plate ready to serve him. And then Mrs. Britling resumed her conversation with him. She was ignorant, she said, of things American, that she did not even know if they had strawberries there. At any rate, here they were at the crest of the season, and in a very good year. And in the rose season, too. It was one of the dearest vanities of English people to think their apples and their roses and their strawberries the best in the world. "And their complexions," said Mr. Durrick over the pyramid of fruit, quite manifestly intending a compliment. So that was all right. But the girl on the left of him was speaking across the table to the German tutor, and did not hear what he had said. So that even if it wasn't very neat, it didn't matter. Then he remembered that she was like that old daguerreotype of a cousin of his grandmother's, that he had fallen in love with when he was a boy. It was her smile. Of course, of course! And he'd sort of adored that portrait. He felt a curious disposition to tell her as much. "What makes this visit even more interesting, if possible, to me," he said to Mrs. Britling, "than it would otherwise be, is that this Essex country is the country in which my maternal grandmother was raised, and also, long way back, my mother's father's people. My mother's father's people were very early New England people indeed. Well, no, if I said Mayflower it wouldn't be true, but it would approximate. They were Essex Hinkinsons. That's what they were. I must be a good third of me at least Essex. My grandmother was an Essex coroner. I must confess I've had some thought." "Coroner?" said the young lady at his elbow sharply. "I was telling Mrs. Britling I had some thought." "But about those Essex relatives of yours?" "Well, of finding if they were still about in these parts. Say, I haven't dropped a brick, have I?" He looked from one face to another. "She's a coroner," said Mrs. Britling. "Well," said Mr. Durrock, and hesitated for a moment. It was so delightful that one couldn't go on being just discreet. The atmosphere was free and friendly. His intonation disarmed offence. And he gave the young lady the full benefit of a quite expressive eye. "I'm very pleased to meet you, Cousin Corner. How are the old folks at home?" 10. The bright interest of this consulship helped Mr. Durrock more than anything to get the better of his Robinson anecdote crave, and when presently he found his dialogue with Mr. Britling resumed, he turned at once to this remarkable discovery of his long-lost and indeed hitherto unsuspected relative. "It's an American sort of thing to do, I suppose," he said apologetically, "but I almost thought of going on Monday, to Market Saffron, which was the locality of the Hinkinsons, and just looking about at the tombstones in the churchyard for a day or so." "Very probably," said Mr. Britling, "you'd find something about them in the parish registers. Lots of our registers go back 300 years or more. I'll drive you over in my little old car." "Oh, I wouldn't put you to that trouble," said Mr. Durrock hastily. "It's no trouble. I like the driving, what I've had of it, and while we're at it we'll come back by Harborough High Oak and look up the Corner pedigree. They're all over that district still, and the road's not really difficult. It's only a bit up and down and roundabout." "I couldn't think, Mr. Britling, of putting you to that much trouble." "It's no trouble. I want a day off, and I'm dying to take Gladys." "Gladys?" said Mr. Durrock, with sudden hope. "That's my name for the lil car. I'm dying to take her for something like a decent run. I've only had her out 4 times altogether, and I've not got her up yet to 40 miles, which I'm told she ought to do easily. We'll consider that settled." For the moment Mr. Durrock couldn't think of any further excuse. But it was very clear in his mind that something must happen. He wished he knew of somebody who could send a recall telegram from London to prevent him committing himself to the casual destinies of Mr. Britling's car again. And then another interest became uppermost in his mind. "You'd hardly believe me," he said, "if I told you that Miss Corner of yours has a quite extraordinary resemblance to a miniature I've got away there in America of a cousin of my maternal grandmother's. She seems a very pleasant young lady." But Mr. Britling supplied no further information about Miss Corner. "It must be very interesting," he said, "to come over here and pick up these American families of yours on the monuments and tombstones. You know, of course, that district south of Evesham where every other church monument bears the Stars and Stripes, the arms of departed Washingtons. I doubt, though, if you'll still find the name about there. Nor will you find many Hinkinsons in Market Saffron. But lots of this country here has 500 or 600-year-old families still flourishing. That's why Essex is so much more genuinely Old England than Surrey, say, or Kent. Round here you'll find Corners and Fairleys, and then you get Cappels, and then away down towards Dunmow and Braintree, Maynard's and Bing's. And there are oaks and hornbeams in the park about Claverings that have echoed to the howling of wolves and the clank of men in armour. All the old farms here are moated, because of the wolves. Claverings itself is Tudor, and rather fine too, and the cottages still wear thatch. He reflected. Now, if you went south of London instead of northward, it's all different. You're in a different period, a different society. You're in London suburbs right down to the sea. You'll find no genuine estates left, not of our deep-rooted familiar sort. You'll find millionaires and that sort of people sitting in the old places. Surrey is full of rich stockbrokers, company promoters, bookies, judges, newspaper proprietors, sort of people who fence the paths across their parks. They do something to the old places. I don't know what they do, but instantly the countryside becomes a villadom, and little sub-estates and red-brick villas and art cottages spring up, and a kind of new hard neatness, and pneumatic tire and automobile spirit advertisements, great glaring boards by the roadside, and all the poor people are inspected and rushed about until they forget who their grandfathers were. They become villa parasites and odd job men, and grow beastly rich and buy gramophones. This Essex and yonder Surrey are as different as Russia and Germany. But for one American who comes to look at Essex, 20 go to Godalming and Guildford and Dorking and Lewes and Canterbury. Those Surrey people are not properly English at all. They are strenuous. You have to get on or get out. They drill their gardeners, lecture very fast on agricultural efficiency, and have miniature rifle ranges in every village. It's a county of new notice boards and barbed wire fences. There's always a policeman round the corner. They dress for dinner. They dress for everything. If a man gets up in the night to look for a burglar, he puts on the correct costume, or doesn't go. They've got a special scientific system for urging on their tramps. And they lock up their churches on a weekday. Half their soil is hard chalk or a rationalistic sand, only suitable for bunkers and villa foundations. And they play golf in a large, expensive, thorough way, because it's the thing to do. Now, here in Essex, we're as lax as the 18th century. We hunt in any old clothes. Our soil is a rich, succulent clay. It becomes semi-fluid in winter, when we go about in waders shooting duck. All our finger-posts have been twisted round by facetious men years ago, and we pool our breeds of hens and pigs. Our roses and oaks are wonderful. That alone shows that this is the real England. If I wanted to play golf, which I don't being a decent Essex man, I should have to motor 10 miles into Hertfordshire. And for rheumatics and longevity, Surrey can't touch us. I want you to be clear on these points, because they really will affect your impressions of this place. This country is a part of the real England, England outside London and outside manufactures. It's one with Wessex and Mercia or Old Yorkshire, or for that matter, of that with Meath or Lothian. And it's the essential England still. 11. It detracted a little from Mr. Durrock's appreciation of this flow of information that it was taking them away from the rest of the company. He wanted to see more of his new-found cousin, and what the baby and the Bengali gentleman, who manifestly one mustn't call coloured, and the large-nosed lady, and all the other inexplicables would get up to. Instead of which, Mr. Britling was leading him off alone, with an air of showing him round the premises, and talking too rapidly and variously for a question to be got in edgeways, much less any broaching of the matter that Mr. Durrock had come over to settle. There was quite a lot of rose garden. It made the air delicious. And it was full of great tumbling bushes of roses and of neglected standards, and it had a long pergola of creepers and trailers and a great arbour, and underneath, over the beds everywhere, contrary to all the rules, The blossom of a multitude of pansies and stock and little trailing plants swarmed and crowded and scrimmaged and drilled and fought great massed attacks. And then Mr. Britling talked their way round a red-walled vegetable garden with an abundance of fruit trees, and through a door into a terraced square that had once been a farmyard outside the converted barn. The barn doors had been replaced by a door-pierced window of glass, and in the middle of the square space a deep tank had been made, full of rain-water, in which Mr. Britling remarked casually that everybody bathed when the weather was hot. Thyme and rosemary and such-like sweet-scented things grew on the terrace about the tank, and 10 trimmed little trees of arbor vitae stood sentinel. Mr. Durrock was tantalizingly aware that beyond some lilac bushes were his new-found cousin and the kindred young woman in blue playing tennis with the Indian and another young man, while, whenever it was necessary, the large-nosed lady crossed the stage and brooded soothingly over the perambulator. And Mr. Britling, choosing a seat from which Mr. Durrock just couldn't look comfortably through the green branches at the flying glimpses of pink and blue and white and brown, continued to talk about England and America in relation to each other and everything else under the sun. Presently, through a distant gate, the 2 small boys were momentarily visible, wheeling small but serviceable bicycles, followed after a little interval by the German tutor. Then an enormous grey cat came slowly across the garden court, and sat down to listen respectfully to Mr. Britling. The afternoon sky was an intense blue, with little puff-balls of cloud lined out across it. Occasionally, from chance remarks of Mr. Britling's, Mr. Durrock was led to infer that his first impressions as an American visitor were being related to his host, but as a matter of fact he was permitted to relate nothing. Mr. Britling did all the talking. He sat beside his guest and spurted and played ideas and reflections like a happy fountain in the sunshine. Mr. Durrock sat comfortably and smoked with quiet appreciation the one after-lunch cigar he allowed himself. At any rate, if he himself felt rather word-bound, the fountain was nimble and entertaining. He listened in a general sort of way to the talk. It was quite impossible to follow it thoughtfully throughout all its chinks and turnings, while his eyes wandered about the garden, and went ever and again to the flitting tennis-players beyond the green. It was all very gay and comfortable and complete. It was various and delightful, without being in the least opulent. That was one of the little secrets America had to learn. It didn't look as though it had been made or bought or cost anything. It looked as though it had happened rather luckily. Mr. Britling's talk became a wide stream flowing through Mr. Durrock's mind, bearing along momentary impressions and observations, drifting memories of all the crowded English sights and sounds of the last 5 days, filmy imaginations about ancestral names and pretty cousins, scraps of those prepared conversational openings on Mr. Britling's standing in America, the explanation about the lecture club, the still incompletely forgotten purport of the Robinson anecdote. Nobody planned the British estate system. Nobody planned the British aristocratic system. Nobody planned the confounded Constitution. It came about. It was like layer after layer wrapping round an agate. But you see it came about so happily in a way. It so suited the climate and the temperament of our people and our island. It was on the whole so cosy that our people settled down into it. You can't help settling down into it. They had already settled down by the days of Queen Anne, and heaven knows if we shall ever really get away again. We're like that little shell, the lingula, that is found in the oldest rocks and lives today. It fitted its easy conditions, and it has never modified since. Why should it? It excretes all its disturbing forces. Our younger sons go away and found colonial empires. Our surplus cottage children emigrate to Australia and Canada, or migrate into the towns. It doesn't alter this. 12. Mr. Durrock's eye had come to rest upon the barn, and its expression changed slowly from lazy appreciation to a brightening intelligence. Suddenly he resolved to say something. He resolved to say it so firmly that he determined to say it even if Mr. Britling went on talking all the time. "I suppose, Mr. Britling," he said, "this barn here dates from the days of Queen Anne." "The walls of the yard here are probably earlier, probably monastic. That grey patch in the corner, for example. The barn itself is Georgian." "And here it is still. And this farmyard, here it is still." Mr. Britling was for flying off again, but Mr. Durrock would not listen. He held on, like a man who keeps his grip on a lasso. "There's one thing I would like to remark about your barn, Mr. Britling, and I might, while I am at it, say the same thing about your farmyard." Mr. Britling was held. "What's that?" he asked. "Well," said Mr. Durrock, "the point that strikes me most about all this is that that barn isn't a barn any longer, and that this farmyard isn't a farmyard. There isn't any wheat or chaff or anything of that sort in the barn, and there never will be again. There's just a pianola and a dancing floor, and if a cow came into this farmyard everybody in the place would be shooing it out again. They'd regard it as a most unnatural object." He had a pleasant sense of talking at last. He kept right on. He was moved to a sweeping generalization. "You were so good as to ask me, Mr. Britling, a little while ago, what my first impression of England was. Well, Mr. Britling, my first impression of England that seems to me to matter in the least is this: that it looks and feels more like the traditional old England than anyone could possibly have believed, and that in reality it is less like the traditional old England than anyone would ever possibly have imagined." He was carried on even further. He made a tremendous literary epigram. "I thought," he said, "when I looked out of the train this morning, that I had come to the England of Washington Irving. I find it is not even the England of Mrs. Humphrey Ward." End of Book 1, Chapter 1. Book 1, Chapter 2, Sections 1 to 6, of Mr. Britling Sees It Through, by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 2nd. Mr. Britling continues his exposition. 1. Mr. Durrock found little reason to revise his dictum in the subsequent experiences of the afternoon. Indeed, the afternoon and the next day were steadily consistent in confirming what a very good dictum it had been. The scenery was the traditional scenery of England, and all the people seemed quicker, more irresponsible, more chaotic than anyone could have anticipated, and entirely inexplicable of any recognized code of English relationships. "You think that John Bull is dead, and a strange generation is wearing his clothes," said Mr. Britling. "I think you'll find very soon it's the old John Bull. Perhaps not Mrs. Humphrey Ward's John Bull, or Mrs. Henry Wood's John Bull, but true essentially to Shakespeare, Fielding, Dickens, Meredith. I suppose," he added, "there are changes. There's a new generation grown up." He looked at his barn and the swimming pool. "It's a good point of yours about the barn," he said. "What you say reminds me of that very jolly thing of Kipling's, about the old mill wheel that began by grinding corn and ended by driving dynamos. Only I admit that barn doesn't exactly drive a dynamo. To be frank, it's just a pleasure barn. The country can afford it." 2. He left it at that for the time, but throughout the afternoon Mr. Durrock had the gratification of seeing his thought floating round and round in the backwaters of Mr. Britling's mental current. If it didn't itself get into the stream again, its reflection at any rate appeared and reappeared. He was taken about with great assiduity throughout the afternoon, and he got no more than occasional glimpses of the rest of the Dower House circle until 6 o'clock in the evening. Meanwhile, the fountains of Mr. Britling's active and encyclopedic mind played steadily. He was inordinately proud of England, and he abused her incessantly. He wanted to state England to Mr. Durrock as the amiable summation of a grotesque assembly of faults. That was the view into which the comforts and prosperities of his middle age had brought him, from a radicalism that had in its earlier stages been angry and bitter. And for Mr. Britling, England was here. Essex was the county he knew. He took Mr. Durrock out from his walled garden by a little door into a trim paddock with 2 white goals. "We play hockey here on Sundays," he said, in a way that gave Mr. Durrock no hint of the practically compulsory participation of every visitor to Matching's Easy in this violent and dangerous exercise, and thence they passed by a rich deep lane, and into a high-road that ran along the edge of the deer park of Claverings. "We will call in on Claverings later," said Mr. Britling. "Lady Homerton has some people there for the week-end, and you ought to see the sort of thing it is, and the sort of people they are. She wanted us to lunch there to-morrow, but I didn't accept that because of our afternoon hockey." Mr. Durrock received this reason uncritically. The village reminded Mr. Durrock of Abbey's pictures. There was an inn with a sign standing out in the road, a painted sign of the Clavering Arms. It had a water trough, such as Mr. Weller senior ducked the Descender in, and a green painted table outside its inviting door. There were also a general shop and a number of very pleasant cottages, each marked with the mainstay crest. All this was grouped about a green, with real geese drilling thereon. Mr. Britling conducted his visitor, through a lich gate, into the churchyard, and there they found mossy, tumble-down tombstones, one with a skull and crossbones upon it that went back to the later 17th century. In the aisle of the church were 3 huge hatchments, and there was a side chapel devoted to the Mainstay family and the Barons Homerton, with a series of monuments that began with painted Tudor effigies, and came down to a vast stained-glass window of the vilest commercial Victorian. There were also medieval brasses of parish priests, and a marble crusader and his lady of some extinguished family, which had ruled Matching's Easy before the Mainstays came. And as the 2 gentlemen emerged from the church, they ran against the perfect vicar, Mr. Dimple, ample and genial, with an embracing laugh and an enveloping voice. "Come to see the old country," he said to Mr. Durrock. "So good of you Americans to do that. So good of you." There was some amiable sparring between the worthy man and Mr. Britling about bringing Mr. Durrock to church on Sunday morning. "He's terribly lax," said Mr. Dimple to Mr. Durrock, smiling radiantly. "Terribly lax. But then, nowadays everybody is so lax. And he's very good to my coal club. I don't know what we should do without him. So I just admonish him. And if he doesn't go to church, well, anyhow he doesn't go anywhere else. He may be a poor churchman, but anyhow he's not a dissenter." "In England, you see," Mr. Britling remarked, after they had parted from the reverend gentleman, "we have domesticated everything. We have even domesticated God." For a while Mr. Britling showed Mr. Durrock English lanes, and then came back along narrow white paths across small fields of rising wheat, to the village and a little gate that led into the park.
"Well," said Mr. Durrock, "what you say about domestication does seem to me to be very true indeed. Why, even those clouds up there look as though they had a shepherd and were grazing."
"Ready for shearing almost," said Mr. Britling.
"Indeed," said Mr. Durrock, raising his voice a little, "I've seen scarcely anything in England that wasn't domesticated, unless it was some of your back streets in London."
Mr. Britling seemed to reflect for a moment. "They're an excrescence," he said. 3. The park had a trim wildness, like nature in an old Italian picture. Dappled fallow deer grouped close at hand, and looked at the two men fearlessly. The path dropped through oak trees and some stunted bracken to a little loitering stream, that paused ever and again to play at ponds and waterfalls, and bear a fleet of water-lily leaves. And then their way curved round an indolent sweep towards the cedars and shrubberies of the great house. The house looked low and extensive to an American eye, and its red brick chimneys rose like infantry in open order along its extended line. There was a glimpse of flower-bright garden and terraces to the right as they came round the corner to the front of the house, through a path cut in the laurel bushes. Mr. Britling had a moment of exposition as they approached the entrance. "I expect we shall find Filbert from the Home Office, or is it the Local Government Board, and Sir Thomas Lute, the Treasury man. There may be some other people of that sort, the people we call the governing class. Wives also. And I rather fancy the Countess of Frensham is coming. She's strong on the Irish question. And Lady Venetia Trumpington, who they say is a beauty. I've never seen her. It's Lady Homerton's way to expect me to come in. Not that I'm an important item at these week-end social feasts, but she likes to see me on the table, to be nibbled at if anyone wants to do so, like the olives and the salted almonds. And she always asks me to lunch on Sunday, and I always refuse, because of the hockey. So, you see, I put in an appearance on the Saturday afternoon." They had reached the big doorway. It opened into a large, cool hall, adorned with the heads of hippopotami and rhinoceroses and a stuffed lion, and furnished chiefly with a vast table on which hats and sticks and newspapers were littered. A manservant with subdued, semi-confidential manner conveyed to Mr. Britling that her ladyship was on the terrace, and took the hats and sticks that were handed to him, and led the way through the house. They emerged upon a broad terrace, looking out, under great cedar trees, upon flower-beds and stone urns, and tennis lawns and yew-hedges, that dipped to give a view of distant hills. On the terrace were grouped perhaps a dozen people, for the most part holding teacups. They sat in deck chairs and folding seats about a little table that bore the tea things. Lady Homerton came forward to welcome the newcomers. Mr. Durrock was introduced as a travelling American gratified to see a typical English country house, and Lady Homerton, in a habituated way, ran over the points of her Tudor specimen. Mr. Durrock was not accustomed to titled people, and was suddenly in doubt whether you called a baroness "my lady" or "your ladyship," so he wisely avoided any form of address until he had a lead from Mr. Britling. Mr. Britling presently called her Lady Homerton. She took Mr. Durrock and sat him down beside a lady whose name he didn't catch, but who had had a lot to do with the British Embassy at Washington, and then she handed Mr. Britling over to the Right Honourable George Filbert, who was anxious to discuss certain points in the latest book of essays. The conversation of the lady from Washington was intelligent but not exacting, and Mr. Durrock was able to give a certain amount of attention to the general effect of the scene. He was a little disappointed to find that the servants didn't wear livery. In American magazine pictures, and in American cinematograph films of English stories, and in the houses of very rich Americans living in England, they do so. And the Mansion House is misleading. He had met a compatriot who had recently dined at the Mansion House, and who had described flunkies in hair powder and cloth of gold, like Thackeray's James Yellowplush. But here the only servants were two slim, discreet, and attentive young gentlemen in black coats, with a gentle piety in their manner instead of pride. And he was a little disappointed, too, by a certain lack of splendor in the company. The ladies affected him as being ill-dressed. There was none of the hard snap, the "There, what do you say to that?" about them, of the well-dressed American woman. And the men, too, were not so much tailored as unobtrusively and yet grammatically clothed. 4. He was still only in the fragmentary stage of conversation when everything was thrown into commotion by the important arrival of Lady Frensham, and there was a general reshuffling of places. Lady Frensham had arrived from London by automobile. She appeared in veils and swathings and a tremendous dust-cloak, with a sort of nephew in her train who had driven the car. She was manifestly a constitutionally triumphant woman. A certain afternoon lassitude vanished in the swirl of her arrival. Mr. Filbert removed wrappings and handed them to the manservant. "I lunched with Sir Edward Carson to-day, my dear," she told Lady Homerton, and rolled a belligerent eye at Filbert. "And is he as obdurate as ever?" asked Sir Thomas. "Obdurate? It's Redmond who's obdurate," cried Lady Frensham. "What do you say, Mr. Britling?" "A plague on both your parties," said Mr. Britling. "You can't keep out of things like that," said Lady Frensham with the utmost gusto, "when the country's on the very verge of civil war. You people who try to pretend there isn't a grave crisis when there is one will be more accountable than anyone when the civil war does come. It won't spare you, mark my words." The party had become a circle. Mr. Durrock found himself the interested auditor of a real English country-house week-end political conversation. This, at any rate, was like the England of which Mrs. Humphry Ward's novels had informed him, but yet not exactly like it. Perhaps that was due to the fact that for the most part these novels dealt with the England of the 90s, and things had lost a little in dignity since those days. But at any rate, here were political figures and titled people, and they were talking about the country. Was it possible that people of this sort did run the country after all? When he had read Mrs. Humphry Ward in America, he had always accepted this theory of the story quite easily, but now that he saw and heard them— But all governments and rulers and ruling classes, when you look at them closely, are incredible. "I don't believe the country is on the verge of civil war," said Mr. Britling. "Facts!" cried Lady Frensham, and seemed to wipe away delusions with a rapid gesture of her hands. "Are you interested in Ireland, Mr. Dirks?" asked Lady Homerton. "We see it first when we come over," said Mr. Durrock rather neatly, and after that he was free to attend to the general discussion. Lady Frensham, it was manifest, was one of that energetic body of aristocratic ladies who were taking up an irreconcilable attitude against Home Rule, in any shape or form, at that time. They were rapidly turning British politics into a system of bitter personal feuds in which all sense of imperial welfare was lost. A wild ambition to emulate the extremist suffragettes seems to have seized upon them. They insulted, they denounced, they refused every invitation, lest they should meet that traitor, the Prime Minister. They imitated the party hatreds of a fiercer age. And even now, the moderate and politic Filbert found himself treated as an invisible object. They were supported by the extremer section of the Tory press, and the most extraordinary writers were set up to froth like lunatics against the government as traitors, as men who insulted the king. The Morning Post and the lighter-witted side of the Unionist press generally poured out a torrent of partisan nonsense it is now almost incredible to recall. Lady Frensham, bridling over Lady Homerton's party, and for a time leaving Mr. Britling, hurried on to tell of the newest developments of the great feud. She had a wonderful description of Lady Londonderry sitting opposite "that old rascal the Prime Minister" at a performance of Mozart's Zauberflöte. "If looks could kill," cried Lady Frensham with tremendous gusto, "Sir Edward is quite firm that Ulster means to fight. They have machine-guns, ammunition, and I am sure the army is with us." "Where did they get those machine-guns and ammunition?" asked Mr. Britling suddenly. "Ah, that's a secret," cried Lady Frensham. Said Mr. Britling. "You see," said Lady Frensham, "it will be civil war, and yet you writing people who have influence do nothing to prevent it." "What are we to do, Lady Frensham?" "Tell people how serious it is." "You mean tell the Irish nationalists to lie down and be walked over. They won't be." "We'll see about that," cried Lady Frensham. "We'll see about that." She was a large and dignified person, with a kind of figurehead nobility of carriage, but Mr. Durrock was suddenly reminded of a girl cousin of his who had been expelled from college for some particularly elaborate and aimless rioting. "May I say something to you, Lady Frensham," said Mr. Britling, "that you have just said to me? Do you realize that this Carsonite campaign is dragging these islands within a measurable distance of civil war? It's the fault of your Lloyd George and his government. It's the fault of your socialists and sentimentalists. You've made the mischief, and you have to deal with it." "Yes, but do you really figure to yourself what a civil war may mean for the Empire? Surely there are other things in the world besides this quarrel between the Loyalists of Ulster and the Liberal government. There are other interests in this big empire than party advantages. You think you are going to frighten this Home Rule government into some ridiculous sort of collapse that will bring in the Tories at the next election. Well, suppose you don't manage that. Suppose instead that you really do contrive to bring about a civil war. Very few people here or in Ireland want it. I was over there not a month ago. But when men have loaded guns in their hands, they sometimes go off. And then people see red. Few people realize what an incurable sore opens when fighting begins. Suppose part of the army revolts, and we get some extraordinary and demoralizing fighting over there. India watches these things. Bengal may imitate Ireland. At that distance, rebellion and treason are rebellion and treason, whether they are coloured orange or green. And then suppose the Germans see fit to attack us." Lady Frensham had a woman's elusiveness. "Your Redmondites would welcome them with open arms." "It isn't the Redmondites who invited them now, anyhow," said Mr. Britling, springing his mine. "The other day one of your Loyalists, Andrews, was talking in the Morning Post of preferring conquest by Germany to Home Rule. Craig has been at the same game. Major Crawford, the man who ran the German Mausers last April, boasted that he would transfer his allegiance to the German Emperor rather than see Redmond in power." "Rhetoric," said Lady Frensham, "rhetoric." "But one of your Ulster papers has openly boasted that arrangements have been made for a powerful continental monarch to help an Ulster rebellion." "Which paper?" snatched Lady Frensham. Mr. Britling hesitated. Mr. Filbert supplied the name. "I saw it. It was the Irish Churchman." "You two have got your case up very well," said Lady Frensham. "I didn't know Mr. Britling was a party man." "The Nationalists have been circulating copies," said Filbert, naturally." "They make it look worse than mere newspaper talk and speeches," Mr. Britling pressed. "Carson, it seems, was lunching with the German Emperor last autumn. A fine fuss you'd make if Redmond did that. All this gun-running, too, is German gun-running." "What does it matter if it is?" said Lady Frensham, allowing a belligerent eye to rest for the first time on Filbert. "You drove us to it. One thing we are resolved upon at any cost. Johnny Redmond may rule England if he likes. He shan't rule Ireland." Mr. Britling shrugged his shoulders, and his face betrayed despair. "My one consolation," he said, "in this storm, is a talk I had last month with a young Irishwoman in Meath. She was a young person of 12, and she took a fancy to me. I think because I went with her in an alleged dangerous canoe she was forbidden to navigate alone. All day the eternal Irish question had banged about over her observant head. When we were out on the water, she suddenly decided to set me right upon a disregarded essential. 'You English,' she said, 'are just a bit disposed to take all this trouble seriously. Don't you fret yourself about it. Half the time we're just laughing at you. You'd best leave us all alone.' And then he went off at a tangent from his own anecdote. "But look at this miserable spectacle!" he cried. "Here is a chance of getting something like a reconciliation of the old feud of English and Irish, and something like a settlement of these ancient distresses. And there seems no power, no conscience, no sanity in any of us, sufficient to save it from this cantankerous bitterness, this sheer wicked mischief of mutual exasperation. Just when Ireland is getting a gleam of prosperity. A murrain on both your parties." "I see, Mr. Britling, you'd hand us all over to Jim Larkin." "I'd hand you all over to Sir Horace Plunkett." "That doctrinaire dairyman!" cried Lady Frensham, with an air of quite conclusive repartee. "You are hopeless, Mr. Britling. You are hopeless." And Lady Homerton, seeing that the phase of mere personal verdicts drew near, created a diversion by giving Lady Frensham a second cup of tea, and fluttering like a cooling fan about the heated brows of the disputants. She suggested tennis. 5. Mr. Britling was still flushed and ruffled as he and his guest returned towards the Dower House. He criticized England himself unmercifully, but he hated to think that in any respect she fell short of perfection. Even her defects, he liked to imagine, were just a subtler kind of power and wisdom. And Lady Frensham had stuck her voice and her gestures through all these amiable illusions. He was like a lover who calls his lady a foolish rogue, and is startled to find that facts and strangers do literally agree with him. But it was so difficult to resolve Lady Frensham, and the Irish squabble generally, into anything better than idiotic mischief, that for a time he was unusually silent, wrestling with the problem, and Mr. Durrock got the conversational initiative. "To an American mind, it's a little startling," said Mr. Durrock, "to hear ladies expressing such vigorous political opinions." "I don't mind that," said Mr. Britling. "Women over here go into politics and into public-houses. I don't see why they shouldn't. If such things are good enough for men, they are good enough for women. We haven't your sort of chivalry. But it's the peculiar malignant silliness of this sort of Toryism that's so discreditable. It's discreditable. There's no good in denying it. Those people you have heard and seen are a not unfair sample of our governing class, of a certain section of our governing class, as it is today. Not at all unfair. And you see how amazingly they haven't got hold of anything. There was a time when they could be politic. Hidden away, they have politic instincts even now. But it makes me sick to think of this Irish business. Because, you know, it's true. We are drifting towards civil war there." "You are of that opinion?" asked Mr. Durrock. "Well, isn't it so? Here's all this Ulster gun running. You heard how she talked of it. Isn't it enough to drive the South into open revolt?" "Is there very much, do you think, in the suggestion that some of this Ulster trouble is a German intrigue? You and Mr. Filbert were saying things—" "I don't know," said Mr. Britling shortly. "I don't know," he repeated, "but it isn't because I don't think our Unionists and their opponents aren't foolish enough for anything of the sort. It's only because I don't believe that the Germans are so stupid as to do such things. Why should they?" "It makes me expressionless with anger," said Mr. Britling after a pause, reverting to his main annoyance. "They won't consider any compromise. It's sheer love of quarrelling. Those people there think that nothing can possibly happen. They are like children in a nursery, playing at rebellion. Unscathed and heedless. Until there is death at their feet, they will never realize they are playing with loaded guns." For a time he said no more, and listened perfunctorily while Mr. Durrock tried to indicate the feeling in New England towards the Irish question, and the many difficult propositions an American politician has to face in that respect. And when Mr. Britling took up the thread of speech again, it had little or no relation to Mr. Durrock's observations. "The psychology of all this recent insubordination and violence is curious, exasperating too. I don't quite grasp it. It's the same thing whether you look at the suffrage business or the Labour people or at this Irish muddle. People may be too safe. You see, we live at the end of a series of secure generations in which none of the great things of life have changed materially. We've grown up with no sense of danger, that is to say, with no sense of responsibility. None of us, for though I talk, my actions belie me, really believe that life can change very fundamentally any more forever. All this," Mr. Britling waved his arm comprehensively, "looks as though it was bound to go on steadily forever. It seems incredible that the system could be smashed. It seems incredible that anything we can do will ever smash the system. Lady Humberton, for example, is incapable of believing that she won't always be able to have week-end parties at Clavering's, and that the letters and the tea won't come to her bedside in the morning. Or, if her imagination goes to the point of supposing that some day she won't be there to receive the tea, it means merely that she supposes somebody else will be. Her pleasant butler may fear to lose his situation, but nothing on earth could make him imagine a time when there will not be a situation for him to lose. Old Asquith thinks that we always have got along, and that we always shall get along, by being quietly artful and saying, 'Wait and see.' And it's just because we are all convinced that we are so safe against a general breakdown that we are able to be so recklessly violent in our special cases. Why shouldn't women have the vote, they argue? What does it matter? And bang goes a bomb in Westminster Abbey. Why shouldn't Ulster create an impossible position? And off trots some demented Carsonite to Germany to play at treason on some half-word of the German Emperor's and buy 500,000 rifles. Exactly like children being very, very naughty." "And," said Mr. Britling, with a gesture to round off his discourse, "we do go on. We shall go on. Until there is a spark right into the magazine. We have lost any belief we ever had that fundamental things happen. We are everlasting children in an everlasting nursery." And immediately he broke out again. "The truth of the matter is that hardly anyone has ever yet mastered the fact that the world is round. The world is round, like an orange. The thing is told us, like any old scandal at school. For all practical purposes, we forget it. Practically, we all live in a world as flat as a pancake, where time never ends and nothing changes. Who really believes in any world outside the circle of the horizon? Here we are, and visibly nothing is changing. And so we go on to nothing will ever change. It just goes on, in space, in time. If we could realize that round world beyond, then indeed we should go circumspectly. If the world were like a whispering gallery, what whispers might we not hear now? From India, from Africa, from Germany. Warnings from the past, intimations of the future. We shouldn't heed them. 6. And indeed, at the very moment when Mr. Britling was saying these words, in Sarajevo, in Bosnia, where the hour was somewhat later, men whispered together, and one held nervously to a black parcel that had been given him, and nodded as they repeated his instructions. A black parcel, with certain unstable chemicals, and a curious arrangement of detonators therein. A black parcel destined ultimately to shatter nearly every landmark of Mr. Britling's and Lady Frenham's cosmogony. End of Book 1, Chapter 2, Sections 1 to 6. Book 1, Chapter 2, Sections 7 through 9 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 7. When Mr. Durrock and Mr. Britling returned to the Dower House, the guest was handed over to Mrs. Britling, and Mr. Britling vanished, to reappear at supper time. For the Britlings had a supper in the evening instead of dinner. When Mr. Britling did reappear, every trace of his vexation with the levities of British politics and the British ruling class had vanished altogether, and he was no longer thinking of all that might be happening in Germany or India. While he was out of the way, Mr. Durrock extended his acquaintance with the Britling household. He was taken round the garden and shown the roses by Mrs. Britling, and beyond the rose garden, in a little arbour, they came upon Miss Corner reading a book. She looked very grave and pretty reading a book. Mr. Durrock came to a pause in front of her, and Mrs. Britling stopped beside him. The young lady looked up and smiled. "The last new novel?" asked Mr. Durrock pleasantly. "Campanella's City of the Sun." "My word! But isn't that stiff reading?" "You haven't read it," said Miss Corner. "It's a dry old book, anyhow." "It's no good pretending you have," she said. And there Mr. Durrock felt the conversation had to end. "She's a very pleasant young lady to have about," he said to Mrs. Britling, as they went on towards the barn court. "She's all at loose ends," said Mrs. Britling, "and she reads like a whatever does read. One drinks like a fish, one eats like a wolf." They found the German tutor in a little court playing badminton with the two younger boys. He was a plump young man with glasses and compact gestures. The game progressed chiefly by misses, and the score was counted in German. He won thoughtfully, and chiefly through the ardor of the younger brother, whose enthusiastic returns invariably went out. Instantly the boys attacked Mrs. Britling with a concerted enthusiasm. "Mummy, is it to be dressing up supper?" Mrs. Britling considered, and it was manifest that Mr. Durrock was material to her answer. "We wrap ourselves up in curtains and bright things instead of dressing," she explained. "We have a sort of wardrobe of fancy dresses. Do you mind?" Mr. Durrock was delighted. And this being settled, the two small boys went off with their mother upon some special decorative project they had conceived, and Mr. Durrock was left for a time to Herr Heinrich. Herr Heinrich suggested a stroll in the rose garden, and as Mr. Durek had not hitherto been shown the rose garden by Herr Heinrich, he agreed. Sooner or later, everybody, it was evident, had got to show him that rose garden. "And how do you like living in an English household?" asked Mr. Durek, getting to business at once. "It's interesting to an American to see this English establishment, and it must be still more interesting to a German." "I find it very different from Pomerania," said Herr Heinrich. "In some respects it is more agreeable, in others less so. It is a pleasant life, but it is not a serious life." "At any time," continued Herr Heinrich, "someone may say, 'Let us do this thing,' or 'Let us do that thing,' and then everything is disarranged. People walk into the house without ceremony. There is much kindness, but no politeness. Mr. Britling will go away for 3 or 4 days, and when he returns, and I come forward to greet him and bow, he will walk right past me, or he will say just like this, 'How do, Heinrich?'" "Are you interested in Mr. Britling's writings?" Mr. Durek asked. "There again I am puzzled. His work is known even in Germany. His articles are reprinted in German and Austrian reviews. You would expect him to have a certain authority of manner. You would expect there to be discussion at the table upon questions of philosophy and aesthetics. It is not so. When I ask him questions, it is often that they are not seriously answered. Sometimes it is as if he did not like the questions I asked of him. Yesterday I asked of him, did he agree or did he not agree with Mr. Bernard Shaw? He just said, I wrote it down in my memoranda, he said, 'Oh, mixed pickles.' What can one understand of that? Mixed pickles!" The young man's sedulous blue eyes looked out of his pink face through his glasses at Mr. Durek, anxious for any light he could offer upon the atmospheric vagueness of this England. He was, he explained, a student of philology, preparing for his doctorate. He had not yet done his year of military service. He was studying the dialects of East Anglia. "You go out among the people?" Mr. Durek inquired. "No, I do not do that. But I ask Mr. Carmine and Mrs. Britling and the boys many questions, and sometimes I talk to the gardener." He explained how he would prepare his thesis, and how it would be accepted, and the nature of his army service, and the various stages by which he would subsequently ascend in the orderly professorial life to which he was destined. He confessed a certain lack of interest in philology, but, he said, "It is what I have to do." And so he was going to do it all his life through. For his own part, he was interested in ideas of universal citizenship, in Esperanto and Edo and universal languages, and such-like attacks upon the barriers between man and man. But the authorities at home did not favor cosmopolitan ideas, and so he was relinquishing them. "Here it is as if there were no authorities," he said with a touch of envy. Mr. Durek induced him to expand that idea. Herr Heinrich made Mr. Britling his instance. If Mr. Britling were a German, he would certainly have some sort of title, a definite position, responsibility. Here he was not even called Herr Doctor. He said what he liked. Nobody rewarded him. Nobody reprimanded him. When Herr Heinrich asked him of his position, whether he was above or below Mr. Bernard Shaw, or Mr. Arnold White, or Mr. Garvin, or any other publicist, he made jokes. Nobody here seemed to have a title, and nobody seemed to have a definite place. There was Mr. Lawrence Carmine. He was a student of Oriental questions. He had to do with some public institution in London that welcomed Indian students. He was a Geheimrat. "Eh?" said Mr. Durek. "It is, what do they call it? The Essex County Council." But nobody took any notice of that. And when Mr. Filbert, who was a minister in the government, came to lunch, he was just like anyone else. It was only after he had gone that Herr Heinrich had learnt by chance that he was a minister and right honourable. In Germany everything is definite. Every man knows his place, has his papers, is instructed what to do."
"Yet," said Mr. Durk, with his eyes on the glowing roses, the neat arbor, the long line of the red wall of the vegetable garden, and a distant gleam of cornfield, "it all looks orderly enough."
"It is as if it had been put in order ages ago," said Herr Heinrich.
"And was just going on by habit," said Mr. Durk, taking up the idea. Their comparisons were interrupted by the appearance of Teddy, the secretary, and the Indian young gentleman, damp and genial, as they explained, from the boats. It seemed that down below somewhere was a pond with a punt and an island and a toy dinghy. And while they discussed swimming and boating, Mr. Carmine appeared from the direction of the park, conversing gravely with the elder son. They had been for a walk and a talk together. There were proposals for a badminton foursome. Mr. Durk emerged from the general interchange with Mr. Lawrence Carmine, and then strolled through the rose garden to see the sunset from the end. Mr. Durk took the opportunity to verify his impression that the elder son was the present Mrs. Britling's stepson, and he also contrived by a sudden admiration for a distant row of evening primroses to deflect their path past the arbor in which the evening light must now be getting a little too soft for Miss Corner's book. Miss Corner was drawn into the sunset party. She talked to Mr. Carmine, and displayed, Mr. Durk thought, great originality of mind. She said the City of the Sun was like the cities the boys sometimes made on the playroom floor. She said it was the dearest little city, and gave some amusing particulars. She described the painted walls that made the tour of the Civitas Solis a liberal education. She asked Mr. Carmine, who was an authority on Oriental literature, why there were no Indian or Chinese utopias. Now, it had never occurred to Mr. Durk to ask why there were no Indian or Chinese utopias, and even Mr. Carmine seemed surprised to discover this deficiency. "The primitive patriarchal village is utopia to India and China," said Mr. Carmine, when they had a little digested the inquiry. "Or, at any rate, it is their social ideal. They want no utopias." "Utopias came with cities," he said, considering the question. "And the first cities, as distinguished from courts and autocratic capitals, came with ships. India and China belong to an earlier age. Ships, trade, disorder, strange relationships, unofficial literature, criticism, and then this idea of some novel remaking of society." 8. Then Mr. Durk fell into the hands of Hugh, the eldest son, and, anticipating the inevitable, said that he liked to walk in the rose garden. So they walked in the rose garden. "Do you read Utopias?" said Mr. Durk, cutting any preface in the English manner. "Oh, rather," said Hugh, and became at once friendly and confidential. "We all do," he explained. "In England everybody talks of change, and nothing ever changes." "I found Miss Corner reading, what was it, The Sun People? Some old classical Italian work." "Campanella," said Hugh, without betraying the slightest interest in Miss Corner. "Nothing changes in England, because the people who want to change things change their minds before they change anything else. I've been in London talking for the last half-year, studying art, they call it. Before that I was a science student, and I want to be one again. Don't you think, sir, there's something about science? It's steadier than anything else in the world." Mr. Durk thought that the moral truths of human nature were steadier than science, and they had one of those little discussions of real life that begin about a difference inadequately apprehended, and do not so much end as are abandoned. Hugh struck him as being more speculative and detached than any American college youth of his age that he knew, but that might not be a national difference, but only the Britling strain. He seemed to have read more and more independently, and to be doing less.
and he was rather more restrained and self-possessed. Before Mr. Durrick could begin a proper inquiry into the young man's work and outlook, he had got the conversation upon America. He wanted tremendously to see America. "The Dad says in one of his books that over here we are being, and that over there you are beginning. It must be tremendously stimulating to think that your country is still being made." Mr. Durrick thought that an interesting point of view. "Unless something tumbles down here, we never think of altering it," the young man remarked, "and even then we just shore it up." His remarks had the effect of floating off from some busy mill of thought within him. Hitherto Mr. Durrick had been inclined to think the silent, observant youth, with his hands in his pockets and his shoulders a little humped, as probably shy and adolescently ineffective. But the head was manifestly quite busy. "Miss Corner," he began, taking the first thing that came into his head, and then he remembered that he had already made the remark he was going to make not 5 minutes ago. "What form of art," he asked, "are you contemplating in your studies at the present time in London?" Before this question could be dealt with at all adequately, the two small boys became active in the garden, beating in everybody to dress up before supper. The secretary, Teddy, came in a fatherly way to look after Mr. Durrick and see to his draperies. 9. Mr. Durrick gave his very best attention to this business of draping himself, for he had not the slightest intention of appearing ridiculous in the eyes of Miss Corner. Teddy came with an armful of stuff that he thought might do. "What'll I come as?" asked Mr. Durrick. "We don't wear costumes," said Teddy. "We just put on all the brightest things we fancy. If it's any costume at all, it's Futurist." "And surely why shouldn't one?" asked Mr. Durrick, greatly struck by this idea. "Why should we always be tied by the fashions and periods of the past?" He rejected a rather Mephistopheles-like costume of crimson, and a scheme for a brigand-like ensemble based upon what was evidently an old bolero of Mrs. Britling's, and after some reflection he accepted some black silk tights. His legs were not legs to be ashamed of. Over this he tried various brilliant wrappings from the Dower House armoire, and chose at last, after some hesitation, in the direction of a piece of gold and purple brocade, a big square of green silk curtain stuff adorned with golden pheasants, and other large and dignified ornaments. This he wore toga fashion over his light silken undervest. Teddy had insisted on the abandonment of his shirt, "if you want to dance at all," and fastened with a large green glass-jewelled brooch. From this his head and neck projected, he felt, with a tolerable dignity. Teddy suggested a fillet of green ribbon, and this Mr. Durrick tried, but after prolonged reflection before the glass, rejected. He was still weighing the effect of this fillet upon the mind of Miss Corner when Teddy left him to make his own modest preparations. Teddy's departure gave him a chance for profile studies, by means of an arrangement of the long mirror and the table looking-glass that he had been too shy to attempt in the presence of the secretary. The general effect was quite satisfactory. "Wall," he said with a quaver of laughter, "now who'd have thought it?" and smiled a consciously American smile at himself before going down. The company was assembling in the panelled hall, and made a brilliant show in the light of the acetylene candles against the dark background. Mr. Britling, in a black velvet cloak and black silk tights, was a deeper shade among the shadows. The highlights were Miss Corner and her sister, in glittering garments of peacock green and silver that gave a snake-like quality to their lithe bodies. They were talking to the German tutor, who had become a sort of cotton Cossack, a spectacled Cossack in buff and bright green. Mrs. Britling was dignified and beautiful in a purple jibba, and her stepson had become a handsome still figure of black and crimson. Teddy had contrived something elaborate and effective in the Egyptian style, with a fish-basket and a cuirass of that thin matting one finds behind washstands. The small boys were brigands, with immensely baggy breeches, and cummerbunds in which they had stuck a selection of paper knives and toy pistols and similar weapons. Mr. Carmine and his young man had come provided with real Indian costumes. The feeling of the company was that Mr. Carmine was a mullah. The aunt-like lady with the noble nose stood out amidst these levities, in a black silk costume with a gold chain. She refused, it seemed, to make herself absurd, though she encouraged the others to extravagance by nods and enigmatical smiles. Nevertheless, she had put pink ribbons in her cap. A family of father, golden-haired mother, and 2 young daughters, sympathetically attired, had just arrived, and were discarding their outer wrappings with the assistance of host and hostess. It was all just exactly what Mr. Durrick had never expected in England, and equally unexpected was the supper on a long candle-lit table without a cloth. No servants were present, but on a sideboard stood a cold salmon, and cold joints, and Kalteraufschnitt, and Kartoffelsalat, and a variety of other comestibles, and many bottles of beer and wine and whiskey. One helped oneself and anybody else one could, and Mr. Durrick did his best to be very attentive to Mrs. Britling and Miss Corner, and was greatly assisted by the latter. Everybody seemed unusually gay and bright-eyed. Mr. Durrick found something exhilarating and oddly exciting in all this unusual bright costume, and in this easy mutual service. It made everybody seem franker and simpler. Even Mr. Britling had revealed a sturdy handsomeness that had not been apparent to Mr. Durrick before, and young Britling left no doubts now about his good looks. Mr. Durrick forgot his mission and his position, and indeed things generally, in an irrational satisfaction that his golden pheasants harmonized with the glitter of the warm and smiling girl beside him. And he sat down beside her. "You sit anywhere," said Mrs. Britling, with far less compunction than in his ordinary costume he would have felt for so direct a confession of preference. And there was something in her eyes, it was quite indefinable and yet very satisfying, that told him that now he escaped from the stern square imperatives of his patriotic tailor in New York, she had made a discovery of him. Everybody chattered gaily, though Mr. Durrick would have found it difficult to recall afterwards what it was they chattered about, except that somehow he acquired the valuable knowledge that Miss Corner was called Cecily, and her sister Letty, and then, so far old Essex custom held, the masculine section was left for a few minutes for some imaginary drinking and a lighting of cigars and cigarettes, after which everybody went through interwoven moonlight and afterglow to the barn. Mr. Britling sat down to a pianola in the corner and began the familiar cadences of Whistling Rufus. "You dance?" said Miss Cecily Corner. "I've never been much of a dancing man," said Mr. Durrick. "What sort of dance is this?" "Just anything. A two-step." Mr. Durrick hesitated, and regretted a well-spent youth, and then Hugh came prancing forward with outstretched hands and swept her away. Just for an instant Mr. Durrick felt that this young man was a trifle superfluous. But it was very amusing dancing. It wasn't any sort of taught formal dancing. It was a spontaneous retort to the leaping American music that Mr. Britling footed out. You kept time, and for the rest you did as your nature prompted. If you had a partner, you joined hands, you fluttered to and from one another, you paced down the long floor together, you involved yourselves in romantic pursuits and repulsions with other couples. There was no objection to your dancing alone. Teddy, for example, danced alone in order to develop certain Egyptian gestures that were germinating in his brain. There was no objection to your joining hands in a cheerful serpent. Mr. Durrock hung on to Sissy and her partner. They danced very well together. They seemed to like and understand each other. It was natural, of course, for two young people like that, thrown very much together, to develop an affection for one another. Still, she was older by 3 or 4 years. It seemed unreasonable that the boy, anyhow, shouldn't be in love with her. It seemed unreasonable that anyone shouldn't be in love with her. Then Mr. Durrock remarked that Sissy was watching Teddy's maneuvers over her partner's shoulder with real affection and admiration. But then, most refreshingly, she picked up Mr. Durrock's gaze and gave him the slightest of smiles. She hadn't forgotten him. The music stopped with an effect of shock, and all the bobbing, whirling figures became walking glories. "Now that's not difficult, is it?" said Miss Corner, glowing happily. "Not when you do it," said Mr. Durrock. "I can't imagine an American not dancing a two-step. You must do the next with me. Listen, it's Away Down Indiana. Ah, I knew you could." Mr. Durrock, too, understood now that he could, and they went off holding hands, rather after the fashion of two skaters. "My word," said Mr. Durrock, "to think I'd be dancing!" But he said no more, because he needed his breath. He liked it, and he had another attempt with one of the visitor daughters, who danced rather more formally, and then Teddy took the pianola, and Mr. Durrock was astonished by the spectacle of an eminent British thinker, in a whirl of black velvet and extremely active black legs, engaged in a kind of Apache dance in pursuit of the visitor wife, in which Mr. Lawrence Carmine suddenly mingled. "In Germany," said Herr Heinrich, "we do not dance like this. It could not be considered seemly. But it is very pleasant." And then there was a waltz, and Herr Heinrich bowed to and took the visitor wife round 3 times, and returned her very punctually and exactly to the point whence he had taken her. And the Indian young gentleman, who must not be called coloured, waltzed very well with Cecily. Mr. Durrock tried to take a tolerant European view of this brown and white combination, but he secured her as soon as possible from this Asiatic entanglement, and danced with her again. And then he danced with her again. "Come and look at the moonlight," cried Mrs. Britling. And presently Mr. Durrock found himself strolling through the rose garden with Cecily. She had the sweetest moonlight face. Her white shining robe made her a thing of moonlight altogether. If Mr. Durrock had not been in love with her before, he was now altogether in love. Mamie Nelson, whose freakish unkindness had been rankling like a poisoned thorn in his heart all the way from Massachusetts, suddenly became ancient history. A tremendous desire for eloquence arose in Mr. Durrock's soul, a desire so tremendous that no conceivable phrase he could imagine satisfied it. So he remained tongue-tied. And Cecily was tongue-tied too. The scent of the roses just tinted the clear sweetness of the air they breathed. Mr. Durrock's mood was an immense solemnity, like a dark ocean beneath the vast dome of the sky, and something quivered in every fibre of his being, like moonlit ripples on the sea. He felt at the same time a portentous stillness and an immense enterprise. Then suddenly the pianola, pounding a cakewalk, burst out into ribald invitation. "Come back to dance! cried Cecily, like one from whom a spell has just been broken. And Mr. Durrick, snatching at a vanishing scrap of everything he had not said, remarked, "I shall never forget this evening." She did not seem to hear that. They danced together again, and then Mr. Durrick danced with the visitor lady, whose name he had never heard, and then he danced with Mrs. Britling, and then he danced with Letty, and then it seemed time for him to look for Miss Cecily again. And so the cheerful evening passed until they were within a quarter of an hour of Sunday morning. Mrs. Britling went to exert a restraining influence upon the pianola. "Oh, one dance more!" cried Sissy Corner. "Oh, one dance more!" cried Letty. "One dance more!" Mr. Durrick supported. And then things really had to end. There was a rapid putting out of candles and a stowing away of things by Teddy and the sons. 2 chauffeurs appeared from the region of the kitchen and brought Mr. Lawrence Carmine's car and the visitor family's car to the front door, and everybody drifted gaily through the moonlight and the big trees to the front of the house. And Mr. Durrick saw the perambulator waiting, the mysterious perambulator, a little in the dark beyond the front door. The visitor family and Mr. Carmine and his young Indian departed. "Come to hockey!" shouted Mr. Britling to each departing carload, and Mr. Carmine, receding, answered, "I'll bring 3." Then Mr. Durrick, in accordance with a habit that had been growing on him throughout the evening, looked around for Miss Sissy Corner, and failed to find her. And then, behold, she was descending the staircase, with the mysterious baby in her arms. She held up a warning finger, and then glanced at her sleeping Burthon. She looked like a silvery Madonna, and Mr. Durrick remembered that he was still in doubt about that baby. Teddy, who was back in his flannels, seized upon the perambulator. There was much careful baby stowing on the part of Cecily. She displayed an infinitely maternal solicitude. Letty was away changing. She reappeared jauntily taking leave, disregarding the baby absolutely, and Teddy departed bigamously, wheeling the perambulator between the 2 sisters into the hazes of the moonlight. There was much crying of good nights. Mr. Durrick's curiosities narrowed down to a point of great intensity. Of course, Mr. Britling's circle must be a very advanced circle. End of Book 1, Chapter 2, Section 7 to 9. Book 1, Chapter 2, Sections 10 to 11 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 10. Mr. Durrick found he had taken leave of the rest of the company, and drifted into a little parlour with Mr. Britling, and certain glasses and siphons, and a whisky decanter on a tray. "It is a very curious thing," said Mr. Durrick, "that in England I find myself more disposed to take stimulants, and that I no longer have the need for iced water that one feels at home. I ascribe it to a greater humidity in the air. One is less dried, and one is less braced. One is no longer pursued by a thirst, but one needs something to buck one up a little. Thank you, that is enough." Mr. Durrick took his glass of whisky and soda from Mr. Britling's hand. Mr. Britling seated himself in an armchair by the fireplace, and threw one leg carelessly over the arm. In his black velvet cloak and cap, and his black silk tights, he was very like a minor character, a court chamberlain, for example, in some cloak and rapier drama. "I find this week-end dancing and kicking about wonderfully wholesome," he said. That and our Sunday hockey. One starts the new week clear and bright about the mind. Friday is always my worst working day." Mr. Durrock leant against the table, wrapped in his golden pheasants, and appreciated the point. "Your young people dance very cheerfully," he said. "We all dance very cheerfully," said Mr. Britling. "Then this Miss Corner," said Mr. Durrock, "she is the sister, I presume, is she, of that pleasant young lady who is married, she is married, isn't she, to the young man you call Teddy?" I should have explained these young people. They're the sort of young people we are producing over here now in quite enormous quantity. They are the sort of equivalent of the Russian intelligentsia, an irresponsible middle class with ideas. Teddy, you know, is my secretary. He's the son, I believe, of a Kilburn solicitor. He was recommended to me by Datcher of the Times. He came down here and lived in lodgings for a time. Then suddenly appeared the young lady." "Miss Corner's sister." "Exactly. The village was a little startled. The cottager who had let the rooms came to me privately. Teddy is rather touchy on the point of his personal independence. He considers any demand for explanations as an insult, and probably all he had said to the old lady was, 'This is Letty, come to share my rooms.' I put the matter to him very gently. 'Oh, yes,' he said, rather in the manner of someone who has overlooked a trifle. 'I got married to her in the Christmas holidays. May I bring her along to see Mrs. Britling?' We induced him to go into a little cottage I rent. The wife was the daughter of a Colchester journalist and printer. I don't know if you talked to her." "I've talked to the sister, rather." "Well, they're both idea'd. They're highly educated in the sense that they do really think for themselves, almost fiercely. So does Teddy. If he thinks he hasn't thought anything he thinks for himself, he goes off and thinks it different. The sister is a teacher who wants to take the B.A. degree in London University. Meanwhile, she pays the penalty of her sex." "Meaning?" asked Mr. Durrock, startled. "Oh, that she puts in a great deal too much of her time upon housework and minding her sister's baby." "She's a very interesting and charming young lady indeed," said Mr. Durrock, "with a sort of Western college freedom of mind, and something about her that isn't American at all." Mr. Britling was following the train of his own thoughts. "My household has some amusing contrasts," he said. "I don't know if you have talked to that German. He's always asking questions, and you tell him any old thing, and he goes and writes it down in his room upstairs, and afterwards asks you another like it in order to perplex himself by the variety of your answers. He regards the whole world with a methodical distrust. He wants to document it and pin it down. He suspects it only too justly of disorderly impulses and a capacity for self-contradiction. He is the most extraordinary contrast to Teddy, whose confidence in the universe amounts almost to effrontery. Teddy carries our national laxness to a foolhardy extent. He is capable of leaving his watch in the middle of Clavering's Park and expecting to find it a month later, being carefully taken care of by a squirrel, I suppose, when he happens to want it. He's rather like a squirrel himself, without the habit of hoarding. He is incapable of asking a question about anything. He would be quite sure it was all right anyhow. He would feel that asking questions betrayed a want of confidence, was a sort of incivility. But my German, if you notice, his normal expression is one of grave solicitude. He is like a conscientious ticket collector among his impressions. And did you notice how beautifully my pianola rolls are all numbered and catalogued? He did that. He set to work and did it as soon as he got here, just as a good cat when you bring it into the house sets to work and catches mice. Previously, the pianola music was chaos. You took what God sent you." "And he looks like a German," said Mr. Britling. "He certainly does that," said Mr. Durrock. "He has the fair type of complexion, the rather full habit of body, the temperamental disposition, but in addition that close-cropped head, it is almost as if it were shaved, the plumpness, the glasses. Those are things that are made. And the way he carries himself, and the way he thinks, his meticulousness. When he arrived he was delightful. He was wearing a student's corps cap and a rucksack. He carried a violin. He seemed to have come out of a book. No one would ever dare to invent so German a German for a book. Now, a young Frenchman or a young Italian or a young Russian coming here might look like a foreigner, but he wouldn't have the distinctive national stamp a German has. He wouldn't be plainly French or Italian or Russian. Other peoples are not made. They are neither made nor created, but proceeding, out of 1,000 indefinable causes. The Germans are a triumph of directive will. I had to remark the other day that when my boys talked German they shouted. But when one talks German one must shout, said Herr Heinrich. It is taught so in the schools. And it is. They teach them to shout and to throw out their chests, just as they teach them to read notice boards and to not think about politics. Their very ribs are not their own. My Herr Heinrich is comparatively a liberal thinker. He asked me the other day, but why should I give myself up to philology? But then, he reflected, it is what I have to do. Mr. Britling seemed to have finished. And then, just as Mr. Durek was planning a way of getting the talk back by way of Teddy to Miss Corner, he snuggled more deeply into his chair, reflected, and broke out again. This contrast between Heinrich's carefulness and Teddy's easy-goingness, come to look at it, is, I suppose, one of the most fundamental in the world. It reaches to everything. It mixes up with education, statecraft, morals. Will you make or will you take? Those are the two extreme courses in all such things. I suppose the answer of wisdom to that is, like all wise answers, a compromise. I suppose one must accept and then make all one can of it. Have you talked at all to my eldest son? He's a very interesting young man indeed, said Mr. Durek. I should venture to say there's a very great deal in him. I was most impressed by the few words I had with him. There, for example, is one of my perplexities, said Mr. Britling. Mr. Durek waited for some further light on this sudden transition. Your troubles in life haven't begun yet. Wait till you're a father. That cuts to the bone. You have the most delicate thing in the world in hand, a young kindred mind. You feel responsible for it. You know you are responsible for it. And you lose touch with it. You can't get at it. Nowadays we've lost the old tradition of fatherhood by divine right, and we haven't got a new one. I've tried not to be a cramping ruler, a director, a domestic tyrant to that lad. And in effect it's meant his going his own way. I don't dominate. I hoped to advise. But you see, he loves my respect and good opinion. Too much. When things go well, I know of them. When the world goes dark for him, then he keeps his trouble from me. Just when I would so eagerly go into it with him. There's something the matter now. Something. It may be grave. I feel he wants to tell me. And there it is. It seems I am the last person to whom he can humiliate himself by a confession of blundering or weakness. Something I should just laugh at and say, "That's in the blood of all of us, dear spit of myself. Let's see what's to be done." He paused, and then went on, finding in the unfamiliarity and transitoriness of his visitor a freedom he might have failed to find in a close friend. I am frightened at times, at all I don't know about in that boy's mind. I know nothing of his religiosities. He's my son, and he must have religiosities. I know nothing of his ideas or of his knowledge about sex and all that side of life. I do not know of the things he finds beautiful. I can guess at times, that's all, when he betrays himself. You see, you don't know really what love is until you have children. One doesn't love women. Indeed you don't. One gives and one gets. It's a trade. One may have tremendous excitements and expectations and overwhelming desires. That's all very well in its way. But the love of children is an exquisite tenderness. It rends the heart, is a thing of God. And I lie awake at nights and stretch out my hands in the darkness to this lad, who will never know until his sons come in their time." He made one of his quick turns again. "And that's where our English way makes for distresses. Mr. Prussian respects and fears his father, respects authorities, attends, obeys, and his father has a hold upon him. But I said to myself at the outset, no, whatever happens, I will not usurp the place of God. I will not be the priest-patriarch of my children. They shall grow, and I will grow beside them, helping but not cramping or overshadowing. They grow more, but they blunder more. Life ceases to be a discipline and becomes an experiment." "That is very true," said Mr. Durrock, to whom it seemed the time was ripe to say something. "This is the problem of America, perhaps even more than of England. Though I have not had the parental experience you have undergone, I can see very clearly that a son is a very serious proposition." "The old system of life was organization. That is where Germany is still the most ancient of European states. It's a reversion to a tribal cult. It's atavistic. To organize or discipline or mold characters or press authority is to assume that you have reached finality in your general philosophy. It implies an assured end. Heinrich has his assured end, his philological professorship or thereabouts, as a part of the Germanic machine. And that, too, has its assured end in German national assertion. Here we have none of those convictions. We know we haven't finality, and so we are open and apologetic and receptive rather than willful. You see, all organization, with its implication of finality, is death. We feel that. The Germans don't. What you organize, you kill. Organized morals, or organized religion, or organized thought are dead morals and dead religion and dead thought. Yet some organization you must have. Organization is like killing cattle. If you do not kill some, the herd is just waste. But you mustn't kill all, or you kill the herd. The unkilled cattle are the herd, the continuation. The unorganized side of life is the real life. The reality of life is adventure, not performance. What isn't adventure isn't life. What can be ruled about can be machined. But priests and schoolmasters and bureaucrats get hold of life and try to make it all rules, all etiquette and regulation and correctitude. And parents and the love of parents make for the same thing. It is all very well to experiment for oneself, but when one sees these dear things of one's own, so young and inexperienced, and so capable of every sort of gallant foolishness, walking along the narrow plank, going down into dark jungles, then it makes one want to wrap them in laws and foresight, and fence them about with verboten boards in all the conceivable aspects." "In America, of course, we do set a certain store upon youthful self-reliance," said Mr. Durrock. "As we do here. It's in your blood and our blood. It's the instinct of the English, and the Irish anyhow, to suspect government, and take the risks of the chancy way. And manifestly the Russians, if you read their novelists, have the same twist in them. When we get this young Prussian here, he's a marvel to us. He really believes in law. He likes to obey. That seems a sort of joke to us. It's curious how foreign these Germans are to all the rest of the world, because of their docility. Scratch the Russian and you get the Tartar. Educate the Russian, or the American, or the Englishman, or the Irishman, or Frenchman, or any real Northern European except the German, and you get the anarchist. That is to say, the man who dreams of order without organization, of something beyond organization." "It's 1 o'clock," said Mr. Britling abruptly, perceiving a shade of fatigue upon the face of his hearer, and realizing that his thoughts had taken him too far. "And Sunday. Let's go to bed." 11. For a time Mr. Durrick could not sleep. His mind had been too excited by this incessant day, with all its novelties and all its provocations to comparison. The whole complicated spectacle grouped itself, with a naturalness and a complete want of logic that all who have been young will understand, about Cecily Corner. She had to be in the picture, and so she came in as though she were the central figure, as though she were the quintessential England. There she was, the type, the blood, the likeness of no end of Massachusetts families, the very same stuff indeed. And yet she was different. For a time his thoughts hovered ineffectively about certain details of her ear and cheek, and one may doubt if his interest in these things was entirely international. Then he found himself under way, with an exposition of certain points to Mr. Britling. In the security of his bed, he could imagine that he was talking very slowly and carefully while Mr. Britling listened. Already he was more than half-way to dreamland, or he could not have supposed anything so incredible. "There's a curious sort of difference," he was saying. "It is difficult to define, but on the whole I might express it by saying that such a gathering as this, if it was in America, would be drawn with harder lines, would show its bones more, and have everything more emphatic. And just to take one illustrative point. In America, in such a gathering as this, there would be bound to be several jokes going on, as it were, running jokes and running criticisms, from day to day and from week to week. There would be jokes about your writing and your influence, and jokes about Miss Corner's advanced reading. You see, in America we pay much more attention to personal character. Here people, I notice, are not talked to about their personal characters at all, and many of them do not seem to be aware and do not seem to mind what personal characters they have. And another thing I find noteworthy is the way in which what I might call mature people seem to go on having a good time, instead of standing by and applauding the young people having a good time. And the young people do not seem to have set out to have a good time at all. Now, in America, a charming girl like Miss Corner would be distinctly more aware of herself and her vitality than she is here. Distinctly more. Her peculiarly charming sidelong look, if I might make so free with her, would have been called attention to. It's a perfectly beautiful look, the sort of look some great artist would have loved to make immortal. It's a look I shall find it hard to forget. But she doesn't seem to be aware in the least of it. In America she would be aware of it. She would be distinctly aware of it. She would have been made aware of it. She would have been advised of it. It would be looked for, and she would know it was looked for. She would give it, as a singer gives her most popular song. Mamie Nelson, for example, used to give a peculiar little throwback of the chin and a laugh. It was talked about. People came to see it. Of course, Mamie Nelson was a very brilliant girl indeed. I suppose in England you would say we spoiled her. I suppose we did spoil her. It came into Mr. Durrick's head that for a whole day he had scarcely given a thought to Mamie Nelson. And now he was thinking of her calmly. Why shouldn't one think of Mamie Nelson calmly? She was a proud, imperious thing. There was something southern in her. Very dark blue eyes she had, much darker than Miss Corner's. But how tortuous she had been behind that outward pride of hers. For 4 years she had let him think he was the only man who really mattered in the world, and all the time, quite clearly and definitely, she had deceived him. She had made a fool of him, and she had made a fool of the others perhaps, just to have her retinue and play the queen in her world. And at last, humiliation, bitter humiliation. and Mamie with her chin in the air and her bright triumphant smile looking down on him. Hadn't he, she asked, had the privilege of loving her? She took herself at the value they had set upon her. Well, somehow, that wasn't right. All the way across the Atlantic, Mr. Durrock had been trying to forget her downward glance with the chin up during that last encounter, and other aspects of the same humiliation. The years he had spent upon her, the time, always relying upon her assurance of a special preference for him. He tried to think he was suffering from the pangs of unrequited love, and to conceal from himself just how bitterly his pride and vanity had been rent by her ultimate rejection. There had been a time when she had given him reason to laugh in his sleeve at Booth Wilmington. Perhaps Booth Wilmington had also had reason for laughing in his sleeve. Had she even loved Booth Wilmington, or had she just snatched at him? Wasn't he, Durrock, as good a man as Booth Wilmington anyhow? For some moments the old sting of jealousy rankled again. He recalled the flaring rivalry that had ended in his defeat, the competition of gifts and treats, a thing so open that all Carrierville knew of it, discussed it, took sides. And over it all, Mamie, with her flashing smile, had sailed like a processional goddess. Why, they had made jokes about him in the newspapers. One couldn't imagine such a contest in Matching's Easy. Yet surely, even in Matching's Easy, there are lovers. Is it something in the air, something in the climate, that makes things harder and clearer in America? Sissy, why shouldn't one call her Sissy in one's private thoughts anyhow, would never be as hard and clear as Mamie. She had English eyes, merciful eyes. That was the word, merciful. The English light, the English air, are merciful. Merciful. They tolerate old things and slow things and imperfect apprehensions. They aren't always getting at you. They don't laugh at you. At least, they laugh differently. Was England the tolerant country, with its kind eyes and its wary sidelong look? Toleration, in which everything mellowed and nothing was destroyed. A soft country. A country with a passion for imperfection. A padded country. England, all stuffed with soft feathers, under one's ear. A pillow, with soft, kind corners, beautiful rounded corners, dear, dear corners, sissy corners. Corners, could there be a better family? Massachusetts, but in heaven. Harps playing two-steps, and kind angels wrapped in moonlight. Very softly, I and you, one turn, two turn, three turn, two, off we go. End of Book 1, Chapter 2. Book 1, Chapter 3, Sections 1 to 4 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 3rd. The entertainment of Mr. Durrock reaches a climax. 1. Breakfast was in the open air, and a sunny, easy-going feast. Then the small boys laid hands on Mr. Durrock, and showed him the pond and the boats, while Mr. Britling strolled about the lawn with Hugh, talking rather intently. And when Mr. Durrock returned from the boats in a state of greatly enhanced popularity, he found Mr. Britling conversing over his garden railings, to what was altogether a new type of Britisher in Mr. Durrock's experience. It was a tall, lean, sun-bitten youngish man, of 40 perhaps, in brown tweeds, looking more like the Englishman of the American illustrations than anything Mr. Durrock had met hitherto. Indeed, he came very near to a complete realization of that ideal, except that there was a sort of intensity about him, and that his clipped moustache had the restrained stiffness of a wiry-haired terrier. This gentleman, Mr. Durrock learnt, was Colonel Rendezvous. He spoke in clear, short sentences. They had an effect of being punched out, and he was refusing to come into the garden and talk. "Have to do my 14 miles before lunch," he said. "You haven't seen Manning about, have you?" "He isn't here," said Mr. Britling, and it seemed to Mr. Durrock that there was the faintest ambiguity in his reply. "Have to go alone, then," said Colonel Rendezvous. "They told me that he had started to come here." "I shall motor over to Bramley High Oak for your Boy Scout festival," said Mr. Britling. "Going to have 3,000 of them," said the Colonel. "Good show." His steely eyes seemed to search the cover of Mr. Britling's garden for the missing Manning, and then he decided to give him up. "I must be going," he said. "So long. Come up." A well-disciplined dog came to heel, and the lean figure had given Mr. Durrock a semi-military salutation, and gone upon its way. It marched with a long, elastic stride. It never looked back. "Manning," said Mr. Britling, "is probably hiding up in my rose garden." "Curiously enough, I guessed from your manner that that might be the case," said Mr. Durrock. "Yes, Manning is a London journalist. He has a little cottage about a mile over there." Mr. Britling pointed vaguely. "And he comes down for the weekends. And Rendezvous has found out he isn't fit, and everybody ought to be fit. That is the beginning and end of life for Rendezvous. Fitness. An almost mineral quality, an insatiable activity of body, great mental simplicity. So he takes possession of poor old Manning and trots him for that 14 miles, at 4 miles an hour. Manning goes through all the agonies of death and damnation. He half dissolves. He pants and drags for the first 8 or 10 miles, and then I must admit he rather justifies Rendezvous' theory. He is to be found in the afternoon in a hammock, suffering from blistered feet, but otherwise unusually well. But if he can escape it, he does. He hides." "But if he doesn't want to go with Rendezvous, why does he?" said Mr. Durrock. "Well, Rendezvous is accustomed to the command of men, and Manning's only way of refusing things is on printed forms, which he doesn't bring down to Matching Zizi. Ah, behold!" Far away across the lawn, between 2 blue cedars, there appeared a leisurely form in grey flannels and a loose tie, advancing with manifest circumspection. "He's gone!" cried Britling. The leisurely form, obviously amiable, obviously a little out of condition, became more confident, drew nearer. "I'm sorry to have missed him," he said cheerfully. "I thought he might come this way. It's going to be a very warm day indeed. Let us sit about somewhere and talk." "Of course," he said, turning to Durrock. "Rendezvous is the life and soul of the country." They strolled towards a place of seats and hammocks between the big trees into the rose garden, and the talk turned for a time upon Rendezvous. "They have the tidiest garden in Essex," said Manning. "It's not Mrs. Rendezvous's fault that it is so. Mrs. Rendezvous, as a matter of fact, has a taste for the picturesque. She just puts the things about in groups in the beds. She wants them, she says, to grow anyhow. She desires a romantic disorder. But she never gets it. When he walks down the path, all the plants dress instinctively. And there's a tree near their gate. It used to be a willow. You can ask any old man in the village. But ever since Rendezvous took the place, it's been trying to present arms, with the most extraordinary results. I was passing the other day with old Windershan. "You see that there old poplar," he said. "It's a willow," said I. "No," he said, "it did used to be a willow before Colonel Rendezvous he came, but now it's a poplar. And by Jove, it is a poplar." The conversation thus opened by Manning centered for a time upon Colonel Rendezvous. He was presented as a monster of energy and self-discipline, as the determined foe of every form of looseness, slackness, and easy-goingness. "He's done wonderful work for the local Boy Scout movement," said Manning. "It's Kitchenerism," said Britling. "It's the army side of the efficiency stunt," said Manning. There followed a digression upon the Boy Scout movement, and Mr. Durrick made comparisons with the propaganda of Seton Thompson in America. "Colonel Teddyism," said Manning. "It's a sort of reaction against everything being too easy and too safe." "It's got its anti-decadent side," said Mr. Durrick. "If there is such a thing as decadence," said Mr. Britling. "If there wasn't such a thing as decadence," said Manning, "we journalists would have had to invent it." "There is something tragical in all this, what shall I call it, Kitchenerism," Mr. Britling reflected. "Here you have it rushing about and keeping itself screwed up, and trying desperately to keep the country screwed up. And all because there may be a war some day, somehow, with Germany, provided Germany is insane. It's that war, like some sort of bee in Rendezvous's brains, that is driving him along the road now to Market Saffron. He always keeps to the roads because they are severer, through all the dust and sunshine, when he might be here gossiping." "And you know, I don't see that war coming," said Mr. Britling. "I believe Rendezvous sweats in vain. I can't believe in that war. It has held off for 40 years. It may hold off forever." He nodded his head towards the German tutor, who had come into view across the lawn, talking profoundly with Mr. Britling's eldest son. "Look at that pleasant person. There he is, echt Deutsch, if anything ever was. Look at my son there. Do you see the two of them engaged in mortal combat? The thing's too ridiculous. The world grows sane. They may fight in the Balkans still. In many ways the Balkan states are in the very rear of civilization. But to imagine decent countries like this or Germany going back to bloodshed. No, when I see Rendezvous keeping it up and keeping it up, I begin to see just how poor Germany must be keeping it up. I begin to realize how sick Germany must be getting of the high road and the dust and heat and the everlasting drill and restraint. My heart goes out to the South Germans. Old Manning here always reminds me of Austria. Think of Germany coming like Rendezvous on a Sunday morning and looking stiffly over Austria's fence. Come for a good walk, man. Keep fit." "But suppose this Balkan trouble becomes acute," said Manning. "It hasn't. It won't. Even if it did, we should keep out of it." "But suppose Russia grappled Austria, and Germany flung herself suddenly upon France, perhaps taking Belgium on the way." "Oh, we should fight. Of course we should fight. Could anyone but a congenital idiot suppose we shouldn't fight? They know we should fight. They aren't altogether idiots in Germany. But the thing's absurd. Why should Germany attack France? It's as if Manning here took a hatchet suddenly and assailed Edith. It's just the dream of their military journalists. It's such schoolboy nonsense. Isn't that a beautiful pillar rose? Edith only put it in last year. I hate all this talk of wars and rumors of wars. It's worried all my life. And it gets worse and it gets emptier every year." 2. Now just at that moment there was a loud report. But neither Mr. Britling, nor Mr. Manning, nor Mr. Durrick was interrupted or incommoded in the slightest degree by that report, because it was too far off over the curve of this round world to be either heard or seen at Matching's Easy. Nevertheless, it was a very loud report. It occurred at an open space, by a river that ran through a cramped Oriental city, a city spiked with white minarets and girt about by bare hills under a blazing afternoon sky. It came from a black parcel that the Archduke Francis Ferdinand of Austria, with great presence of mind, had just flung out from the open hood of his automobile, where, tossed from the side of the quay, it had descended a few seconds before. It exploded as it touched the cobbled road just under the front of the second vehicle in the procession, and it blew to pieces the front of the automobile, and injured the aide-de-camp who was in it and several of the spectators. Its thrower was immediately gripped by the bystanders. The procession stopped. There was a tremendous commotion amongst that brightly costumed crowd, a hot excitement in vivid contrast to the Sabbath calm of Matching Zizi. Mr. Britling, to whom the explosion was altogether inaudible, continued his dissertation upon the common sense of the world and the practical security of our Western peace. 3. Lunch was an open-air feast again. 3 visitors had dropped in. They had motored down from London, piled up on a motorcycle and a sidecar. A brother and 2 sisters they seemed to be, and they had apparently reduced hilariousness to a principle. The rumours of coming hockey that had been floating on the outskirts of Mr. Durrick's consciousness ever since his arrival thickened and multiplied. It crept into his mind that he was expected to play. He decided he would not play. He took various people into his confidence. He told Mr. Britling, and Mr. Britling said, "We'll make you fullback, where you'll get a hit now and then and not have very much to do. All you have to remember is to hit with the flat side of your stick and not raise it above your shoulders." He told Teddy, and Teddy said, "I strongly advise you to dress as thinly as you can, consistent with decency, and put your collar and tie in your pocket before the game begins. Hockey is properly a winter game." He told the maiden aunt-like lady with the prominent nose, and she said, almost enviously, "Everyone here is asked to play except me. I assuage the perambulator. I suppose one mustn't be envious. I don't see why I shouldn't play. I'm not so old as all that." He told Hugh, and Hugh warned him to be careful not to get hold of one of the sprung sticks. He considered whether it wouldn't be wiser to go to his own room and lock himself in, or stroll off for a walk through Clavering's Park. But then he would miss Miss Corner, who was certain, it seemed, to come up for hockey. On the other hand, if he did not miss her, he might make himself ridiculous in her eyes, and efface the effect of the green silk stuff with the golden pheasants. He determined to stay behind until she arrived, and explain to her that he was not going to play. He didn't somehow want her to think he wasn't perfectly fit to play. Mr. Carmine arrived in an automobile with 2 Indians and a gentleman who had been a prospector in Alaska. The family who had danced overnight at the Dower House reappeared, and then Mrs. Teddy, very detached with a special hockey stick, and Miss Corner wheeling the perambulator. Then came further arrivals. At the earliest opportunity, Mr. Durrick secured the attention of Miss Corner, and lost his interest in anyone else. "I can't play this hockey," said Mr. Durrick. "I feel strange about it. It isn't an American game. Now, if it were baseball—" He left her to suppose him uncommonly hot stuff at baseball. "If you're on my side," said Cecily, "mind you pass to me." It became evident to Mr. Durrick that he was going to play this hockey after all. "Well," he said, "if I've got to play hockey, I guess I've got to play hockey. But can't I just get a bit of practice somewhere before the game begins?" So Miss Corner went off to get 2 sticks and a ball, and came back to instruct Mr. Durrick. She said he had a good eye. The 2 small boys, sending play in the air, got sticks and joined them. The overnight visitor's wife appeared from the house in abbreviated skirts, and wearing formidable shin guards. With her abundant fair hair, which was already breaking loose, so to speak, to join the fray, she looked like a short, stout, dismounted Valkyr. Her gaze was clear and firm. 4. Hockey, as it was played at the Dower House at Matching's Easy before the war, was a game combining danger, physical exercise, and kindliness in a very high degree. Except for the infant in the perambulator, and the outwardly calm but inwardly resentful aunt who wheeled the child up and down in a position of maximum danger just behind the unnetted goal, everyone was involved. Quite able-bodied people acquainted with the game played forward. The less well-informed played a defensive game behind the forward line. Elderly, infirm, and bulky persons were used chiefly as obstacles in goal. Several players wore padded leg guards, and all players were assumed to have them and expected to behave accordingly. Proceedings began with an invidious ceremony called picking up. This was heralded by Mr. Britling, clad in the diaphanous flannels and bearing a hockey stick, advancing with loud shouts to the centre of the hockey field. "Pick up! Pick up!" echoed the young Britlings. Mr. Durrock became aware of a tall, drooping man with long hair and long, digressive legs in still longer white flannel trousers, and a face that was somehow familiar. He was talking with affectionate intimacy to Manning, and suddenly Mr. Durrock remembered that it was in Manning's weekly paper, The Sectarian, in which a bitter caricaturist enlivened a biting text, that he had become familiar with the features of Manning's companion. It was Raeburn, Raeburn the insidious, Raeburn the completest product of the party system. Well, that was the English way. "Come for the pick-up!" cried the youngest Britling, seizing upon Mr. Durrock's elbow. It appeared that Mr. Britling and the overnight dinner guest, Mr. Durrock never learned his name, were picking up. Names were shouted. "I'll take Cecily," Mr. Durrock heard Mr. Britling say quite early. The opposing sides, as they were picked, fell into two groups. There seemed to be difficulties about some of the names. Mr. Britling, pointing to the more powerful-looking of the Indian gentlemen, said, "You, sir." "I'm going to speculate on Mr. Dinks," said Mr. Britling's opponent. Mr. Durrock gathered that Mr. Dinks was to be his hockey name. "You're on our side," said Mrs. Teddy. "I think you'll have to play forward, outer right, and keep a sharp eye on Sissy." "I'll do what I can," said Mr. Durrock. His captain presently confirmed this appointment. His stick was really a sort of club, and the ball was a firm, hard cricket ball. He resolved to be very gentle with Cecily, and see that she didn't get hurt. The sides took their places for the game, and a kind of order became apparent to Mr. Durrock. In the centre stood Mr. Britling and the opposing captain, and the ball lay between them. They were preparing to bully off and start the game. In a line with each of them were 4 other forwards. They all looked spirited and intent young people, and Mr. Durrock wished he had had more exercise to justify his own alert appearance. Behind each centre forward hovered one of the Britling boys. Then on each side came a vaguer row of 3 backs, persons of gentler disposition or maturer years. They included Mr. Raeburn, who was considered to have great natural abilities for hockey, but little experience. Mr. Raeburn was behind Mr. Durrock. Mrs. Britling was the centre back. Then in a corner of Mr. Durrock's side was a small girl of 6 or 7, and in the half-circle about the goal a lady in a motoring dust-coat, and a very short little man, whom Mr. Durrock had not previously remarked. Mr. Lawrence Carmine, stripped to the braces, which were richly ornamented with oriental embroidery, kept goal for our team. The centre forwards went through a rapid little ceremony. They smote their sticks on the ground, and then hit the sticks together. 1, said Mr. Britling. The operation was repeated. 2, 3, smack! Mr. Britling had got it, and the ball had gone to the shorter and sturdier of the younger Britlings, who had been standing behind Mr. Durrick's captain. Crack! And it was away to Teddy. Smack! And it was coming right at Durrick. Lordy, he said, and prepared to smite it. Then something swift and blue had flashed before him, intercepted the ball, and shot it past him. This was Cecily Corner, and she and Teddy were running abreast like the wind towards Mr. Raeburn. Hey! cried Mr. Raeburn. Stop! And advanced, as it seemed to Mr. Durrick, with unseemly and threatening gestures towards Cissy. But before Mr. Durrick could adjust his mind to this new phase of affairs, Cecily had passed the right honourable gentleman with the same mysterious ease with which she had flashed by Mr. Durrick, and was bearing down upon the miscellaneous landwehr which formed the backs of Mr. Durrick's side. You rabbit! cried Mr. Raeburn, and became extraordinarily active in pursuit, administering great lengths of arm and leg, with a centralized efficiency he had not hitherto displayed. Running hard to the help of Mr. Raeburn was the youngest Britling boy, a beautiful contrast. It was like a puff-ball supporting and assisting a conger eel. In front of Mr. Durrick the little stout man was being alert. Teddy was supporting the attack near the middle of the field, crying "Centre!" while Mr. Britling, very round and resolute, was bouncing straight towards the threatened goal. But Mrs. Teddy, running as swiftly as her sister, was between Teddy and the ball. Whack! The little short man's stick had clashed with Cecily's. Confused things happened with sticks and feet, and the little short man appeared to be trying to cut down Cecily as one cuts down a tree. She tried to pass the ball to her centre forward. Too late, and then Mrs. Teddy had intercepted it, and was flickering back towards Mr. Britling's goal in a rush, in which Mr. Durrick perceived it was his duty to join. Yes, he had to follow up Mrs. Teddy, and pick up the ball if he had a chance, and send it in to her, or the captain, or across to the left forwards, as circumstances might decide. It was perfectly clear. Then came his moment. The little formidably padded lady who had dined at the Dower House overnight made a gallant attack upon Mrs. Teddy. Out of the confusion of this clash the ball spun into Mr. Durrick's radius. Where should he smite, and how? A moment of reflection was natural. But now the easy-fitting discipline of the Dower House style of hockey became apparent. Mr. Durrick had last observed the tall young Indian gentleman, full of vitality and anxious for destruction, far away in the distance on the opposing right wing. But now, regardless of the more formal methods of the game, this young man had resolved, without further delay and at any cost, to hit the ball hard, and he was travelling like some Asiatic typhoon with an extreme velocity, across the remonstrances of Mr. Britling and the general order of his side. Mr. Durrick became aware of him just before his impact. There was a sort of collision, from which Mr. Durrick emerged with a feeling that one side of his face was permanently flattened, but still gallantly resolved to hit the comparatively lethargic ball. He and the staggered but resolute Indian clashed sticks again, and Mr. Durrick had the best of it. Years of experience couldn't have produced a better pass to the captain. Good pass! Apparently from one of the London visitors. But this was some game! The ball executed some rapid movements to and fro across the field. Our side was pressing hard. There was a violent convergence of miscellaneous backs and such-like irregulars upon the threatened goal. Mr. Britling's dozen was rapidly losing its disciplined order. One of the sidecar ladies and the gallant Indian had shifted their activities to the defensive back, and with them was a spectacled gentleman waving his stick high above all recognized rules. Mr. Durrick's captain and both Britling boys hurried to join the fray. Mr. Britling, who seemed to Mr. Durrick to be for a captain rather too demagogic, also ran back to rally his forces by loud cries. "Pass outwardly!" was the burthen of his contribution. The struggle about the Britling goal ceased to be a game and became something between a fight and a social gathering. Mr. Britling's goalkeeper could be heard shouting, "I can't see the ball! Lift your feet!" The crowded conflict lurched towards the goal-posts. "My shin!" cried Mr. Manning. "No, you don't!" Whack! But again, whack! Whack! "Ah, would you—" Whack! "Goal!" cried the sidecar gentleman. "Goal!" cried the Britling boys. Mr. Manning, as goalkeeper, went to recover the ball, but one of the Britling boys politely anticipated him. The crowd became inactive, and then began to drift back to loosely conceived positions. "It's no good swarming into goal like that," Mr. Britling, with a faint asperity in his voice, explained to his followers. "We've got to keep open and not crowd each other." Then he went confidentially to the energetic young Indian to make some restrictive explanation of his activities. Mr. Durrick strolled back towards Cecily. He was very warm and a little blown, but not, he felt, disgraced. He was winning. "You'll have to take your coat off," she said. It was a good idea. It had occurred to several people, and the boundary line was already dotted with hastily discarded jackets and wraps and so forth. But the lady in the motoring dust-coat was buttoning it to the chin. "One goal love," said the minor Britling boy. "We haven't begun yet, Sonny," said Cecily. "Sonny, that's American," said Mr. Durrick. "No, we call him Sunny Jim," said Cecily. "They're bullying off again." "Sunny Jim's American, too," said Mr. Durrick, returning to his place. The struggle was resumed, and soon it became clear that the first goal was no earnest of the quality of the struggle. Teddy and Cecily formed a terribly efficient combination. Against their brilliant rushes, supported in a vehement but effective manner by the Indian to their right, and guided by loud shoutings from Mr. Britling, setter, Mr. Durrick and the sidecar lady and Mr. Raeburn struggled in vain. One swift advance was only checked by the dust-cloak. Its folds held the ball until help arrived. Another was countered by a tremendous swipe of Mr. Raeburn's that sent the ball within an inch of the youngest Britling's head and right across the field. The third resulted in a swift pass from Cecily to the elder Britling son away on her right, and he shot the goal neatly and swiftly through the lattice of Mr. Lawrence Carmine's defensive movements. And after that, very rapidly came another goal for Mr. Britling's side, and then another. Then Mr. Britling cried out that it was half-time, and explained to Mr. Durrick that whenever one side got to 3 goals, they considered it was half-time, and had 5 minutes' rest and changed sides. Everybody was very hot and happy, except the lady in the dust-cloak, who was perfectly cool. In everybody's eyes shone the light of battle, and not a shadow disturbed the brightness of the afternoon for Mr. Durrick, except a certain unspoken anxiety about Mr. Raeburn's trousers. You see, Mr. Durrick had never seen Mr. Raeburn before, and knew nothing about his trousers. They appeared to be coming down. To begin with, they had been rather loose over the feet and turned up, and as the game progressed, fold after fold of concertinaed flannel gathered about his ankles. Every now and then Mr. Raeburn would seize the opportunity of some respite from the game to turn up a fresh 6 inches or so of this accumulation. Naturally, Mr. Durrick expected this policy to end unhappily. He did not know that the flannel trousers of Mr. Raeburn were like a river, that they could come down forever and still remain inexhaustible. He had visions of this scene of happy innocence being suddenly blasted by a monstrous disaster. Apart from this worry, Mr. Durek was as happy as anyone there. Perhaps these apprehensions affected his game. At any rate, he did nothing that pleased him in the second half. Cecily danced all over him, and round and about him, and in the course of 10 minutes her side had won the 2 remaining goals with a score of 5-1, and 5 goals is game by the standards of Matching Zizi. And then, with the very slightest of delays, these insatiable people picked up again. Mr. Durek slipped away, and returned in a white silk shirt, tennis trousers, and a belt. This time he and Cecily were on the same side. The Cecily-Teddy combination was broken, and he, it seemed, was to take the place of the redoubtable Teddy on the left wing with her. This time the sides were better chosen, and played a long, obstinate, even game. 1-1, 1-2, 1-3, half-time, 2-3, 3-all, 4-3, 4-all. By this time Mr. Durek was beginning to master the simple strategy of the sport. He was also beginning to master the fact that Cecily was the quickest, nimblest, most indefatigable player on the field. He scouted for her and passed to her. He developed tacit understandings with her. Ideas of protecting her had gone to the 4 winds of heaven. Against them, Teddy and a sidecar girl with Rayburn in support made a memorable struggle. Teddy was as quick as a cat. 4-3 looked like winning, but then Teddy and the tall Indian and Mrs. Teddy pulled square. They almost repeated this feat and won, but Mr. Manning saved the situation with an immense oblique hit that sent the ball to Mr. Durek. He ran with the ball up to Rayburn, and then dodged and passed to Cecily. There was a lively struggle to the left. The ball was hit out by Mr. Rayburn and thrown in by a young Britling. Lost by the forwards and rescued by the padded lady. Forward again! This time we'll do it! Cecily, away to the left, had worked round Mr. Rayburn once more. Teddy, realizing that things were serious, was tearing back to attack her. Mr. Durek supported with silent intentness. "Centre!" cried Mr. Britling. "Centre!" "Mr. Durek!" came her voice, full of confidence. Of such moments is the heroic life. The ball shot behind the hurtling Teddy. Mr. Durek stopped it with his foot, a trick he had just learnt from the eldest Britling son. He was neither slow nor hasty. He was in the half-circle, and the way to the goal was barred only by the dust-cloak lady and Mr. Lawrence Carmine. He made as if to shoot to Mr. Carmine's left, and then smacked the ball, with the swiftness of a serpent's stroke, to his right. He'd done it! Mr. Carmine's stick and feet were a yard away. Then, hard on his wild triumph, came a flash of horror. One can't see everything. His eye followed the ball's trajectory. Directly in its line of flight was the perambulator. The ball missed the legs of the lady with the noble nose by a kind of miracle, hit and glanced off the wheel of the perambulator, and went spinning into a border of antirrhinums. "Good!" cried Cecily. "Splendid shot!" He'd shot a goal. He'd done it well. The perambulator, it seemed, didn't matter, though apparently the impact had awakened the baby. In the margin of his consciousness was the figure of Mr. Britling remarking, "Auntie, you really mustn't wheel the perambulator just there." "I thought," said the aunt, indicating the goalposts by a facial movement, "that those 2 sticks would be a sort of protection. Ah, did they then?" "Never mind that." "That's game," said one of the junior Britlings to Mr. Durek, with a note of high appreciation, and the whole party, relaxing and crumpling like a lowered flag, moved towards the house and tea. End of Book 1, Chapter 3, Sections 1 to 4. Book 1, Chapter 3, Sections 5 to 8 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 5. "We'll play some more after tea," said Cecily. "It will be cooler then."
"My word, I'm beginning to like it," said Mr. Durrick.
"You're going to play very well," she said. And such is the magic of a game, that Mr. Durrick was humbly proud and grateful for her praise, and trotted along by the side of this creature who had revealed herself so swift and resolute and decisive, full to overflowing of the mere pleasure of just trotting along by her side. And after tea, which was a large confused affair, enlivened by wonderful and entirely untruthful reminiscences of the afternoon by Mr. Raeburn, they played again, with fewer inefficients and greater skill and swiftness, and Mr. Durrick did such quick and intelligent things that everybody declared that he was a hockey player straight from heaven. The dusk, which at last made the position of the ball too speculative for play, came all too soon for him. He had played in 6 games, and he knew he would be as stiff as a Dutch doll in the morning. But he was very, very happy. The rest of the Sunday evening was essentially a sequel to the hockey. Mr. Durrick changed again, and after using some embrocation that Mrs. Britling recommended very strongly, came down in a black jacket and a cheerfully ample black tie. He had a sense of physical well-being, such as he had not experienced since he came aboard the liner at New York. The curious thing was that it was not quite the same sense of physical well-being that one had in America. That is bright and clear and a little dry. This was humid. His mind quivered contentedly, like sunset midges over a lake. It had no hard bright flashes, and his body wanted to sit about. His sense of intimacy with Cecily increased each time he looked at her. When she met his eyes, she smiled. He'd caught her style now, he felt. He attempted no more compliments, and was frankly her pupil at hockey and badminton. After supper, Mr. Britling renewed his suggestion of an automobile excursion on the Monday. "There's nothing to take you back to London," said Mr. Britling, "and we could just hunt about the district with a little old car and see everything you want to see." Mr. Durrick did not hesitate 3 seconds. He thought of Gladys. He thought of Miss Cecily Corner.
"Well, indeed," he said, "if it isn't burthening you, if I'm not being any sort of inconvenience here for another night, I'd be really very glad indeed of the opportunity of going around and seeing all these ancient places." 6. The newspapers came next morning at 9, and were full of the Sarajevo murders. Mr. Durrick got the Daily Chronicle, and found quite animated headlines for a British paper. "Who's this Archduke?" he asked, "anyhow, and where is this Bosnia? I thought it was a part of Turkey." "It's in Austria," said Teddy. "It's in the Middle Ages," said Mr. Britling. "What an odd, pertinacious business it seems to have been. First one bomb, then another, then finally the man with the pistol, while we were strolling about the rose garden. It's like something out of The Prisoner of Zenda." "Please," said Herr Heinrich. Mr. Britling assumed an attentive expression. "Will not this generally affect European politics?" "I don't know. Perhaps it will." "It says in the paper that Serbia has sent those bombs to Sarajevo." "It's like another world," said Mr. Britling over his paper. "Assassination as a political method. Can you imagine anything of the sort happening nowadays west of the Adriatic? Imagine someone assassinating the American Vice President,
and the bombs being at once ascribed to the arsenal at Toronto. We take our politics more sadly in the West. Won't you have another egg, Durek? Please, might this not lead to a war? I don't think so. Austria may threaten Serbia, but she doesn't want to provoke a conflict with Russia. It would be going too near the powder magazine. But it's all an extraordinary business. But if she did, Herr Heinrich persisted. She won't. Some years ago I used to believe in the inevitable European war, Mr. Britling explained to Mr. Durek. But it's been threatened so long that at last I've lost all belief in it. The powers wrangle and threaten. They're far too cautious and civilized to let the guns go off. If there was going to be a war, it would have happened 2 years ago, when the Balkan League fell upon Turkey, or when Bulgaria attacked Serbia. Herr Heinrich reflected, and received these conclusions with an expression of respectful edification. I am naturally anxious, he said, because I am taking tickets for my holidays at an Esperanto conference at Boulogne. 7. There is only one way to master such a thing as driving an automobile, said Mr. Britling outside his front door, as he took his place in the driver's seat. And that is to resolve that from the first you will take no risks. Be slow if you like. Stop and think when you are in doubt, but do nothing rashly, permit no mistakes. It seemed to Mr. Durek, as he took his seat beside his host, that this was admirable doctrine. They started out of the gates with an extreme deliberation. Indeed, twice they stopped dead in the act of turning into the road, and the engine had to be restarted. You will laugh at me, said Mr. Britling, but I'm resolved to have no blunders this time. I don't laugh at you. It's excellent, said Mr. Durek. It's the right way, said Mr. Britling. Care. Oh, damn! I've stopped the engine again. So. Care, I was saying, and calm. Don't think I want to hurry you, said Mr. Durek. I don't. They passed through the village at a slow, agreeable pace, tooting loudly at every corner, and whenever a pedestrian was approached. Mr. Durek was reminded that he had still to broach the lecture project to Mr. Britling. So much had happened. The car halted abruptly, and the engine stopped. I thought that confounded hen was thinking of crossing the road, said Mr. Britling, instead of which she's gone through the hedge. She certainly looked this way. Perhaps I'm a little fussy this morning. I'll warm up to the work presently. I'm convinced you can't be too careful, said Mr. Durek, and this sort of thing enables one to see the country better. Beyond the village, Mr. Britling seemed to gather confidence. The pace quickened. But whenever other traffic or any indication of a side way appeared, discretion returned. Mr. Britling stalked his signposts, crawling towards them on the belly of the lowest gear. He drove all the morning like a man who is flushing ambuscades. And yet accident overtook him. For God demands more from us than mere righteousness. He cut through the hills to Market Saffron, along a lane road with which he was unfamiliar. It began to go uphill. He explained to Mr. Durek how admirably his engine would climb hills on the top gear. They took a curve, and the hill grew steeper, and Mr. Britling opened the throttle. They rounded another corner, and still more steeply the hill rose before them. The engine began to make a chinking sound, and the car lost pace. And then Mr. Britling saw a pleading little white board with the inscription, "Concealed Turning." For the moment he thought a turning might be concealed anywhere. He threw out his clutch and clapped on his brake. Then he repented of what he had done. But the engine, after 3 Herculean throbs, ceased to work. Mr. Britling, with a convulsive clutch at his steering wheel, set the electric hooter snarling, while one foot released the clutch again, and the other, on the accelerator, sought in vain for help. Mr. Durrock felt they were going back, in spite of all this vocalization. He clutched at the emergency brake. But he was too late to avoid misfortune. With a feeling like sinking gently in butter, the car sank down sideways and stopped with two wheels in the ditch. Mr. Britling said they were in the ditch. Said it with quite unnecessary violence. This time 2 cart horses and a retinue of 5 men were necessary to restore Gladys to her self-respect. After that they drove on to Market Saffron, and got there in time for lunch, and after lunch Mr. Durrock explored the church, and the churchyard, and the parish register. After lunch Mr. Britling became more cheerful about his driving. The road from Market Saffron to Blandish, whence one turns off to Matching's Easy, is the London and Norwich High Road. It is an old Roman stane street, and very straightforward and honest in its stretches. You can see the crossroads half a mile away, and the low hedges give you no chance of a surprise. Everybody is cheered by such a road, and everybody drives more confidently and quickly, and Mr. Britling particularly was hardened by it, and gradually let out Gladys from the almost excessive restriction that had hitherto marked the day. "On a road like this nothing can happen," said Mr. Britling. "Unless you broke an axle or burst a tire," said Mr. Durrock. "My man at Matching's Easy is most careful in his inspection," said Mr. Britling, putting the accelerator well down, and watching the speed indicator creep from 40 to 45. "He went over the car not a week ago, and it's not 1 month old, in use, that is." Yet something did happen. It was as they swept by the picturesque walls, under the big old trees that encircle Brandismead Park. It was nothing but a slight miscalculation of distances. Ahead of them, and well to the left, rode a postman on a bicycle. Towards them, with that curious effect of implacable fury peculiar to motorcycles, came a motorcyclist. First Mr. Britling thought that he would not pass between these two. Then he decided that he would hurry up and do so. Then he reverted to his former decision, and then it seemed to him that he was going so fast that he must inevitably run down the postman. His instinct not to do that pulled the car sharply across the path of the motorcyclist. "Oh, my God!" cried Mr. Britling. "My God!" twisted his wheel over, and distributed his feet among his levers dementedly. He had an imperfectly formed idea of getting across right in front of the motorcyclist, and then they were going down the brief grassy slope between the road and the wall, straight at the wall, and still at a good speed. The motorcyclist smacked against something and vanished from the problem. The wall seemed to rush up at them and then collapse. There was a tremendous concussion. Mr. Durrock gripped at his friend the emergency brake, but had only time to touch it before his head hit against the frame of the glass windscreen, and a curtain fell upon everything. He opened his eyes upon a broken wall, a crumpled motor car, and an undamaged motorcyclist, in the aviator's cap and thin oilskin overalls dear to motorcyclists. Mr. Durrock stared, and then, still stunned and puzzled, tried to raise himself. He became aware of acute pain. "Don't move for a bit," said the motorcyclist. "Your arm and side are rather hurt, I think." 8. In the course of the next 12 hours, Mr. Durrock was to make a discovery that was less common in the days before the war than it has been since. He discovered that even pain and injury may be vividly interesting and gratifying. If anyone had told him he was going to be stunned for 5 or 6 minutes, cut about the brow and face, and have a bone in his wrist put out, and that as a consequence he would find himself pleased and exhilarated, he would have treated the prophecy with ridicule. But here he was, lying stiffly on his back, with his wrist bandaged to his side, and smiling into the darkness even more brightly than he had smiled at the Essex landscape 2 days before. The fact is, pain hurts or irritates, but in itself it does not make a healthily constituted man miserable. The expectation of pain, the certainty of injury, may make one hopeless enough. The reality rouses our resistance. Nobody wants a broken bone or a delicate wrist, but very few people are very much depressed by getting one. People can be much more depressed by smoking 100 cigarettes in 3 days, or losing 1% of their capital. And everybody had been most delightful to Mr. Durrock. He had had the monopoly of damage. Mr. Britling, holding on to the steering wheel, had not even been thrown out. "Unless I'm internally injured," he said, "I'm not hurt at all. My liver, perhaps, bruised a little." Gladys had been abandoned in the ditch, and they had been very kindly brought home by a passing automobile. Cecily had been at the Dower House at the moment of the rueful arrival. She had seen how an American can carry injuries. She had made sympathy and helpfulness more delightful by expressed admiration. "She's a natural-born nurse," said Mr. Durrock. And then, rather in the tone of one who addressed a public meeting, "But this sort of thing brings out all the good there is in a woman." He had been quite explicit to them, and more particularly to her, when they told him he must stay at the Dower House until his arm was cured. He had looked the application straight into her pretty eyes. "If I'm to stay right here just as a consequence of that little shake-up, maybe for a couple of weeks, maybe 3, and if you're coming to do a bit of a talk to me ever and again, then I tell you I don't call this a misfortune. It isn't a misfortune. It's right down sheer good luck." And now he lay as straight as a mummy, with his soul filled with radiance of complete mental peace. After months of distress and confusion, he'd got straight again. He was in the middle of a real good story, bright and clean. He knew just exactly what he wanted. "After all," he said, "it's true. There's ideals. She's an ideal. Why, I loved her before ever I set eyes on Mamie. I loved her before I was put into pants. That old portrait, there it was, pointing my destiny. It's affinity. It's natural selection. Well, I don't know what she thinks of me yet, but I do know very well what she's got to think of me. She's got to think all the world of me, if I break every limb of my body making her do it. I'd a sort of feeling it was right to go in that old automobile. Say what you like, there's a guidance." He smiled confidentially at the darkness, as if they shared a secret. End of Book 1, Chapter 3. Book 1, Chapter 4, Sections 1 to 3 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 4th. Mr. Britling in Soliloquy. 1. Very different from the painful contentment of the bruised and broken Mr. Durrock was the state of mind of his unwounded host. He too was sleepless, but sleepless without exaltation. The day had been too much for him altogether. His head, to borrow an admirable American expression, was busy. How busy it was, a whole chapter will be needed to describe. The impression Mr. Britling had made upon Mr. Durrock was one of indefatigable happiness. But there were times when Mr. Britling was called upon to pay for his general cheerful activity in lump sums of bitter sorrow. There were nights, and especially after seasons of exceptional excitement and nervous activity, when the reckoning would be presented, and Mr. Britling would welter prostrate and groaning under a stormy sky of unhappiness, active, insatiable unhappiness, a beating with rods. The sorrows of the sanguine temperament are brief but furious. The world knows little of them. The world has no need to reckon with them. They cause no suicides and few crimes. They hurry past, smiting at their victim as they go. None the less, they are misery. Mr. Britling in these moods did not perhaps experience the grey and hopeless desolations of the melancholic, nor the red damnation of the choleric. But he saw a world that bristled with misfortune and error, with poisonous thorns and traps and swampy places and incurable blunderings. An almost insupportable remorse for being Mr. Britling would pursue him, justifying itself upon 100 counts. And for being such a Britling. Why? He revived again that bitter question of 1,001 unhappy nights. Why was he such a fool? Such a hasty fool? Why couldn't he look before he leapt? Why did he take risks? Why was he always so ready to act upon the supposition that all was bound to go well? He might as well have asked why he had quick brown eyes. Why, for instance, hadn't he adhered to the resolution of the early morning? He had begun with an extremity of caution. It was a characteristic of these moods of Mr. Britling that they produced a physical restlessness. He kept on turning over and then turning over again, and sitting up and lying back, like a martyr on a gridiron. This was just the latest instance of a lifelong trouble. Will there ever be a sort of man whose thoughts are quick and his act slow? Then indeed we shall have a formidable being. Mr. Britling's thoughts were quick and sanguine, and his actions even more eager than his thoughts. Already, while he was a young man, Mr. Britling had found his acts elbow their way through the hurry of his ideas, and precipitate humiliations. Long before his reasons were marshalled, his resolutions were formed. He had attempted 1,000 remonstrances with himself. He had sought to remedy the defects in his own character by written inscriptions in his bedroom and memoranda inside his watch-case. "Keep steady" was one of them. "Keep the end in view," and "Go steadfastly, coherently, continuously. Only so can you go where you will." In distrusting all impulse, scrutinizing all imagination, he was persuaded lay his one prospect of escape from the surprise of countless miseries. Otherwise he danced among glass bombs and barbed wire. There had been a time when he could exhort himself to such fundamental change, and go through phases of the severest discipline. Always at last to be taken by surprise from some unexpected quarter. At last he had ceased to hope for any triumph so radical. He had been content to believe that in recent years age and a gathering habit of wisdom had somewhat slowed his leaping purpose, that if he hadn't overcome, he had at least to a certain extent minimized it. But this last folly was surely the worst. To charge through this patient world with— how much did the car weigh? 1 ton certainly, and perhaps more, reckless of every risk, not only to himself but others. At this thought he clutched the steering wheel again. Once more he saw the bent back of the endangered cyclist. Once more he felt rather than saw the seething approach of the motor bicycle, and then through a long instant he drove helplessly at the wall. Hell, perhaps, is only one such incident, indefinitely prolonged. Anything might have been there in front of him. And indeed now, out of the dreamland to which he could not escape, something had come, something that screamed sharply. "Good God!" he cried. "If I had hit a child! I might have hit a child!" The hypothesis flashed into being with the thought, tried to escape, and was caught. It was characteristic of Mr. Britling's nocturnal imagination that he should individualize this child quite sharply as rather plain and slender, with reddish hair, staring eyes, and its ribs crushed in a vivid and dreadful manner, pinned against the wall, mixed up with some bricks, only to be extracted, oh, horribly. But this was not fair. He had hurt no child. He had merely pitched out Mr. Durrick and broken his arm. It wasn't his merit that the child hadn't been there. The child might have been there. Mere luck. He lay staring in despair, as an involuntary god might stare at many a thing in this amazing universe, staring at the little victim his imagination had called into being, only to destroy. 2. If he had not crushed a child, other people had. Such things happened. Vicariously, at any rate, he had crushed many children. Why are children ever crushed? And suddenly, all the pain and destruction and remorse of all the accidents in the world descended upon Mr. Britling. No longer did he ask, "Why am I such a fool?" but "Why are we all such fools?" He became man on the automobile of civilization, crushing his thousands daily in his headlong and yet aimless career. This was a trick of Mr. Britling's mind. It had this tendency to spread outwards from himself to generalized issues. Many minds are like that nowadays. He was not so completely individualized as people are supposed to be individualized. In our law, in our stories, in our moral judgments. He had a vicarious factor. He could slip from concentrated reproaches to the liveliest remorse for himself as the automobilist in general, or for himself as England, or for himself as man. From remorse for smashing his guest and his automobile, he could pass by what was for him the most imperceptible of transitions, to remorse for every accident that has ever happened through the air of an automobilist since automobiles began. All that long succession of blunderers became Mr. Britling, or rather, Mr. Britling became all that vast succession of blunderers. These fluctuating lapses from individuation made Mr. Britling a perplexity to many who judged only by the old personal standards. At times he seemed a monster of cantankerous self-righteousness, whom nobody could please or satisfy. But indeed, when he was most pitiless about the faults of his race or nation, he was really reproaching himself. And when he seemed more egotistical and introspective and self-centered, he was really ransacking himself for a clue to that same confusion of purposes that waste the hope and strength of humanity. And now, through the busy distresses of the night, it would have perplexed a watching angel to have drawn the line and shown when Mr. Britling was grieving for his own loss and humiliation, and when he was grieving for these common human weaknesses of which he had so large a share. And this double refraction of his mind, by which a concentrated and individualized Britling did but represent a larger impersonal Britling beneath, carried with it a duplication of his conscience and sense of responsibility. To his personal conscience he was answerable for his private honor and his debts and the dower house he had made, and so on. But to his impersonal conscience he was answerable for the whole world. The world, from the latter point of view, was his egg. He had a subconscious delusion that he had laid it. He had a subconscious suspicion that he had let it cool and that it was addled. He had an urgency to incubate it. The variety and interest of his talk was largely due to that persuasion. It was a perpetual attempt to spread his mental feathers over the task before him. 3. After this much explanation, it is possible to go on to the task which originally brought Mr. Durrick to Matching's Easy, the task that Massachusetts society had set him upon, the task of organizing the mental unveiling of Mr. Britling. Mr. Durrick saw Mr. Britling only in the daylight, and with an increasing distraction of the attention towards Miss Cecily Corner. We may see him rather more clearly in the darkness, without any distraction except his own. Now, the smashing of Gladys was not the only source of a series of reproaches and remorses directly arising out of the smash. It had also a wide system of collateral consequences, which were also banging and blundering their way through the Britling mind. It was extraordinarily inconvenient in quite another direction that the automobile should be destroyed. It upset certain plans of Mr. Britling's in a direction growing right out from all the dower house world in which Mr. Durrick supposed him to be completely set and rooted. There were certain matters from which Mr. Britling had been averting his mind most strenuously throughout the week-end. Now there was no averting his mind any more. Mr. Britling was entangled in a love affair. It was, to be exact, and disregarding minor affinities, his 8th love affair. And the new automobile, so soon as he could drive it efficiently, was to have played quite a solvent and conclusive part in certain entangled complications of this relationship. A man of lively imagination and quick impulses naturally has love affairs as he drives himself through life, just as he naturally has accidents if he drives an automobile. And the peculiar relations that existed between Mr. Britling and Mrs. Britling tended inevitably to make these love affairs troublesome, undignified, and futile, especially when they were viewed from the point of view of insomnia. Mr. Britling's first marriage had been a passionately happy one. His second was, by comparison, a marriage in neutral tint. There is much to be said for that extreme Catholic theory which would make marriage not merely lifelong but eternal. Certainly Mr. Britling would have been a finer, if not a happier creature, if his sentimental existence could have died with his first wife, or continued only in his love for their son. He had married in the glow of youth. He had had 2 years of clean and simple loving, helping, quarrelling, and the happy ending of quarrels. Something went out of him into all that, which could not be renewed again. In his first extremity of grief he knew that perfectly well, and then afterwards he forgot it. While there is life there is imagination, which makes and forgets and goes on. He met Edith under circumstances that did not in any way recall his lost Mary. He met her, as people say, socially. Mary, on the other hand, had been a girl at Newnham, while he was a fellow of Pembroke, and there had been something of accident and something of furtiveness in their lucky discovery of each other. There had been a flush in it, there was dash in it. But Edith he saw and chose and had to woo. There was no rushing together. There was solicitation and assent. Edith was a Bachelor of Science of London University, and several things like that, and she looked upon the universe under her broad forehead and broad waving brown hair with quiet watchful eyes that had nothing whatever to hide, a thing so incredible to Mr. Britling that he had loved and married her very largely for the serenity of her mystery. And for a time after their marriage he sailed over those brown depths, plumbing furiously. Of course, he did not make his former passion for Mary at all clear to her. Indeed, while he was winning Edith, it was by no means clear to himself. He was making a new emotional drama, and consciously and subconsciously he dismissed 100 reminiscences that sought to invade the new experience, and which would have been out of key with it. And without any deliberate intention to that effect, he created an atmosphere between himself and Edith in which any discussion of Mary was reduced to a minimum, and in which Hugh was accepted rather than explained. He contrived to believe that she understood all sorts of unsayable things. He invented miracles of quite uncongenial, mute mutuality. It was over the chessboard that they first began to discover their extensive difficulties of sympathy. Mr. Britling's play was characterized by a superficial brilliance, much generosity, and extreme unsoundness. He always moved directly his opponent had done so, and then reflected on the situation. His reflection was commonly much wiser than his moves. Mrs. Britling was, as it were, a natural antagonist to her husband. She was as calm as he was irritable. She was never in a hurry to move, and never disposed to make a concession. Quietly, steadfastly, by caution and deliberation, without splendor, without air, she had beaten him at chess, until it led to such dreadful fits of anger that he had to renounce the game altogether. After every such occasion he would be at great pains to explain that he had merely been angry with himself. Nevertheless, he felt, and would not let himself think, while she concluded from incidental heated phrases, that that was not the complete truth about the outbreak. Slowly they got through the concealments of that specious explanation. Temperamentally, they were incompatible. They were profoundly incompatible. In all things she was defensive. She never came out. Never once had she surprised him half-way upon the road to her. He had to go all the way to her, and knock and ring, and then she answered faithfully. She never surprised him even by unkindness. If he had a cut finger, she would bind it up very skilfully and healingly. But unless he told her, she never discovered he had a cut finger. He was amazed she did not know of it before it happened. He piped, and she did not dance. That became the formula of his grievance. For several unhappy years she thwarted him and disappointed him, while he filled her with dumb, inexplicable distresses. He had been at first so gay in activity, and then he was shattered. Fragments of him were still as gay and attractive as ever, but between were outbreaks of anger, of hostility, of something very like malignity. Only very slowly did they realize the truth of their relationship, and admit to themselves that the fine bud of love between them had failed to flower, and only after long years were they able to delimit boundaries where they had imagined union, and to become allies. If it had been reasonably possible for them to part without mutual injury and recrimination, they would have done so. But 2 children presently held them, and gradually they had to work out the broad mutual toleration of their later relations. If there was no love and delight between them, there was a real habitual affection and much mutual help. She was proud of his steady progress to distinction, proud of each intimation of respect he won. she admired and respected his work. She recognized that he had some magic of liveliness and unexpectedness that was precious and enviable. So far as she could help him, she did. And even when he knew that there was nothing behind it, that it was indeed little more than an imaginative inertness, he could still admire and respect her steady dignity and her consistent honorableness. Her practical capacity was for him a matter of continual self-congratulation. He marked the bright order of her household, her flowering borders, the prosperous high-born roses of her garden with a wondering appreciation. He had never been able to keep anything in order. He relied more and more upon her. He showed his respect for her by a scrupulous attention to her dignity, and his confidence by a franker and franker emotional neglect. Because she expressed so little, he succeeded in supposing she felt little, and since nothing had come out of the brown depths of her eyes, he saw fit at last to suppose no plumb line would ever find anything there. He pursued his interests. He reached out to this and that. He traveled. She made it a matter of conscience to let him go unhampered. She felt, she thought, unrecorded. He did, and he expressed and re-expressed and over-expressed, and started this and that with quick, irrepressible activity. And so there had accumulated about them the various items of the life to whose more ostensible accidents Mr. Durrock was now for an indefinite period joined. It was in the nature of Mr. Britling to incur things. It was in the nature of Mrs. Britling to establish them. Mr. Britling had taken the Dower House on impulse, and she had made it a delightful home. He had discovered the disorderly delights of mixed Sunday hockey one weekend at Ponting's that had promised to be dull, and she had made it an institution. He had come to her with his orphan boy, and a memory of a passionate first loss that sometimes, and more particularly at first, he seemed to have forgotten altogether, and at other times was only too evidently lamenting with every fibre of his being. She had taken the utmost care of the relics of her duskily pretty predecessor that she found in unexpected abundance in Mr. Britling's possession, and she had done her duty by her sometimes rather incomprehensible stepson. She never allowed herself to examine the state of her heart towards this youngster. It is possible that she did not perceive the necessity for any such examination. So she went through life, outwardly serene and dignified, one of a great company of rather fastidious, rather unenterprising women, who have turned for their happiness to secondary things, to those fair inanimate things of household and garden which do not turn again and rend one, to aestheticisms and delicacies, to order and seemliness. Moreover, she found great satisfaction in the health and welfare, the growth and animation of her own two little boys. And no one knew, and perhaps even she had contrived to forget, the phases of astonishment and disillusionment, of doubt and bitterness and secret tears, that spread out through the years, in which she had slowly realized that the strange, fitful, animated man, who had come to her, vowing himself hers, asking for her so urgently and persuasively, was ceasing, had ceased to love her, that his heart had escaped her, that she had missed it. She never dreamt that she had hurt it, and that after its first urgent, tumultuous, incomprehensible search for her, it had hidden itself bitterly away. End of Book 1, Chapter 4, Sections 1 to 3. Book 1, Chapter 4, Sections 4 to 5 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 4. The mysterious processes of nature that had produced Mr. Britling had implanted in him an obstinate persuasion that somewhere in the world, from some human being, it was still possible to find the utmost satisfaction for every need and craving. He could imagine as existing, as waiting for him, he knew not where, a completeness of understanding, a perfection of response, that would reach all the gamut of his feelings and sensations, from the most poetical to the most entirely physical, a beauty of relationship so transfiguring that not only would she, it went without saying that this completion was a woman, be perfectly beautiful in its light, but what was manifestly more incredible, that he too would be perfectly beautiful and quite at his ease. In her presence there could be no self-reproaches, no lapses, no limitations, nothing but happiness and the happiest activities. To such a persuasion half the imaginative people in the world succumb as readily and naturally as ducklings take to water. They do not doubt its truth any more than a thirsty camel doubts that presently it will come to a spring. This persuasion is as foolish as though a camel hoped that some day it would drink from such a spring that it would never thirst again. For the most part, Mr. Britling ignored its presence in his mind, and resisted the impulses it started. But at odd times, and more particularly in the afternoon, and while travelling, and in between books, Mr. Britling so far succumbed to the strange expectation of a wonder round the corner, that he slipped the anchors of his humour and self-contempt, and joined the great cruising brotherhood of the Pilgrims of Love. In fact, though he himself had never made a reckoning of it, he had been upon 8 separate cruises. He was now upon the 8th. Between these various excursions, they took him round and about the world, so to speak, they cast him away on tropical beaches, they left him dismasted on desolate seas, they involved the most startling interventions and the most inconvenient consequences, there were interludes of penetrating philosophy. For some years the suspicion had been growing up in Mr. Britling's mind that in planning this persuasion in his being, the mysterious processes of nature had been, perhaps for some purely biological purpose, pulling, as people say, his leg, that there were not these perfect responses, that loving a woman is a thing one does thoroughly once for all, or so, and afterwards recalls regrettably in a series of vain repetitions, and that the career of the Pilgrim of Love, so soon as you strip off its credulous glamour, is either the most pitiful or the most vulgar and vile of perversions from the proper conduct of life. But this suspicion had not as yet grown to prohibitive dimensions with him. It was not sufficient to resist the seasons of high tide, the sudden promise of the salt-edged breeze, the invitation of the hovering sea-bird. And he was now concealing, beneath the lively surface of activities with which Mr. Durrock was now familiar, a very extensive system of distresses arising out of the latest, the 8th of these digressional adventures. Mr. Britling had got into it very much as he had got into the ditch on the morning before his smash. He hadn't thought the affair out, and he hadn't looked carefully enough. And it kept on developing in just the ways he would rather that it didn't. The 7th affair had been very disconcerting. He had made a fool of himself with quite a young girl. He blushed to think how young. It hadn't gone very far, but it had made his nocturnal reflections so disagreeable that he had, by no means for the first time, definitely and forever given up these foolish dreams of love. And when Mrs. Harrowdean swam into his circle, she seemed just exactly what was wanted to keep his imagination out of mischief. She came bearing flattery to the pitch of adoration. She was the brightest and cleverest of young widows. She wrote quite admirably criticism in the Scrutator and the Sectarian, and occasionally poetry in the Right Review, when she felt disposed to do so. She had an intermittent vein of high spirits that was almost better than humour, and made her quickly popular with most of the people she met, and she was only 20 miles away, in her pretty house and her absurd little jolly park. There was something, she said, in his thought and work that was like walking in mountains. She came to him because she wanted to clamber about the peaks and glens of his mind. It was natural to reply that he wasn't by any means the serene mountain elevation she thought him, except perhaps for a kind of loneliness. She was a great reader of 18th-century memoirs, and some she conveyed to him. Her mental quality was all in the vein of the friendships of Rousseau and Voltaire, and pleasantly and trippingly she led him along the primrose path of an intellectual liaison. She came first to Matching's Easy, where she was sweet and bright and vividly interested, and a great contrast to Mrs. Britling. And then he and she met in London, and went off together with a fine sense of adventure for a day at Richmond. And then he took some work with him to her house, and stayed there. Then she went away into Scotland for a time, and he wanted her again tremendously, and clamoured for her eloquently. And then it was apparent and admitted between them that they were admirably in love, oh, immensely in love. The transitions from emotional mountaineering to ardent intimacies were so rapid and impulsive that each phase obliterated its predecessor, and it was only with a vague perplexity that Mr. Britling found himself transferred from the role of a mountainous objective for pretty little pilgrims to that of a sedulous lover in pursuit of the happiness of one of the most uncertain, intricate, and entrancing of feminine personalities. This was not at all his idea of the proper relations between men and women, but Mrs. Harrowdean had a way of challenging his gallantry. She made him run about for her. She did not demand, but she commanded presents and treats and surprises. She even developed a certain jealousy in him. His work began to suffer from interruptions. Yet they had glowing and entertaining moments together that could temper his rebellious thoughts with the threat of irreparable loss. "One must love, and all things in life are imperfect," was how Mr. Britling expressed his reasons for submission. And she had a hold upon him, too, in a certain facile pitifulness. She was little. She could be stung sometimes by the slightest touch, and then her blue eyes would be bright with tears. Those possible tears could weigh at times even more than those possible lost embraces. And there was Oliver. Oliver was a person Mr. Britling had never seen. He grew into the scheme of things by insensible gradations. He was a government official in London. He was, she said, extraordinarily dull. He was lacking altogether in Mr. Britling's charm and interest. But he was faithful and tender and true, and considerably younger than Mr. Britling. He asked nothing but to love. He offered honourable marriage. And when one's heart was swelling unendurably, one could weep in safety on his patient shoulder. This patient shoulder of Oliver's ultimately became Mr. Britling's most exasperating rival. She liked to vex him with Oliver. She liked to vex him generally. Indeed, in this by no means abnormal love affair, there was a very strong antagonism. She seemed to resent the attraction Mr. Britling had for her, and the emotions and pleasure she had with him. She seemed under the sway of an instinctive desire to make him play heavily for her, in time, in emotion, in self-respect. It was intolerable to her that he could take her easily and happily. That would be taking her cheaply. She valued his gifts by the bother they cost him, and was determined that the path of true love should not, if she could help it, run smooth. Mr. Britling, on the other hand, was of the school of polite and happy lovers. He thought it outrageous to dispute and contradict, and he thought that making love was a cheerful, comfortable thing, to be done in a state of high good humour and intense mutual appreciation. This levity offended the lady's pride. She drew unfavourable contrasts with Oliver. If Oliver lacked charm, he certainly did not lack emotion. He desired sacrifice, it seemed, almost more than satisfactions. Oliver was a person of the most exemplary miserableness. He would weep copiously and frequently. She could always make him weep when she wanted to do so, by holding out hopes and then dashing them, if by no other expedient. Why did Mr. Britling never weep? She wept. Some base streak of competitiveness in Mr. Britling's nature made it seem impossible that he should relinquish the lady to Oliver. Besides, then, what would he do with his dull days, his afternoons, his need for a properly demonstrated affection? So Mr. Britling trod the path of his 8th digression, rather overworked in the matter of flowers and the selection of small jewellery, stalked by the invisible and indefatigable Oliver, haunted into an unwilling industry of attentions on the model of the professional lover of the French novels, by the memory and expectation of tearful scenes. "Then you don't love me, and it's all spoiled. I've risked talk and my reputation. I was a fool ever to dream of making love beautifully." Exactly like running your car into a soft wet ditch, when you cannot get out and you cannot get on, and your work and your interests waiting and waiting for you. The car itself was an outcome of the affair. It was Mrs. Harrowdene's idea. She thought chiefly of pleasant expeditions to friendly inns in remote parts of the country, inns with a flavour of tacit complicity, but it fell in very pleasantly with Mr. Britling's private resentment at the extraordinary inconvenience of the railway communications between Matching Zizi and her station at Pycraft's, which involved a journey to Liverpool Street and a long wait at a junction. And now the car was smashed up, just when he had acquired skill enough to take it over to Pycraft's without shame, and on Tuesday or Wednesday at latest he would have to depart in the old way by the London train. Only the most superficial mind would assert nowadays that man is a reasonable creature. Man is an unreasonable creature, and it was entirely unreasonable and human for Mr. Britling, during his nocturnal self-reproaches, to mix up his secret resentment at his infatuation for Mrs. Harrowdene with his ill-advised attack upon the wall of Brandesmead Park. He ought never to have bought that car. He ought never to have been so ready to meet Mrs. Harrowdene more than half-way. What exacerbated his feeling about Mrs. Harrowdene was a new line she had recently taken with regard to Mrs. Britling. From her first rash assumption that Mr. Britling was indifferent to his wife, she had come to realize that, on the contrary, he was in some ways extremely tender about his wife. This struck her as an outrageous disloyalty. Instead of appreciating a paradox, she resented an infidelity. She smouldered with perplexed resentment for some days, and then astonished her lover by a series of dissertations of a hostile and devastating nature upon the lady of the Dower House. He tried to imagine he hadn't heard all that he had heard, but Mrs. Harrowdean had a nimble pen and nimbler afterthoughts, and once her mind had got to work upon the topic, she developed her offensive in half a dozen brilliant letters. On the other hand, she professed a steadily increasing passion for Mr. Britling, and to profess passion for Mr. Britling was to put him under a sense of profound obligation, because indeed he was a modest man. He found himself in an emotional quandary. You see, if Mrs. Harrowdean had left Mrs. Britling alone, everything would have been quite tolerable. He considered Mrs. Harrowdean a charming human being, and altogether better than he deserved, ever so much better. She was all initiative and response and that sort of thing, and she was so discreet. She had her own reputation to think about, and one or two of her predecessors, God rest the ashes of those fires, had not been so discreet. Yet one could not have this sort of thing going on behind Edith's back. All sorts of things one might have going on behind Edith's back, but not this writing and saying of perfectly beastly things about Edith. Nothing could alter the fact that Edith was his honor. 5. Throughout the weekend, Mr. Britling had kept his trouble well battened down. He had written to Mrs. Harrowdean a brief, ambiguous note saying, "I am thinking over all that you have said," and after that he had scarcely thought about her at all. Or, at least, he had always contrived to be much more vividly thinking about something else. But now, in these night silences, the suppressed trouble burst hatches and rose about him. What a mess he had made of the whole scheme of his emotional life! There had been a time when he had started out as gaily with his passions and his honor as he had started out with Gladys to go to Market Saffron. He had as little taste for complications as he had for ditches. And now his passions and his honor were in a worse case even than poor muddy smashed-up Gladys as the cart-horses towed her off, for she, at any rate, might be repaired. But he was a terribly patched fabric of explanations now. Not, indeed, that he had ever stooped to explanations, but there he was. Far away, like a star seen down the length of a tunnel, was that first sad story of a love as clean as starlight. It had been all over by 8:20, and he could find it in his heart to grieve that he had ever given a thought to love again. He should have lived a decent widower. Then Edith had come into his life, Edith, that honest and unconscious defaulter. And there again he should have stuck to his disappointment. He had stuck to it, 9 days out of every 10. It's the 10th day. It's the odd, seductive moment. It's the instant of confident pride. And there is your sanguine temperament in the ditch. He began to recapitulate items in the catalogue of his escapades, and the details of his automobile misadventures mixed themselves up with the story of his heart-steering. For example, there was that tremendous Siddons affair. He had been taking the corner of a girlish friendship, and he had taken it altogether too far. What a frightful mess that had been! When once one is off the road, anything may happen, from a crumpled mudguard to the car on the top of you. And there was his 40 miles an hour spurt with the great and gifted Delphine Marquise, for whom he was to have written a play and been a perfect Annunzio, until Willersley appeared, very like the motorcyclist, buzzing in the opposite direction. And then had ensued angers, humiliations. Had every man this sort of crowded catalogue? Was every 45-year-old memory a dark tunnel receding from the star of youth? It is surely a pity that life cannot end at 30. It comes to one clean and in perfect order. Is experience worth having? What a clean, straight thing the spirit of youth is! It is like a bright new spear. It is like a finely tempered sword. The figure of his boy took possession of his mind. His boy who looked out on the world with his mother's dark eyes. The slender son of that whole-hearted first love. He was a being at once fine and simple, an intimate mystery. Must he, in his turn, get dented and wrinkled and tarnished? The boy was in trouble. What was the trouble? Was it some form of the same trouble that had so tangled and tainted and scarred the private pride of his father? And how was it possible for Mr. Britling, disfigured by heedless misadventures, embarrassed by complications and concealments, to help this honest youngster out of his perplexities? He imagined possible forms of these perplexities. Graceless forms, ugly forms. Such forms as only the nocturnal imagination would have dared present. Oh, why had he been such a Britling? Why was he still such a Britling? Mr. Britling sat up in his bed and beat at the bedclothes with his fists. He uttered uncompleted vows. From this hour forth! From this hour forth! He must do something, he felt. At any rate, he had his experiences. He could warn. He could explain away. Perhaps he might help to extricate, if things had got to that pitch. Should he write to his son? For a time he revolved a long, tactful letter in his mind. But that was impossible. Suppose the trouble was something quite different. It would have to be a letter in the most general terms. End of Book 1, Chapter 4, Sections 4 to 5. Book 1, Chapter 4, Sections 6 through 8 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 6. It was in the doubly refracting nature of Mr. Britling's mind that while he was deploring his inefficiency in regard to his son, he was also deploring the ineffectiveness of all his generation of parents. Quite insensibly, his mind passed over to the generalized point of view. In his talks with Mr. Durrock, Mr. Britling could present England as a great and amiable spectacle of carelessness and relaxation. But was it indeed an amiable spectacle? The point that Mr. Durrock had made about the barn rankled in his thoughts. His barn was a barn no longer. His farmyard held no cattle. He was just living laxly in the buildings that ancient needs had made. He was living on the accumulated prosperity of former times, the spendthrift air of toiling generations. Not only was he a pampered, undisciplined sort of human being, he was living in a pampered, undisciplined sort of community. The two things went together. This confounded Irish business, one could laugh at it in the daylight, but was it indeed a thing to laugh at? We were drifting lazily towards a real disaster. We had a government that seemed guided by the principles of Mr. Micawber, and adopted for its watchword, "Wait and see." For months now, this trouble had grown more threatening. Suppose presently that civil war broke out in Ireland. Suppose presently that these irritated, mishandled suffragettes did some desperate, irreconcilable thing, assassinated, for example. The bomb in Westminster Abbey the other day might have killed a dozen people. Suppose the smoldering criticism of British rule in India and Egypt were fanned by administrative indiscretions into a flame. And then suppose Germany had made trouble. Usually Mr. Britling kept his mind off Germany. In the daytime he pretended Germany meant nothing to England. He hated alarmists. He hated disagreeable possibilities. He declared the idea of a whole vast nation waiting to strike at us incredible. Why should they? You cannot have 70 million lunatics. But in the darkness of the night, one cannot dismiss things in this way. Suppose, after all, their army was more than a parade, their navy more than a protest. We might be caught. It was only in the vast melancholia of such occasions that Mr. Britling would admit such possibilities, but we might be caught by some sudden declaration of war. And how should we face it? He recalled the afternoon's talk at Clavering's, and such samples of our governmental machinery as he chanced to number among his personal acquaintance. Suppose suddenly the enemy struck, with Rayburn and his friends to defend us. Or, if the shock tumbled them out of power, then with these vituperative Tories, these spiteful advocates of weak tyrannies and privileged pretenses, in the place of them. There was no leadership in England. In the lucid darkness he knew that with a terrible certitude. He had a horrible vision of things disastrously muffled, of Lady Frensham and her Morning Post friends, first garrulously and maliciously patriotic, screaming her way with incalculable mischiefs through the storm, and finally discovering that the Germans were the real aristocrats, and organizing our national capitulation on that understanding. He knew from talk he had heard that the Navy was weak in mines and torpedoes, unprovided with the great monitors needed for a war with Germany, torn by doctrinaire feuds. Nevertheless, the sea power was our only defense. In the whole country we might muster a military miscellany of perhaps 300,000 men, and he had no faith in their equipment, in their direction. General French, the one man who had his entire confidence, had been forced to resign through some lawyer's misunderstanding about the Irish difficulty. He did not believe any plans existed for such a war as Germany might force upon us, any calculation, any foresight of the thing at all. Why had we no foresight? Why had we this wilful blindness to disagreeable possibilities? Why did we lie so open to the unexpected crisis? Just what he said of himself, he said also of his country. It was curious to remember that, to realize how closely Dower House could play the microcosm to the whole empire. It became relevant to the trend of his thoughts that his son had through his mother a strong strain of the dark Irish in his composition. How we had wasted Ireland! The rich values that lay in Ireland, the gallantry and gifts, the possible friendliness, all these things were being left to the Ulster politicians and the Tory women to poison and spoil, just as we left India to the traditions of the chattering army women and the repressive instincts of our mandarins. We were too lazy. We were too negligent. We passed our indolent days, leaving everything to somebody else. Was this the incurable British, just as it was the incurable Britling quality? Was the whole prosperity of the British, the far-flung empire, the securities, the busy order, just their good luck? It was a question he had asked 100 times, of his national as of his personal self. No doubt luck had favored him. He was prosperous, and he was still only at the livelier end of middle age. But was there not also a personal factor, A meritorious factor? Luck had favored the British with a well-placed island, a hardening climate, accessible minerals. But then, too, was there not also a national virtue? Once he had believed in that, in a certain gallantry, a noble levity, an underlying sound sense. The last 10 years of politics had made him doubt that profoundly. He clung to it still, but without confidence. In the night, that dear persuasion left him altogether. As for himself, he had a certain brightness and liveliness of mind. But the year of his fellowship had been a soft year. He had got on to the Times through something very like a misapprehension, and it was the chances of a dinner and a duchess that had given him the opportunity of the con show. He'd dropped into good things that suited him. That, at any rate, was the essence of it. And these lucky chances had been no incentive to further effort. Because things had gone easily and rapidly with him, he had developed indolence into a philosophy. Here he was, just over 40, and explaining to the world, explaining all through the weekend to this American, until even God could endure it no longer and the smash stopped him, how excellent was the backwardness of Essex and English go-as-you-please, and how through good temper it made in some mysterious way for all that was desirable. A fat English doctrine. Punch has preached it for 40 years. But this wasn't what he had always been. He thought of the strenuous intentions of his youth, before he had got into this turmoil of amorous experiences, while he was still out there with the clean star of youth, as Hugh was. In those days he had had no amiable doctrine of compromise. He had truckled to no domesticated God, but talked of the pitiless truth. He had tolerated no easy-going pseudo-aristocratic social system, but dreamt of such a democracy, mewing its mighty youth, as the world had never seen. He had thought that his brains were to do their share in building up this great national imago, winged divine, out of the clumsy, crawling, snobbish, comfort-loving caterpillar of Victorian England. With such dreams his life had started, and the light of them, perhaps, had helped him to his rapid success. And then his wife had died, and he had married again and become somehow more interested in his income, and then the rather expensive first of the 8 experiences had drained off so much of his imaginative energy, and the second had drained off so much, and there had been quarrels and feuds, and the way had been lost, and the days had passed. He hadn't failed. Indeed, he counted as a success among his generation. He alone, in the night watches, could gauge the quality of that success. He was widely known, reputably known. He prospered. Much had come, oh, by a mysterious luck. But everything was doomed by his invincible defects. Beneath that hollow, enviable show, there ached waste. Waste, waste, waste. His heart, his imagination, his wife, his son, his country, his automobile. Then there flashed into his mind a last straw of disagreeable realization. He hadn't as yet insured his automobile. He had meant to do so. The papers were on his writing desk. 7. On these black nights, when the personal Mr. Britling would lie awake thinking how unsatisfactorily Mr. Britling was going on, and when the impersonal Mr. Britling would be thinking how unsatisfactorily his universe was going on, the whole mental process had a likeness to some complex piece of orchestral music, wherein the organ deplored the melancholy destinies of the race, while the piccolo lamented the secret trouble of Mrs. Harrowdine. The big drum thundered at the Irish politicians, and all the violins bewailed the intellectual laxity of the university system. Meanwhile the trumpets prophesied wars and disasters, the cymbals ever and again inserted a clashing jar about the fatal delay in the automobile insurance, while the triangle broke into a plainchant solo on the topic of a certain rotten gatepost he always forgot in the daytime, and how in consequence the cows from the glebe farm got into the garden and ate Mrs. Britling's carnations. Time after time he had promised to see to that gatepost. The organ motif battled its way to complete predominance. The lesser themes were drowned or absorbed. Mr. Britling returned from the role of an incompetent automobilist to the role of a soul naked in space and time, wrestling with giant questions. These cosmic solicitudes, it may be, are the last penalty of irreligion. Was Huxley right, and was all humanity, even as Mr. Britling, a careless, fitful thing, playing a tragically hopeless game, thinking too slightly, moving too quickly, against a relentless antagonist? Or is the whole thing just witless, accidentally cruel perhaps, but not malignant? Or is it wise, and merely refusing to pamper us? Is there somewhere in the immensities some responsive kindliness, some faint hope of toleration and assistance, something sensibly on our side against death and mechanical cruelty? If so, it certainly refuses to pamper us. But if the whole thing is cruel, perhaps also it is witless and willless. One cannot imagine the ruler of everything a devil. That would be silly. So, if at the worst it is inanimate, then anyhow we have our poor wills and our poor wits to pit against it. And manifestly, then, the good of life, the significance of any life that is not mere receptivity, lies in the disciplined and clarified will, and the sharpened and tempered mind. And what for the last 20 years, for all his lectures and writings, had he been doing to marshal the will and harden the mind, which were his weapons against the dark? He was ready enough to blame others, dons, politicians, public apathy. But what was he himself doing? What was he doing now? Lying in bed. His son was drifting to ruin. His country was going to the devil. The house was a hospital of people wounded by his carelessness. The country roads choked with his smashed and uninsured automobiles. The cows were probably lined up along the borders and munching Edith's carnations at this very moment. His pocketbook and bureau were stuffed with venomous insults about her. And he was just lying in bed. Suddenly, Mr. Britling threw back his bedclothes and felt for the matches on his bedside table. Indeed, this was by no means the first time that his brain had become a whirring torment in his skull. Previous experiences had led to the most careful provision for exactly such states. Over the end of the bed hung a light, warm pajama suit of llama wool, and at the feet of it were 2 tall boots of the same material that buckled to the middle of his calf. So protected, Mr. Britling proceeded to make himself tea. A Primus stove stood ready inside the fender of his fireplace, and on it was a brightly polished brass kettle filled with water. A little table carried a tea-caddy, a teapot, a lemon, and a glass. Mr. Britling lit the stove, and then strolled to his desk. He was going to write certain plain words about Ireland. He lit his study lamp, and meditated beside it, until a sound of water boiling called him to his tea-making. He returned to his desk, stirring the lemon in his glass of tea. He would write the plain common sense of this Irish situation. He would put things so plainly that the squabbling folly would have to cease. It should be done austerely, with a sort of ironical directness. There should be no abuse, no bitterness, only a deep passion of sanity. What is the good of grieving over a smashed automobile?" He sipped his tea and made a few notes on his writing pad. His face in the light of his shaded reading lamp had lost its distraught expression. His hand fingered his familiar fountain pen. 8. The next morning Mr. Britling came into Mr. Durrick's room. He was pink from his morning bath. He was wearing a cheerful green and blue silk dressing-gown. He had shaved already. He showed no trace of his nocturnal vigil. In the bathroom he had whistled like a bird. "Had a good night?" he said. "That's famous. So did I. And the wrist and arm didn't even ache enough to keep you awake." "I thought I heard you talking and walking about," said Mr. Durrick. "I got up for a little bit and worked. I often do that. I hope I didn't disturb you. Just for an hour or so. It's so delightfully quiet in the night." He went to the window and blinked at the garden outside. His 2 younger sons appeared on their bicycles, returning from some early expedition. He waved a hand of greeting. It was one of those summer mornings when attenuated mist seems to fill the very air with sunshine dust. "This is the sunniest morning bedroom in the house," he said. "It's southeast." The sunlight slashed into the masses of the blue cedar outside with a score of golden spears. "The dayspring from on high," he said. "I thought of rather a useful pamphlet in the night. I've been thinking about your luggage at that hotel," he went on, turning to his guest again. "You'll have to write and get it packed up and sent down here. No," he said, "we won't let you go until you can hit out with that arm and fella man. Listen." Mr. Durrick could not distinguish any definite sound. "The smell of frying rashers, I mean," said Mr. Britling. "It's the clarion of the morn in every proper English home. You'd like a rasher, coffee?" "It's good to work in the night, and it's good to wake in the morning," said Mr. Britling, rubbing his hands together. "I suppose I wrote nearly 2,000 words. So quiet one is, so concentrated. And as soon as I have had my breakfast, I shall go on with it again." End of Book 1, Chapter 4. Book 1, Chapter 5, Sections 1 to 4 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 5th. The Coming of the Day. 1. It was quite characteristic of the state of mind of England in the summer of 1914 that Mr. Britling should be mightily concerned about the conflict in Ireland, and almost deliberately negligent of the possibility of a war with Germany. The armament of Germany, the hostility of Germany, the consistent assertion of Germany, the worldwide clash of British and German interests, had been facts in the consciousness of Englishmen for more than a quarter of a century. A whole generation had been born and brought up in the threat of this German war. A threat that goes on for too long ceases to have the effect of a threat, and this overhanging possibility had become a fixed and scarcely disturbing feature of the British situation. It kept the Navy sedulous and Colonel Rendezvous uneasy. It stimulated a small and not very influential section of the press to a series of reminders that bored Mr. Britling acutely. It was the excuse for an agitation that made national service ridiculous, and quite subconsciously it affected his attitude to 100 things. For example, it was a factor in his very keen indignation at the Tory levity in Ireland, in his disgust with many things that irritated or estranged Indian feeling. It bored him. There it was, a danger, and there was no denying it. And yet he believed firmly that it was a mine that would never be fired, an avalanche that would never fall. It was a nuisance, a stupidity, that kept Europe drilling and wasted enormous sums on unavoidable preparations. It hung up everything, like a noisy argument in a drawing-room. But that human weakness and folly would ever let the mine actually explode, he did not believe. He had been in France in 1911. He had seen how close things had come then to a conflict. And the fact that they had not come to a conflict had enormously strengthened his natural disposition to believe that at bottom Germany was sane and her militarism a bluff. But the Irish difficulty was a different thing. There, he felt, was need for the liveliest exertions. A few obstinate people in influential positions were manifestly pushing things to an outrageous point. He wrote through the morning, and as the morning progressed, the judicial calm of his opening intentions warmed to a certain regrettable vigor of phrasing about our politicians, about our political ladies, and our hand-to-mouth press. He came down to lunch in a frayed, exhausted condition, and was much afflicted by a series of questions from Herr Heinrich. For it was an incurable characteristic of Herr Heinrich that he asked questions. The greater part of his conversation took the form of question and answer, and his thirst for information was as marked as his belief that German should not simply be spoken, but spoken out loud. He invariably prefaced his inquiries with the word "please," and he insisted upon ascribing an omniscience to his employer that it was extremely irksome to justify after a strenuous morning of enthusiastic literary effort. He now took the opportunity of a lull in the solicitudes and congratulations that had followed Mr. Durrick's appearance. And Mr. Durrick was so little shattered by his misadventure that, with the assistance of the kindly Teddy, he had got up and dressed and come down to lunch, to put the matter that had been occupying his mind all the morning, even to the detriment of the lessons of the master's Britling. "Please," he said, going a deeper shade of pink, and partly turning to Mr. Britling. A look of resignation came into Mr. Britling's eyes. "Yes," he said. "I do not think it will be wise to take my ticket for the Esperanto conference at Boulogne, because I think it is probable to be war between Austria and Serbia, and that Russia may make war on Austria. That may happen, but I think it improbable. If Russia makes war on Austria, Germany will make war on Russia, will she not?" "Not if she is wise," said Mr. Britling, "because that would bring in France." "That is why I ask. If Germany goes to war with France, I should have to go to Germany to do my service. It will be a great inconvenience to me." "I don't imagine Germany will do anything so frantic as to attack Russia. That would not only bring in France, but ourselves." "England?" "Of course. We can't afford to see France go under. The thing is as plain as daylight, so plain that it cannot possibly happen, cannot, unless Germany wants a universal war." "Thank you," said Herr Heinrich, looking obedient rather than reassured. "I suppose now," said Mr. Durrick after a pause, "that there isn't any strong party in Germany that wants a war, that young Crown Prince, for example." "They keep him in order," said Mr. Britling a little irritably. "They keep him in order." "I used to be an alarmist about Germany," said Mr. Britling, "but I have come to feel more and more confidence in the sound common sense of the mass of the German population, and in the Emperor, too, if it comes to that. He is, if Herr Heinrich will permit me to agree with his own German comic papers, sometimes a little theatrical, sometimes a little egotistical. But in his operatic, boldly coloured way, he means peace. I am convinced he means peace." 2. After lunch, Mr. Britling had a brilliant idea, for the ease and comfort of Mr. Durrick. It seemed as though Mr. Durek would be unable to write any letters until his wrist had mended. Teddy tried him with a typewriter, but Mr. Durek was very awkward with his left hand, and then Mr. Britling suddenly remembered a little peculiarity he had which it was possible that Mr. Durek might share unconsciously, and that was his gift of looking-glass writing with his left hand. Mr. Britling had found out, quite by chance in his schoolboy days, that while his right hand had been laboriously learning to write, his left hand, all unsuspected, had been picking up the same lesson, and that by taking a pencil in his left hand and writing from right to left without watching what he was writing, and then examining the scrawl in a mirror, he could reproduce his own handwriting in exact reverse. About 3 people out of 5 have this often quite unsuspected ability. He demonstrated his gift, and then Miss Cecily Corner, who had dropped in a casual sort of way to ask about Mr. Durek, tried it, and then Mr. Durek tried it, and they could all do it. And then Teddy brought out a sheet of copying carbon, and so Mr. Durek, by using the carbon reversed under his paper, was restored to the world of correspondence again. They sat round a little table under the cedar trees, amusing themselves with these experiments. And after that, Cecily and Mr. Britling and the 2 small boys entertained themselves by drawing pigs with their eyes shut. And then Mr. Britling and Teddy played hard at badminton, until it was time for tea. And Cecily sat by Mr. Durek, and took an interest in his accident, and he told her about summer holidays in the Adirondacks, and how he loved to travel. She said she would love to travel. He said that so soon as he was better, he would go on to Paris, and then into Germany. He was extraordinarily curious about this Germany and its tremendous militarism. He'd far rather see it than Italy, which was, he thought, just all art and ancient history. His turn was for modern problems. Though, of course, he didn't intend to leave out Italy while he was at it. And then their talk was scattered, and there was great excitement, because Herr Heinrich had lost his squirrel. He appeared coming out of the house into the sunshine, and so distraught that he had forgotten the protection of his hat. He was very pink and deeply moved. "But what shall I do without him?" he cried. "He has gone." The squirrel, Mr. Durek gathered, had been bought by Mrs. Britling for the boys some month or so ago. It had been christened Bill, and adored, and then neglected, until Herr Heinrich took it over. It had filled a place in his ample heart that the none too demonstrative affection of the Britling household had left empty. He abandoned his pursuit of philology almost entirely for the cherishing and adoration of this busy, nimble little creature. He carried it off to his own room, where it ran loose and took the greatest liberties with him and his apartment. It was an extraordinarily bold and savage little beast, even for a squirrel, but Herr Heinrich had set his heart and his very large and patient will upon the establishment of sentimental relations. He believed that ultimately Bill would let himself be stroked, that he would make Bill love him and understand him, and that his would be the only hand that Bill would ever suffer to touch him. In the meanwhile, even the untamed Bill was wonderful to watch. One could watch him forever. His front paws were like hands, like a musician's hands, very long and narrow. He would be a musician if he could only make his fingers go apart, because when I play my violin he listens. He is attentive. The entire household became interested in Herr Heinrich's attacks upon Bill's affection. They watched his fingers with particular interest, because it was upon those that Bill vented his failures to respond to the stroking advances. "To-day I have stroked him once, and he has bitten me 3 times, Herr Heinrich reported. "Soon I will stroke him 3 times, and he shall not bite me at all. Also, yesterday he climbed up me and sat on my shoulder, and suddenly bit my ear. It was not hard he bit, but sudden. He does not mean to bite," said Herr Heinrich, because when he has bit me he is sorry. He is ashamed. You can see he is ashamed." Assisted by the two small boys, Herr Heinrich presently got a huge bough of oak and brought it into his room, converting the entire apartment into the likeness of an aviary. "For this," said Herr Heinrich, looking grave and diplomatic through his glasses, "Billy will be very grateful. And it will give him confidence with me. It will make him feel we are in the forest together." Mrs. Britling came to console her husband in the matter. "It is not right that the bedroom should be filled with trees. All sorts of dust and litter came in with it." "If it amuses him," said Mr. Britling. "But it makes work for the servants." "Do they complain?" "No. Things will adjust themselves, and it is amusing that he should do such a thing." And now Billy had disappeared, and Herr Heinrich was on the verge of tears. It was so ungrateful of Billy, without a word. "They leave my window open," he complained to Mr. Durek. "Often I have asked them not to, and of course he did not understand. He has outclimbed it by the ivy. Anything may have happened to him, anything. He is not used to going out alone. He is too young. Perhaps if I call—" And suddenly he had gone off round the house, crying, "Beely, Beely, here is an almond for you, an almond, Beely."
"Makes me want to get up and help," said Mr. Durek. "It's a tragedy."
Everybody else was helping. Even the gardener and his boy knocked off work and explored the upper recesses of various possible trees. "He is too young," said Herr Heinrich, drifting back. And then, presently, "If he heard my voice, I am sure he would show himself, but he does not show himself." It was clear he feared the worst. At supper, Billy was the sole topic of conversation, and condolence was in the air. The impression that on the whole he had displayed rather a brutal character was combated by Herr Heinrich, who held that a certain brusqueness was Billy's only fault, and told anecdotes, almost sacred anecdotes, of the little creature's tenderer, nobler side. "When I feed him, always he says 'thank you,'" said Herr Heinrich. "He never fails." He betrayed darker thoughts. "When I went round by the barn, there was a cat that sat and looked at me out of a laurel bush," he said. "I do not like cats." Mr. Lawrence Carmine, who had dropped in, was suddenly reminded of that lugubrious old ballad, The Mistletoe Bough, and recited large worn fragments of it impressively. It tells of how a beautiful girl hid away in a chest during a Christmas game of hide-and-seek, and how she was found, a dried vestige, years afterwards. It took a very powerful hold upon Herr Heinrich's imagination. "Let us now," he said, "make an examination of every box and cupboard and drawer, marking each as we go." When Mr. Britling went to bed that night, after a long gossip with Carmine about the Brahmo Samaj and modern developments of Indian thought generally, the squirrel was still undiscovered. The worthy modern thinker undressed slowly, blew out his candle, and got into bed. Still meditating deeply upon the god of the Tagores, he thrust his right hand under his pillow, according to his usual practice, and encountered something soft and warm and active. He shot out of bed convulsively, lit his candle, and lifted his pillow discreetly. He discovered the missing Billy, looking crumpled and annoyed. For some moments there was a lively struggle before Billy was gripped. He chattered furiously, and bit Mr. Britling twice. Then Mr. Britling was out in the passage, with the wriggling lump of warm fur in his hand, and paddling along in the darkness to the door of Herr Heinrich. He opened it softly. A startled white figure sat up in bed sharply. "Billy," said Mr. Britling, by way of explanation, dropped his capture on the carpet, and shut the door on the touching reunion. 3. A day was to come when Mr. Britling was to go over the history of that sunny July with incredulous minuteness, trying to trace the real succession of events that led from the startling crime at Sarajevo to Europe's last swift rush into war. In a sense, it was untraceable. In a sense, it was so obvious that he was amazed the whole world had not watched the coming of disaster. The plain fact of the case was that there was no direct connection. The Sarajevo murders were dropped for 2 whole weeks out of the general consciousness. They went out of the papers. They ceased to be discussed. Then they were picked up again and used as an excuse for war. Germany, armed so as to be a threat to all the world, weary at last of her mighty vigil, watching the course of events, decided that her moment had come, and snatched the dead Archduke out of his grave again to serve her tremendous ambition. It may well have seemed to the belligerent German patriot that all her possible foes were confused, divided within themselves, at an extremity of distraction and impotence. The British Isles seemed slipping steadily into civil war. Threat was met by counter-threat. Violent fool competed with violent fool for the admiration of the world. The national volunteers armed against the Ulstermen. Everything moved on with a kind of mechanical precision, from parade and meeting towards the fatal gun-running of Howth and the first bloodshed in Dublin streets. That wretched affray, far more than any other single thing, must have stiffened Germany in the course she had chosen. There can be no doubt of it. The mischief-makers of Ireland set the final confirmation upon the European war. In England itself there was a summer fever of strikes. Liverpool was choked by a dockers' strike, the East Anglian agricultural labourers were in revolt, and the building trade throughout the country was on the verge of a lockout. Russia seemed to be in the crisis of a social revolution. From Baku to St. Petersburg there were insurrectionary movements in the towns, and on the 23rd, the very day of the Austrian ultimatum, Cossacks were storming barbed wire entanglements in the streets of the capital. The London Stock Exchange was in a state of panic disorganization because of a vast mysterious selling of securities from abroad. And France, it seemed, was lost to all other considerations in the enthralling confrontations and denunciations of the Caillou murder trial, the trial of the wife of her ex-prime minister for the murder of a blackmailing journalist. It was a case full of the vulgarest sexual violence. Before so piquant a spectacle, France, it seemed, could have no time nor attention for the revelation of Monsieur Humbert, the reporter of the Army Committee, proclaiming that the artillery was short of ammunition, that her infantry had boots 30 years old, and not enough of those. Such were the appearances of things. Can it be wondered if it seemed to the German mind that the moment for the triumphant assertion of the German predominance in the world had come? A day or so before the Dublin shooting, the murder of Sarajevo had been dragged again into the foreground of the world's affairs by an ultimatum from Austria to Serbia of the extremest violence. From the hour when the ultimatum was discharged, the way to Armageddon lay wide and unavoidable before the feet of Europe. After the Dublin conflict, there was no turning back. For a week Europe was occupied by proceedings that were little more than the recital of a formula. Austria could not withdraw her unqualified threats without admitting error and defeat. Russia could not desert Serbia without disgrace. Germany stood behind Austria. France was bound to Russia by a long confederacy of mutual support, and it was impossible for England to witness the destruction of France, or the further strengthening of a loud and threatening rival. It may be that Germany counted on Russia giving way to her, It may be she counted on the indecisions and feeble perplexities of England. Both these possibilities were in the reckoning. But chiefly she counted on war. She counted on war, and since no nation in all the world had ever been so fully prepared in every way for war as she was, she also counted on victory. One writes Germany. That is how one writes of nations, as though they had single brains and single purposes. But indeed, while Mr. Britling lay awake and thought of his son and Lady Frensham and his smashed automobile and Mrs. Harrowdene's trick of abusive letter-writing, and of God and evil and 1,000 perplexities, a multitude of other brains must also have been busy, lying also in beds, or sitting in studies, or watching in guard-rooms, or chatting belatedly in cafes or smoking-rooms, or pacing the bridges of battleships, or walking along in city or country, upon this huge possibility the crime of Sarajevo had just opened, and of the state of the world in relation to such possibilities. Few women, one guesses, heeded what was happening, and of the men whose decision to launch that implacable threat turned the destinies of the world to war, there is no reason to believe that a single one of them had anything approaching the imaginative power needed to understand fully what it was they were doing. We have looked for an hour or so into the seething pot of Mr. Britling's brain, and marked its multiple strands, its inconsistencies, its irrational transitions. It was but a specimen. Nearly every brain of the select few that counted in this cardinal determination of the world's destinies had its streak of personal motive, its absurd and petty impulses and deflections. One man decided to say this, because if he said that, he would contradict something he had said and printed 4 or 5 days ago. Another took a certain line, because so he saw his best opportunity of putting a rival into a perplexity. It would be strange if one could reach out now and recover the states of mind of two such beings as the German Kaiser and his eldest son, as Europe stumbled towards her fate through the long days and warm, close nights of that July. Here was the occasion for which so much of their lives had been but the large pretentious preparation, coming right into their hands to use or forego. Here was the opportunity that would put them into the very forefront of history forever. This journalist emperor with the paralyzed arm, this common-fibred, sly, lascivious son. It is impossible that they did not dream of glory over all the world, of triumphant processions, of a world throne that would outshine Caesar's, of a godlike elevation, of acting Divus Caesar while yet alive. And being what they were, they must have imagined spectators, and the young man, who was, after all, a young man of particularly poor quality, imagined, no doubt, certain women onlookers, certain humiliated and astonished friends, and thought of the clothes he would wear and the gestures he would make. The nickname his English cousins had given this heir to all the glories was the White Rabbit. He was the backbone of the war party at court. And presently he stole bric-a-brac. That will help posterity to the proper values of things in 1914. And the Teutonic generals and admirals and strategists, with their patient and perfect plans, who were so confident of victory, each within a busy skull, must have enacted anticipatory dreams of his personal success, and marshalled his willing and unwilling admirers. Readers of histories and memoirs, as most of this class of men are, they must have composed little eulogistic descriptions of the part themselves were to play in the opening drama, imagined pleasing vindications and interesting documents. Some of them perhaps saw difficulties, but few foresaw failure. For all this set of brains, the thing came as a choice to take or reject. They could make war or prevent it, and they chose war. It is doubtful if anyone outside the directing intelligence of Germany and Austria saw anything so plain. The initiative was with Germany. The Russian brains and the French brains and the British brains, the few that were really coming round to look at this problem squarely, had a far less simple set of problems and profounder uncertainties. To Mr. Britling's mind, the Round Table Conference at Buckingham Palace was typical of the disunion and indecision that lasted up to the very outbreak of hostilities. The solemn violence of Sir Edward Carson was intensely antipathetic to Mr. Britling, and in his retrospective inquiries he pictured to himself that dark figure with its dropping under lip, seated heavy and obstinate at that discussion, still implacable, though the king had but just departed after a little speech that was packed with veiled intimations of imminent danger. Mr. Britling had no mercy in his mind for the treason of obstinate egotism and for persistence in a mistaken course. His own temperamental weaknesses lay in such different directions. He was always ready to leave one trail for another. He was always open to conviction, trusting to the essentials of his character for an ultimate consistency. He hated Carson in those days, as a Scotch terrier might hate a bloodhound, as something at once more effective and impressive, and exasperatingly, infinitely less intelligent. 4. Thus, a vivid fact as yet only in a few hundred skulls or so, the vast catastrophe of the Great War gathered behind the idle, dispersed, and confused spectacle of an indifferent world, very much as the storms and rains of late September gathered behind the glow and lassitudes of August, and with scarcely more of set human intention. For the greater part of mankind, the European international situation was at most something in the papers, no more important than the political disturbances in South Africa, where the Herzogites were curiously uneasy, or the possible trouble between Turkey and Greece. The things that really interested people in England during the last months of peace were boxing and the summer sales. A brilliant young Frenchman, Carpentier, who had knocked out Bombardier Wells, came over again to defeat Gunboat Smith, and did so to the infinite delight of France and the whole Latin world, amidst the generous applause of Anglo-Saxondom. And there was also a British triumph over the Americans at polo, and a lively and cultured newspaper discussion about a proper motto for the arms of the London County Council. The trial of Madame Caillou filled the papers with animated reports and vivid pictures. Gregory Rasputin was stabbed, and became the subject of much lively gossip about the Russian court. And Ulivi, the Italian impostor, who claimed he could explode mines by means of an ultra-red ray, was exposed and fled with a lady very amusingly. For a few days all the work at Woolwich Arsenal was held up, because a certain Mr. Entwistle, having refused to erect a machine on a concrete bed laid down by non-unionists, was rather uncivilly dismissed. And the Irish trouble pounded along its tiresome, mischievous way. People gave a divided attention to these various topics, and went about their individual businesses. And at Dower House they went about their businesses. Mr. Durrock's arm healed rapidly. Cecily Corner and he talked of their objects in life, and utopias, and the books of Mr. Britling. And he got down from a London bookseller Baedeker's Guides for Holland and Belgium, South Germany, and Italy. Herr Heinrich, after some doubt, sent in his application form and his preliminary deposit for the Esperanto Conference at Boulogne, and Billy consented to be stroked 3 times, but continued to bite with great vigor and promptitude. And the trouble about Hugh, Mr. Britling's eldest son, resolved itself into nothing of any vital importance, and settled itself very easily. End of Book 1, Chapter 5, Sections 1 to 4. Book 1, Chapter 5, Sections 5 to 7 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 5. After Hugh had cleared things up and gone back to London, Mr. Britling was inclined to think that such a thing as apprehension was a sin against the general fairness and integrity of life. Of all things in the world, Hugh was the one that could most easily rouse Mr. Britling's unhappy aptitude for distressing imaginations. Hugh was nearer by far to his heart and nerves than any other creature. In the last few years, Mr. Britling, by the light of a variety of emotional excursions in other directions, had been discovering this. Whatever Mr. Britling discovered, he talked about. He had evolved from his realization of this tenderness, which was without an effort so much tenderer than all the subtle and tremendous feelings he had attempted in his excursions, the theory that he had expounded to Mr. Durrick, that it is only through our children that we are able to achieve disinterested love, real love. But that left unexplained that far more intimate emotional hold of Hugh than of his very jolly little step-brothers. That was a fact into which Mr. Britling rather sedulously wouldn't look. Mr. Britling was probably much franker and more open-eyed with himself and the universe than a great number of intelligent people, and yet there were quite a number of aspects of his relations with his wife, with people about him, with his country and God and the nature of things, upon which he turned his back with an attentive persistence. But a back too resolutely turned may be as indicative as a pointing finger, and in this retrogressive way, and tacitly even so far as his formal thoughts, his unspoken comments went, Mr. Britling knew that he loved his son because he had lavished the most hope and the most imagination upon him, because he was the one living continuation of that dear life with Mary, so lovingly stormy at the time, so fine now in memory, that had really possessed the whole heart of Mr. Britling. The boy had been the joy and marvel of the young parents. It was incredible to them that there had ever been a creature so delicate and sweet, and they brought considerable imagination and humour to the detailed study of his minute personality, and to the forecasting of his future. Mr. Britling's mind blossomed with wonderful schemes for his education. All that mental growth no doubt contributed greatly to Mr. Britling's peculiar affection, and with it there interwove still tenderer and subtler elements, for the boy had a score of Mary's traits. But there were other things still more conspicuously ignored. One silent factor in the slow widening of the breach between Edith and Mr. Britling was her cool estimate of her stepson. She was steadfastly kind to the shock-headed, untidy little dreamer. He was extremely well cared for in her hands. She liked him, and she was amused by him. It is difficult to imagine what more Mr. Britling could have expected. But it was as plain as daylight that she felt that this was not the child she would have cared to have borne. It was quite preposterous and perfectly natural that this should seem to Mr. Britling to be unfair to Hugh. Edith's home was more prosperous than Mary's. She brought her own money to it. The bringing up of her children was a far more efficient business than Mary's instinctive proceedings. Hugh had very nearly died in his first year of life. Some summer infection had snatched at him. That had tied him to his father's heart by a knot of fear. But no infection had ever come near Edith's own nursery. And it was Hugh that Mr. Britling had seen, small and green-faced and pitiful, under an anesthetic for some necessary small operation to his adenoids. His younger children had never stabbed to Mr. Britling's heart with any such pitifulness. They were not so thin-skinned as their elder brother, not so assailable by the little animosities of dust and germ. And out of such things as this evolved a shapeless cloud of championship for Hugh. Jealousies and suspicions are latent in every human relationship. We go about the affairs of life pretending magnificently that they are not so, pretending to the generosities we desire. And in all step relationships, jealousy and suspicion are not merely latent, they stir. It was Mr. Britling's case for Hugh that he was something exceptional, something exceptionally good, and that the peculiar need there was to take care of him was due to a delicacy of nerve and fibre that was ultimately a virtue. The boy was quick to hear, quick to move, very accurate in his swift way. He talked unusually soon. He began to sketch at an early age with an incurable roughness and a remarkable expressiveness. That he was sometimes ungainly, often untidy, that he would become so mentally preoccupied as to be uncivil to people about him, that he caught any malaise that was going, was all a part of that. The sense of Mrs. Britling's unexpressed criticisms, the implied contrasts with the very jolly, very uninspired younger family, kept up a nervous desire in Mr. Britling for evidences and manifestations of Hugh's quality. Not always with happy results. It caused much mutual irritation, but not enough to prevent the growth of a real response on Hugh's part to his father's solicitude. The youngster knew and felt that his father was his father, just as certainly as he felt that Mrs. Britling was not his mother. To his father he brought his successes, and to his father he appealed. But he brought his successes more readily than he brought his troubles. So far as he himself was concerned, he was disposed to take a humorous view of the things that went wrong and didn't come off with him. But as a tremendous set-down for the proud parent, they resisted humorous treatment. Now the trouble that he had been hesitating to bring before his father was concerned with that very grave interest of the young, his object in life. It had nothing to do with those erotic disturbances that had distressed his father's imagination. Whatever was going on below the surface of Hugh's smiling or thoughtful presence in that respect had still to come to the surface and find expression. But he was bothered very much by divergent strands in his own intellectual composition. Two sets of interests pulled at him. One, it will seem a dry interest to many readers, but for Hugh it glittered and fascinated, was crystallography and molecular physics. The other was caricature. Both aptitudes sprang no doubt from the same exceptional sensitiveness to form. As a schoolboy he exercised both very happily, but now he was getting to the age of specialization, and he was fluctuating very much between science and art. After a spell of scientific study, he would come upon a fatigue period, and find nothing in life but absurdities, and a lark that one could represent very amusingly. After a bout of funny drawings, his mind went back to his light and crystals and films, like a Magdalene repenting in a church. After his public school, he had refused Cambridge, and gone to University College, London, to work under the great and inspiring Professor Cardinal. Simultaneously, Cardinal had been arranging to go to Cambridge, and Hugh had scarcely embarked upon his London work when Cardinal was succeeded by the dull, conscientious, and depressing Pelkingham, at whose touch crystals became as puddings, bubble films like cotton sheets, transparency vanished from the world, and X-rays dwarfed and died. And Hugh degenerated immediately into a scoffing trifler who wished to give up science for art. He gave up science for art after grave consultation with his father, and the real trouble that had been fretting him, it seemed, was that now he repented and wanted to follow Cardinal to Cambridge, and, a year lost, go on with science again. He felt it was a discreditable fluctuation. He knew it would be a considerable expense, and so he took 2 weeks before he could screw himself up to broaching the matter. "So that is all," said Mr. Britling, immensely relieved. "My dear parent, you didn't think I had backed a bill or forged a cheque. I thought you might have married a chorus girl, or something of that sort," said Mr. Britling. "Or bought a large cream-coloured motor car for her on the instalment system, which she'd smashed up. No, that sort of thing comes later. I'll just put myself down on the waiting list of one of those bits of delight in the Cambridge tobacco shops, and go on with my studies for a year or 2. 6. Though Mr. Britling's anxiety about his son was dispelled, his mind remained curiously apprehensive throughout July. He had a feeling that things were not going well with the world, a feeling he tried in vain to dispel by various distractions. Perhaps some subtler subconscious analysis of the situation was working out probabilities that his conscious self would not face. And when presently he bicycled off to Mrs. Harrowdean for flattery, amusement, and comfort generally, he found her by no means the exalting confirmation of everything he wished to believe about himself and the universe that had been her delightful role in the early stages of their romantic friendship. She maintained her hostility to Edith. She seemed bent on making things impossible. And yet there were 1 or 2 phases of the old sustaining intimacies. They walked across her absurd little park to the summer-house with the view on the afternoon of his arrival, and they discussed the Irish pamphlet, which was now nearly finished. "Of course," she said, "it will be a wonderful pamphlet." There was a reservation in her voice that made him wait. "But I suppose all sorts of people could write an Irish pamphlet. Nobody but you could write The Silent Places. Oh, why don't you finish that great, beautiful thing, and leave all this world of reality and newspapers, all these crude, vulgar, quarrelsome, jarring things to other people? You have the magic gift. You might be a poet. You can take us out of all these horrid things that are, away to Beautyland, and you are just content to be a critic and a disputer. It's your surroundings. It's your sordid realities. It's that practicality at your elbow. You ought never to see a newspaper. You ought never to have an American come within 10 miles of you. You ought to live on bowls of milk drunk in valleys of asphodel." Mr. Britling, who liked this sort of thing in a way, and yet at the same time felt ridiculously distended and altogether preposterous while it was going on, answered feebly and self-consciously. "There was your letter in the Nation the other day," she said. "Why do you get drawn into arguments? I wanted to rush into the Nation and pick you up and wipe the anger off you and carry you out of it all, into some quiet, beautiful place." "But one has to answer these people," said Mr. Britling, rolling along by the side of her like a full moon beside Venus, and quite artlessly falling in with the tone of her. She repeated lines from The Silent Places from memory. She threw quite wonderful emotion into her voice. She made the words glow. And he had only shown her the thing once. Was he indeed burying a marvellous gift under the dust of current affairs? When at last in the warm evening light they strolled back from the summer-house to dinner, he had definitely promised her that he would take up and finish The Silent Places, and think over the Irish pamphlet again before he published it. Pyecraft's was like a crystal casket of finer soil, withdrawn from the tarred highways of the earth. And yet, the very next day, this angel enemy of controversies broke out in the most abominable way about Edith, and he had to tell her more plainly than he had done hitherto that he could not tolerate that sort of thing. He wouldn't have Edith guyed. He wouldn't have Edith made to seem base. And at that there was much trouble between them, and tears, and talk of Oliver. Mr. Britling found himself unable to get on either with the Silent Places or the pamphlet, and he was very unhappy. Afterwards she repented very touchingly, and said that if only he would love her, she would swallow 1,000 Ediths. He waved a certain disrespect in the idea of her swallowing Edith, and they had a beautiful reconciliation, and talked of exalted things. And in the evening he worked quite well upon the Silent Places, and thought of 6 quite wonderful lines. And in the course of the next day he returned to Dower House, and Mr. Durrock, and considerable piles of correspondence, and the completion of the Irish pamphlet. But he was restless. He was more restless in his house than he had ever been. He could not understand it. Everything about him was just as it had always been, and yet it was unsatisfactory, and it seemed more unstable than anything had ever seemed before. He was bored by the solemn development of the Irish dispute. He was irritated by the smouldering threat of the Balkans. He was irritated by the suffragettes, and by a string of irrational little strikes, by the general absence of any main plot, as it were, to hold all these wranglings and trivialities together. At the Dower House the most unpleasant thoughts would come to him. He even had doubts whether in the Silent Places he had been plagiarizing, more or less unconsciously, from Henry James' Great Good Place. On the 21st of July, Gladys came back, repaired and looking none the worse for her misadventure. Next day he drove her very carefully over to Pycraft's, hoping to drug his uneasiness with the pretence of a grand passion, and the praises of the Silent Places, that beautiful work of art that was so free from any taint of application. And alas, he found Mrs. Harrowdean in an evil mood. He had been away from her for 10 days, 10 whole days. No doubt Edith had manoeuvred to keep him. She hadn't. Hadn't she? How was he, poor simple soul, to tell that she hadn't? That was the prelude to a stormy afternoon. The burthen of Mrs. Harrowdean was that she was wasting her life, that she was wasting the poor, good, patient Oliver's life, that for the sake of friendship she was braving the worst imputations, and that he treated her cavalierly, came when he wished to do so, stayed away heartlessly, never thought she needed little treats, little attentions, little presents. Did he think she could settle down to her poor work, such as it was, in neglect and loneliness? He forgot women were dear little tender things, and had to be made happy and kept happy. Oliver might not be clever and attractive, but he did, at least in his clumsy way, understand and try and do his duty. Towards the end of the 2nd hour of such complaints, the spirit of Mr. Britling rose in revolt. He lifted up his voice against her. He charged his voice with indignant sorrow, and declared that he had come over to Pycraft's with no thought in his mind but sweet and loving thoughts, that he had but waited for Gladys to be ready before he came, that he had brought over the manuscript of the Silent Places with him to polish and finish up, that for days and days he had been longing to do this in the atmosphere of the dear old summer-house, with its distant view of the dear old sea, and that now all that was impossible, that Mrs. Harrowdean had made it impossible, and that indeed she was rapidly making everything impossible. And having delivered himself of this judgment, Mr. Britling, a little surprised at the rapid vigor of his anger whence he had let it loose, came suddenly to the end of his words, made a renunciatory gesture with his arms, and, as if struck with the idea, rushed out of her room, and out of the house to where Gladys stood waiting. He got into her and started her up, and after some trouble with the gear due to the violence of his emotion, he turned her round and departed with her, crushing the corner of a small bed of snapdragon as he turned, and drove her with a sulky sedulousness back to the dower house, and newspapers, and correspondence, and irritations, and that gnawing and irrational sense of a hollow and aimless quality in the world that he had hoped Mrs. Harrowdean would assuage. And the further he went from Mrs. Harrowdean, the harsher and unjuster it seemed to him that he had been to her. But he went on, because he did not see how he could very well go back. 7. Mr. Durrock's broken wrist healed sooner than he desired. From the first he had protested that it was the sort of thing that one could carry about in a sling, that he was quite capable of travelling about and taking care of himself in hotels, that he was only staying on at Matching's Easy because he just loved to stay on and wallow in Mrs. Britling's kindness and Mr. Britling's company, while, as a matter of fact, he wallowed as much as he could in the freshness and friendliness of Miss Cecily Corner, and for more than a third of this period Mr. Britling was away from home altogether. Mr. Durrock, it should be clear by this time, was a man of more than European simplicity and directness, and his intentions towards the young lady were as simple and direct and altogether honest as such intentions can be. It is the American conception of gallantry more than any other people's, to let the lady call the tune in these affairs. The man's place is to be protective, propitiatory, accommodating, and clever, and the lady's to be difficult but delightful, until he catches her and houses her splendidly, and gives her a surprising lot of pocket-money, and goes about his business. And upon these assumptions Mr. Durrock went to work. But quite early it was manifest to him that Cecily did not recognize his assumptions. She was embarrassed when he got down one or two little presents of chocolates and flowers for her from London. The Britling boys were much more appreciative. She wouldn't let him contrive costly little expeditions for her, and she protested against compliments, and declared she would stay away when he paid them. And she was not contented by his general sentiments about life, but asked the most direct questions about his occupation and his activities. His chief occupation was being the well-provided heir of a capable lawyer, and his activities in the light of her inquiries struck him as being light and a trifle amateurish, qualities he had never felt as any drawback about them before, so that he had to rely rather upon aspirations and the possibility, under proper inspiration, of a more actively serviceable life in future. "There's a feeling in the States," he said, "that we've had rather a tendency to overdo work, and that there is scope for a leisure class to develop the refinement and the wider meanings of life." "But a leisure class doesn't mean a class that does nothing," said Cecily. "It only means a class that isn't busy in business." "You are too hard on me," said Mr. Durrock, with that quiet smile of his. And then, by way of putting her on the defensive, he asked her what she thought a man in his position ought to do. "Something," she said, and in the expansion of this vague demand they touched on a number of things. She said that she was a socialist, and there was still in Mr. Durrock's composition a streak of the old-fashioned American prejudice against the word. He associated socialists with anarchists and deported aliens. It was manifest, too, that she was deeply read in the essays and dissertations of Mr. Britling. She thought everybody, man or woman, ought to be chiefly engaged in doing something definite for the world at large. "There's my secretaryship of the Massachusetts Modern Thought Society, anyhow," said Mr. Durrick. And she herself wanted to be doing something. It was just because she did not know what it was she ought to be doing that she was reading so extensively and voraciously. She wanted to lose herself in something. Deep in the being of Mr. Durrick was the conviction that what she ought to be doing was making love in a rapturously egotistical manner, and enjoying every scrap of her own delightful self and her own delightful vitality, while she had it. But for the purposes of their conversation he did not care to put it any more definitely than to say that he thought we owed it to ourselves to develop our personalities. Upon which she joined issue with great vigor. "That is just what Mr. Britling says about you in his American Impressions," she said. "He says that America overdoes the development of personalities altogether, that whatever else is wrong about America, that is where America is most clearly wrong. I read that this morning, and directly I read it I thought, yes, that's exactly it. Mr. Durrick is overdoing the development of personalities." "Me?" "Yes. I like talking to you, and I don't like talking to you. And I see now it is because you keep on talking of my personality and your personality. That makes me uncomfortable. It's like having someone following me about with a limelight. And in a sort of way I do like it. I like it and I'm flattered by it, and then I go off and dislike it, dislike the effect of it. I find myself trying to be what you have told me I am, sort of acting myself. I want to glance at looking-glasses to see if I am keeping it up. It's just exactly what Mr. Britling says in his book about American women. They act themselves, he says. They get a kind of story and explanation about themselves, and they are always trying to make it perfectly plain and clear to everyone. Well, when you do that, you can't think nicely of other things."
"We like a clear light on people," said Mr. Durrick.
"We don't. I suppose we're shadier," said Cecily.
"You're certainly much more in half-tones," said Mr. Durrick, "and I confess it's the half-tones get hold of me. But still, you haven't told me, Miss Sissy, what you think I ought to do with myself. Here I am, you see, very much at your disposal. What sort of business do you think it's my duty to go in for?"
"That's for someone with more experience than I have to tell you. You should ask Mr. Britling."
"I'd rather have it from you."
"I don't even know for myself," she said.
"So why shouldn't we start to find out together?" he asked.
It was her tantalizing habit to ignore all such tentatives. "One can't help the feeling that one is in the world for something more than oneself," she said.
End of Book 1, Chapter 5, Sections 5 to 7.